No be yori, but I dey bust your bracket. What's up, buy the beat? This time when you got the shake. You dey feel like you know say me, I know the rig. See the guy got the dance. You dey feel the way me say I come here to the yarn. Show them say you sabi, show them say you self you man. Hey, no be lie, see the boy with the man. Hey, I see my guy normally I come to drop out something with the top notch. I don't dey shake the guy, he self on a shop vlog. Everybody they feel I'm the way and they drop some. The guy don't they smile, feel like say your head is on bug. He self they feel the way I just they go. The flow is dope. He self he don't they feel I'm on the low. As I made on the beat, you know say me self on a bad. Who be this your fight baby like this waiting for your man. Fine girl, what's up? If I come now, make we talk now. I know say you self you dey with man, but make it no come be like say me self go for your hand. Make we interact 101, you dey get am now. Or this your girl she fine, be like say you pack it down. But everybody don't they feel am, they know say he bad. Everybody don't they see them, know say yes he do. Collect the fight, my guy. You self God, you know you choke. Collect the fight, make it no come they make me hanging. We sound like they don't know that yeah the thing is banging.
Now my mama be this so we no get another one. We now get another one.
Now your mama believe so.
Only me to know.
Now your mama believe so.
Now our mama believe so. We now get another one.
Now your mama believe so.
Now our mama believe so. We now get another one.
Now your mama believe so.
Now our mama believe so, we don't get another one.
Now your mama believe so.
Only ready to know.
Now your mama believe so.
Mama Nigeria.
May your reign see prosperity. May Nigeria continue as a united country. Thank you, India and Anambra. A lot of my friends are from Anambra here.
I'm a balloon. We say we love you to number, we love you to number. We thank you to number, we thank you to number. Hey, it is what you to number, it is what you to number. Eh? Quantity, Bolaba, Bomma Azu.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be it's once again. Everybody be there. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chopper. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we the Mugu, I be the master. You know, when I came here,
Okay now.
To person between my bed.
I see.
I see what the wedding forget me.
Okay.
Papa, you look at me. And then you get ya. Mama said, I want me to go. I got no Jelumba. Oh, where would he get? I got you never did a one anymore.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pa Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n ń pa Jíṣà Tàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé, àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun wá padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀mí Ọlọ́run dákun wá padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ọ̀túnbá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
And there it is right there, Baba Ijebu. So there it is right there. No, not so much Baba Ijebu, but Baba Oyo. Is that how it is? That's certainly where it is. Good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company and how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day cascading into yet another session. Your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man, one man went to mow. One man went to mow the Eagle lands again. We do it as we always do it. I say we always do it. We've not been doing it with the frequency that we've traditionally done it, but at some point we'll get back into the groove of it. But at the moment we're balancing so many things, you know. So there it is. Good day to you all that. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button. Oh, hold on. I think I'm being too loud. I'm about to be told. You know, I tell you always that I do these things for my conservatory, but I shout so loud because I've got the headphone on. I think I shout so loud that it permeates through, and then I get the warning that tone it down or get off the computer. Oh no, that was cool. So that's fine. So yes, the protocol, as I was saying, the protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as my invitation to do so. Is my voice echoing? It shouldn't echo. Can others tell me if my voice is echoing as well? There's no reason why it should echo. So apart from Aloy Mighty, can others tell me if my voice is echoing? There's no reason why the voice should echo. So click on the like button, as I said. Click on the like button as my invitation to do so. If you're not already subscribed, then please do. We need 10 subscribers. We've been battling hard to get just I'm not quite sure what you're talking about, Lato Rich. You are the only one making that complaint. You know, maybe I should keep my eyes off the comment section. Click on the like button as my invitation to do so, as I said. If you are not already subscribed, then please do. We need 10 new subscribers. We've been needing 10 new subscribers for quite a few days now. So let's get them in the course of this session. So 10 new subscribers, if you would please. So click on like, click on subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links just as widely as you can. Super chat towards the stream. So all that. So let me send the link again, actually, so you can come into the studio if you want to engage in a conversation. If you've never been on before, then we're especially looking forward to seeing you. We are always on the hunt for new voices. So all right. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Lato Rich. And say hello in the comment section as well, so I can acknowledge you as you are coming in. Let me acknowledge the people there so far. There is that's Agbado Tinubu right there, who always comes in early and leaves comments there. So that's Agbado Tinubu right there. So good to see you, Agbado Tinubu. So that's Agbado Tinubu right there. And then that's Derek Hodge as well, who I have my suspicions about. I'm not quite sure of a Nigerian that bears that name, Derek Hodge. So that tells me then that maybe it's a 419 merchant, who knows. That's Sheson right there, Sheson Fashua. So that's Sheson right there. Good to see you, Sheson. The elegant Adama, of course, the mighty lady. So there she is right there. Who else is there? Just say hello as you're joining us, so I can acknowledge you. So that's AB right there, the mighty man. That's Aloy Mighty, of course. That's Lato Rich right there. So that's Lato Rich. And that's, of course, Eze, or sometimes known as Solomon. So say hello, as I said, as you're coming in. So all that. You are one. Okay, this one is actually for you, Adama. So this is you were asking about Chioma. She's probably on an aeroplane somewhere. The last time I had my agents check her out, they spotted her at the Lagos airport. So here's Chioma.
So smooth. This is Nigerian immigration. Very smooth at the new airport, I think.
Right, so that's Chioma giving a citizen's report from the newly refurbished Muritala Mohammed International Airport. So she's left Nigeria. Where her next destination is, who knows? I think she may well be on her way to the UK before she then hops back to America. But she'll probably send in clips, and then we'll find out where she is. So yes, good to see you, James Tunde, and all that. So all that. Click on like, and we need to be seeing super chats as well with the hellos. We want to be seeing super chats as well. Let me play you this clip. The session will wrap around Peter Obi's outing in the media space today, so we'll be reacting to that. But before we get into that, let me play you this. It's a funny little joke that an elder statesman made. I thought it was funny, and I thought it was both funny and pertinent as well. So let me bring you this.
Let me give you a joke. 3 Nigerians, a Yoruba man, an Igbo man, and a Hausa man, were involved in an accident. And they died. Immediately they died. Angel Gabriel appeared to them that, look, although you are dead, I can resurrect you if you pay me £5 million. Oh, the Igbo man said, £5 million? No problem, I'll pay it. He quickly paid it. And he just found himself standing up from the accident spot. The angel went to the Yoruba man. The Yoruba man said, about 5 million is too plenty now. Can't you take 3 million? I'll pay you 3 million, or even, okay, 4 million. The angel says, no, it's fine. He said, okay, if that is the condition, I'll pay. The Yoruba man stood up. The angel went to the Hausa man and said, look, The Hausa man say, "Ba wahala, just send the bill to the federal government of Nigeria." You see, the joke there is that the Northerners depend solely on the federal government of Nigeria, which was true to an extent some years.
So that I thought that was both funny and pertinent at the same time. The Northerners depend heavily on the federal government, but some of the data coming out now actually tells us that the space that is dependent most on our federal largesse is actually the Southeast. There's no revenue coming out of there, and they get heavily from the state, from the federal allocation. So that's that. So that's that. And also there are speculations that Segun Showunmi is about to cross over to go and join Tinubu. So there's that one as well making the rounds. Maybe I think I've got a little clip of that as well to play you. Do I have a little clip of that to play you? Yes, let me play you this.
And you are agreeing, you have to know that the touch point at which is answering those questions are previously reflected. And you've never invited me to an interview giving the question before I come. It was like that. I asked him, let me share one.
So the president was mentally and psychologically alert.
Oh God. His brainwave, because I've known him for a while and I know how he thinks. His brainwave. Oh, Sheung, I don't do psychophancy. I don't even know how to be, I don't know how to do it. You opened up by saying whether I wanted to be on an appointment. The only time I was ever on an appointment in government was the government of Otumba Gatane. When I was in government, which to his credit, I was like a pain in the ass.
So that's Segun Showunmi, who recently then had a meeting with Tinubu at Aso Rock. A lot of people derisively on social media saying he went for his medical. Do you know when a footballer is about to transfer from one club to another, he goes for a medical? So that's the reference there. So that's Segun Showunmi reporting back then from a meeting with Tinubu at Aso Rock. So, of course, unless you've been living under a rock, there's the one seismic event that happened within the Nigerian social calendar, which is the Oju Deba 2025, of course. We tried to scream it, but the audio wasn't coming through. So let me give you a couple of snippets then from the Oju Deba festival. First, this.
The point of this video, Yoruba babes. Period.
Right. The Yoruba babes are one of the most beautiful girls in Nigeria. I think we all concede that. But I don't think Yoruba babes are more beautiful than Southeastern babes. I wouldn't say that. I would say they are of equal measure of beauty. If you see a stunning looking Southeasterner, your jaws will drop. And if you see a beautiful Yoruba woman, your knees will buckle. But those are Yoruba babes right there, turning up for the Oju Deba festival. But for my money, the most beautiful women in Nigeria are the Northerners. Did you all see the clip? Let me actually go and look for it, actually. Did you all see the clip of the Minister of Tourism, some Katsina woman? If anybody has that clip, please send it to me. Did you see the clip of the Minister of Tourism, the Hanatu something? Did you see how she turned up at the Oju Deba festival? Then you see what a real beauty is. I think the most stunning looking women in Nigeria are the Northerners, especially the Fulanis. I don't think you get more beautiful in Nigeria than a beautiful Fulani babe. So that's that. So here is another snippet from the Oju Deba festival. This then tells you, we talk about home training a lot in Nigeria. And very quickly, and the reason why they talk about home training is that when you go outside of your home, then you would not disgrace the family name. So have that as the backdrop of your thought as you watch this. that's some wayward girl right there from some poor upbringing, no doubt. The person that was saying, I will sue you. That guy is a professor, by the way. She doesn't know that, of course. She's gone to the UK, probably been there for about 2-3 years, cultivated some fake accent, and then she's going to Nigeria to ask the policemen if they speak English. So that's that right there. So that's that right there. Let me also give you one more before we launch into Peter Obi. Here is a lot of people are not buying that Pastor Ade Farasin narrative that he wasn't brandishing a gun. A lot of people are quite irritated by that guy. This is Tasha or whatever her name is. This is one of those big brother outposts responding to the Ade Farasin saga.
Yes, I didn't want to say anything about this church brouhaha that's been going on until I did see clips from today's service. Now that time it just made me vex, because at the end of the day, there's nothing I hate more than gaslighting. Everybody did see the video. We all clearly did see the video, and from the video we can tell who the aggressor was. In case you people are forgetting, clearly this pastor stopped his car, winds down, held an object that looks like a firearm, and told this boy, don't do that, don't do that.
Boss. Sorry.
And for what I remember very clearly, this boy was hailing this pastor in that video. There are so many car spotters all around the world. I don't see what that boy was doing wrong. I don't see how he was being aggressive. How was he being aggressive, I beg? Nothing paid me past the gullible congregations that were clapping and cheering. Because what are you clapping and cheering for? You're clapping and cheering that what? That you did not watch the video, or you have selective blindness. And let me make this very clear. 90% of our Nigerian pastors will not get away with what they do in Nigeria outside Nigeria. The type of Christianity they practice, if they practice it anywhere outside of Nigeria, their church will close down within a year. And I tell you for a fact, let's not even go far. If it was Sheyi Tinubu or Wike's son that did the same thing, that held an object that looks like a firearm, one part of Twitter will be burning by now, and it will burn for at least 1 week. But no, now he's a pastor now. Pastor's not allowed to be upset. You are angry every time of the day. This is the same pastor that allegedly last year got out from his car. The bus driver hit his car. He came down from the car and then crashed the whole class of the bus, putting the passengers at risk. And yet we want to label the content creator as aggressive. So anybody holding the phone right now is aggressive. This selective hypocrisy is just crazy. Let's all stop being hypocrites and let us be guided. If you want to mirror Christ, you mirror Christ, and you mirror Christ well. Would Jesus Christ do this? The world is already hard enough. We just spread small love. The boy brought out his phone, respected you, greeted you, bam, said don't do that. I'm sorry, if I see you, I bring out my phone and record you, shout on me.
Oh, all right, so that's that. I think that pastor, he needs to rework himself somewhat to try and find a better equilibrium. People are fed up with this sort of behavior in Nigeria. Just this excessive overriding of the poor. People are fed up with it. So we're still within the era of defection. But what would we make of it if Alex Oti defects to the APC? Yes, you heard me say it. Alex Oti, the foremost right-hand man of Peter Obi, what would you say if Alex Oti defected to the APC? What is this?
Atiku Abubakar is a personal friend of mine. Amechi is a personal friend of mine. Peter Obi is my friend and brother.
And your in-law?
And my in-law. My wife is from Anambra State, so you want to take away the woman. It's not possible. Rufai is my personal friend and my brother. So their coalition is what I don't understand. What I understand is that APC is on course, and I have many triggers to pull out for APC, but not for coalition. But this is my brother. Brother is brother. And brother is doing well. I did my village to here 1 hour. It was only when I was governor people used to go to that road on that level. When I left as governor, honestly, for 16 years, there were no investments in Abia North. That is the truth. But they are putting investment, and I'm very pleased. He's supporting Tinubu. He has no problem with me. I don't want to talk about coalition. There are many people in the coalition. I talk about Oti supporting Tinubu and Tinubu supporting Oti. That is my deal. I'm not into coalition.
Okay, recently.
APC is the largest party in Africa, and Africa will go with it.
So now, stood right next to Oji Kalu in that clip was, of course, the unmistakable torso of Alex Oti, and the reassurance that Oji Kalu, with his arms wrapped around Alex Oti's shoulder, was that Oti will be supporting Tinubu and Tinubu will be supporting Oti. And Alex Oti was there with a big grin on his face, nodding along. So there it is right there. So that, and all of the media outputs, by the way, by Alex Oti, they have not been excessive. They've been somewhat supportive in their tonality of Tinubu's administration of the country so far. So what would you make of it then if Alex Oti makes that? Because Alex Oti is not obliged really to Peter Obi, you know. He's just tagging along because he's a Labour Party man. It's the Labour Party that got him into government. But all his instincts, they align more with Tinubu sort of politics or Tinubu sort. Maybe not Tinubu sort of politics, I don't know that. But I know that all Alex Oti's instincts, because it's a venture capitalist sort of leaning administrator. It's an enterprise-led sort of administrator, which is the sort of inclination that we're seeing with Tinubu. So by instinct, and by orientation and antecedents, Alex Oti leans more towards Tinubu's style of administration than anything else. So it wouldn't surprise, but it will aghast. It would knock them off their feet, wouldn't it, if Alex Oti makes that jump to APC. And then, of course, the insults will come. So that's that. Is there any more that... Is there any more that I want to play you before we get into kicking Peter Obi? Oh, let me play you this one. This is Sanwo-Olu, who has gone to Bodilion to go and do the Idobale thing to Tinubu. So he has gone to beg daddy and he reports back. Watch this.
Well, nothing much. It's our usual, festive period, courtesy visits and a time for Mr. President to meet with his brothers, leaders of our party, the Governor's Advisory Council, GAC of Lagos State. It's something that they're always looking forward to, almost at every festive season or every time it comes around. And this is no exception. We all came around to felicitate with him, to pray with him, to wish him well, to say to him that Lagosians and everyone is happy with him, that we can feel, we can see the impact of what he has done in the last 2 years. And so to wish him well and to continue to say that he has our best wishes at all times, support, and really that's the most important. And coincidentally, if I dare say today, for us in Lagos in particular, earlier today, I don't know if you had seen it, I went to unveil our new Blue Line trains. I'll give you the clip of it, where at the National Arts Theatre, which we just received brand new, 12, 4 sets each of 3 new set of trains for the Blue Line. And at that unveiling, which was we made like a naming ceremony, we actually acknowledge and thank Mr. President, because he actually made it happen for us. About a year and a half ago, he supported us and ensuring under, his intervention for subsidy removal and understanding that Lagos, will need additional means of transportation. He supported us, and that's just some of the things, we're talking about. So we're excited. We're truly, truly excited with what he has, and we're not just excited because he's our father, he's our leader. We're excited because we all can feel it. We can see. For the first time, you see price of petroleum, pump price coming down. You see food prices coming down. So these are things that put money in citizens' pocket. So, you know, if you've done well, let's say it. You know, let's say it. You know, and I also want to use this opportunity to also admonish and to tell. We are hearing people also say in June 12th, they want to protest. They want to then. There's where what will be the basis? What will be, you know, what will be the basis? And we're engaging them. We're talking to them to do what? In 2 years, give this president, you know, enough more time. You know, the economy, you can see, has made a proper bend, a positive bend. You know, and so all we need to do is to continue, you know, to wish him well and see those effects, you know, become reality. You know, in the cost of goods, in cost of living, security of life and property. You know, so these are the things that, you know,
Excellency, it's good to know about this excitement and the pledge of loyalty and support. Any house cleaning at the meeting?
Well, I mean, nothing beyond the fact that he was very happy to see us, extremely very happy to see us. He was very excited that we are one big happy family, and we are not divided in any form, and we all honestly also pledge our full loyalty to him, to his government, to as our leader, as our father, you know, and it was unanimous, you know, and he's charged us to ensure that the forthcoming local government election, which, you know, we're all, you know, that we should all go and do our very best and ensure that, you know, we'll continue to keep the flag of the party flying.
That's what we need you to clarify.
Is you CND? Can't you see when you are smiling, I'm smiling? There's none. You know, there are people that believe that they are more Catholic than the Pope. You know, there are things that you see people, they cry more than they bereave. You know, father and son, you know, are things that we always ensure that, you know, there's nothing at all. My father is my leader. You know, and we're grateful that he has given us the audience today to come in and say hello to him.
So there it is right there. So that's Sanwo-Olu, who has reporting back then that he has gone to beg daddy. You know, I wonder if Tinubu made him prostrate and then he put his feet on his head. I wonder how that played out. Let's make another pit stop at the Oju Deba festival. Do you remember this guy from last year? They called him Mr. Steez. But is he overplaying that card now is the question. So let me play you this.
Rating outfits at the Oju Deba Festival 2025. Oh my God, I actually love these outfits. Look, guys, I must marry a Yoruba man. Hey, I want to have a Yoruba mother-in-law because what is this beauty? Look at their glasses, so in sync. I love this outfit too. Like the mummies are eating. No dull moment to the fan, everything. This tease. Why people saying that this year's own is not hot? What else are you guys looking for? We have Lil Ketch. I didn't know Lil Ketch and Jebu Ode boy. He looks good. He looks good. I really love his outfit. Is this not cement bag? I mean, they pay me Dangote cement bag. I love the concept. Hey, not two person no go see today. This year's own is hot. Me, I don't know what you guys are saying. It's even hotter than last year's own, if you ask me. And of course, our king of steez came looking correct. Me, I like this man.
So there it is right there, the king of steez. That man will be well in his, however old he is, still doing king of steez, but that's the nature of it. Everybody wants to be down with the kids these days, I suspect. I want to show you a clip as well. I'm just downloading it now. It's the Minister of Tourism who turned up at the Oju Deba festival as well. She's a Fulani woman, but the way she presented, the elegance was just so impressive and stunning. Can you remind me, if you remember what her name is? I don't think her name really matters anyway. She's from Katsina though, that's the thing. But no, this is exactly what a Minister of Tourism should be doing. So the lady at the centerpiece of this particular clip is your Minister of Tourism. So that was the Minister of Tourism right there. Yes, Anawatu, something or the other, you know, some Aboki name or the other anyway, Anawatu or something or the other. So But I thought the outfit was not quite right because she has a fantastic figure. So you'd have expected her to wear something a bit more figure hugging in order to show off, to show off whatever it is that she needs to show off. But I thought the fit and the ridiculous thing she had on her head as well, I didn't quite like that. But she is quite a stunning looking woman. You know, that sort of cross West African Arab look that the Fulanis have. So a lot of that. So let me take you to this one now. And by the way, nobody in the studio at the moment. If anybody wants the conversation, come on. But the conversation will wrap around Peter Obi's outing on a Rise TV. So we'll get to that momentarily. But let's wrap this one up. I am not part of his coalition. Atiku's close ally, Showunmi, declares after meeting with Tinubu. So we've seen this dance before, actually, and we see this severally as well. We saw Boala make the dance, and we know where he ended up after the music stopped. I am not part of his coalition. Atiku's close ally, Showunmi, declared after meeting Tinubu. So there it is right there. Like I said, they said he's gone for his medical before he completes his transfer. Pardon me. I need a gulp of water. They said he's gone for his medical before he completes his transfer from PDP to APC. So Segun Showunmi is actually one of the longest serving members of the PDP. So it will be quite an event if he makes that switch. Former governorship aspirant, is it aspirant or aspirant, however you choose to pronounce it, former governorship aspirant of the People's Democratic Party PDP in Ogun State, Segun Showunmi. And by the way, of course, you'll recall that Segun Showunmi has appeared severally on this platform. Former governorship aspirant of the People's Democratic Party PDP in Ogun State, Segun Showunmi, has dismissed insinuations that he is part of the coalition against President Bola Tinubu. Correspondents report that Showunmi, a close ally of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, made this known a day after he met with Tinubu. Speaking in an interview on Channels Television's Politics Today on Monday, Showunmi, who is a long-standing member of the PDP, expressed doubts about Atiku's 2027 ambition. Showunmi stated that he's unaware if Atiku will be contesting for the president in 2027, but has been spearheading the opposition coalition to unseat Tinubu and is not part of the current political engagement. Asked if his recent meeting with Tinubu amounts to a betrayal of Atiku, Showunmi said, "Is he running for president now? He is running a coalition that everybody knows I am not part of." When asked further if he had told Atiku before meeting Tinubu, Showunmi said he is at liberty to make decisions for himself. He said, "Why would you even in your wildest dream think that I don't have my individuality? Because of what? Do you know how long I have been in the party? Since the time I get go. I don't know what that means. So since the time I get go, I have never left. I won't say the same about them. I don't see why you make this about them." So that's Segun Showunmi then talking gobbledygook and whatever it is, some errant gibberish, all to land on the fact, of course, that it's about to cross carpet then to go and join Tinubu. So wait no longer then. Let's launch into a little bit of, it's our favorite spot on this platform, isn't it? Let's launch into a little bit of Peter Obi flogging. So we pick it up from here.
Not without a lot of challenges. He says he has some ideas for national development, and he has constantly been a vocal critic and an opposition member and a leader against the current government of President Tinubu. Are his ideas valid? There are also criticisms against him. Some of those will estray in this conversation. We'll talk about a lot of issues, and we'll talk about his prospects for the next elections. Ladies and gentlemen, I have with me Peter Gregory Obi. My pleasure having you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rufai.
This interview will be to clear a lot of things people have against you. They say you do not have credible economic growth alternatives. For instance, they say you have just criticized President Tinubu's government, but you have not given alternative or what you will have done or subsidy removal, as regards subsidy removal, as regards floating the naira, and as regards other things that President Tinubu did to stabilize the economy, which were bold measures.
All right. So anybody that has watched this platform for more than a minute will know that that is the number one criticism that will level against Peter Obi. That is campaigning is all wrapped around rather ad hominem. So it is more his whole campaign is more to criticize the government than to present an alternative. So now the first question being put by his lucky man there is to ask him then that okay, what would you do differently? So that's the question. But of course, as ever, in any interview that I've ever seen Peter Obi here in, he has never been able to answer a question frontally. And I suspect that he has always struggled to understand where the question is, and is so narrow in what he has to say that he just continues to regurgitate the same mantra. So in the course of however long this interview lasts, you will never see Peter Obi once take on a question frontally, just because he's not capacitated to do so. He just goes to the mantra that he chants all the time, and he continues to repeat those mantras. But those mantras now are starting to ring hollow, because all of the criticism, remember when they used to say, what have they done with the money? What have they done with the money? It's a real struggle now for him to continue along that track line, because of course, everybody now sees what the money is being used for. The students' loan, the infrastructural development, the triple-fold payments to every single state governor, all of these things. So we are all seeing now where the money goes to. So you cannot say that anymore. But let's see how he tackles the question.
They say you have just criticized President Tinubu's government, but you have not given alternative or what you will have done or subsidy removal, as regards subsidy removal, as regards floating the naira, and as regards other things that President Tinubu did to stabilize the economy, which were bold measures. What will you have done?
Rufai.
All right. Before he answers that, I want you to listen to this, because the internet never forgets. This is what people say. The internet never forgets. But let's listen to this, and then we'll come back to what he has to say.
Subsidy, I've said it before, is organized crime. And I cannot allow it to stay a day longer. What they're telling you is not what it is. Half of the subsidy that is being...
All right, that's where I wanted him to land. I would not allow it to stay a day longer, which is to tell you then that he will remove it immediately. There's another clip where he says exactly that. But let's see what he's saying now.
I was surprised when you said this is about criticisms. They should have even said some things that I did that was positive, or I said I was positive. But let me tell you, I've consistently maintained that I would have removed the fuel subsidy. If you go to my manifesto, it's there. Steps I would have taken to do it in an organized manner. There was nothing wrong in...
So already we have a contradiction there. He said in the interview, pre the elections, that he will remove subsidy immediately. So he's now saying now that he will do it in an organized manner. So what exactly does... There's still a vagueness and an ambiguity to that phraseology. What does that exactly mean in an organized manner? So if you're going to remove it, are you removing it instantaneously, which was what you said at the electionary phase 2023, or are you going to remove it in a staggered phase? which contradicts you saying you will remove it immediately. But then, of course, that's Peter Obi, isn't it?
Removal of subsidy. What is wrong is the haphazard way in which it was announced and implemented. Everybody knows that the subsidy regime was a solution of criminality, that there was a lot of corruption surrounded with it, which needed to bundle that aspect out of it, do it in an organized manner. And since you're doing it for savings, we're told we're doing it because we don't want to continue to borrow to continue the subsidy. And the removal of it will be able to have available funds to be invested in critical areas of development. With honest things, billions saved. Where is it? Where is he invested in those critical areas of development?
They said they've given the money to the governors. That's what.
No.
They said they've increased their FAC allocation.
Rufai.
They said most of the states have been able to pay their.
Everybody knows what critical areas of development is. And I say it morning, afternoon, night. It is education, health, and pulling people out of poverty. Rufai, is any of these three hasn't improved? No.
The Minister of Health said they're getting new primary health care centers. As regards education, they said they have done NEL Fund, where they give student loan to people. As regards infrastructure, they talk about Postal Road and all that.
Let me just finish, Rufai.
You see, this is where it's going to fall apart for Peter Obi and his crew. So they continue to go to those spaces, and people continue to see that those spaces are being excellently tackled. So it's talking about infrastructure. If I take you to a particular, Renan Mokri will be streaming with a guy called Bola Hon. Is tomorrow, by the way, to tackle that question around how much kilometers was completed on the Lagos Calabar Coastal Road. So if you go to that boy's website, that guy, let me not call him a boy, they keep calling him a boy, it's a man. If you go to that man's YouTube channel, his platform, that guy documents infrastructural improvements. The Abeokuta Road, all of these roads that have been completed, they are all documented. There are so many content creators creating content wrapped around infrastructure. So it's undeniable the infrastructural improvements that we're seeing. The Lagos-Ibadan Expressway completely completed, roads being built all over the place. The Sokoto-Kaduna, the Sokoto-Badagry super highway, about 10 kilometers already done there. So it's impossible to say that infrastructure is not being tackled. It talks about education. Everybody knows about the NEL Fund. Every single tertiary institution in Nigeria has the NEL Fund on their website, on their landing page. Go to any institution. Go to Nzuka, UNN. Go to as I'm speaking now, open another tab, go to University of Nigeria Nzuka, and you'll see the NEL Fund being advertised there. Technical schools are free, but not only are they free, the students get stipend. They are not even giving them loan in technical schools. They are free, and the students are reporting all that. So it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible for him to continue to regurgitate this mantra. But then, of course, he doesn't know anything else to say. So he's stuck in his own. They are what to say vomit. Is having to eat back his own vomit. Is exactly what that is.
Of development. With honest things. Billions saved. Where is it? Where is he invested in those critical areas of development?
They said they've given the money to the governors. That's what.
No.
They said they've increased their FAC allocation.
Rufai.
They said most of the states have been able to pay their.
Everybody knows what critical areas of development is. And I say it morning, afternoon, night. It is education.
You know, by the time we get to the 2027 election, the NEL fund would have had about 3 cycles. So it'd be impossible for somebody that even has the level of cranial retardation that Peter Obi has to continue to hold on to that mantra that it is education. When they're investing in education, you know, the technical schools are free, and which skills up people to a standardized level. You know, that artisanal skills shortage that we have in Nigeria being tackled frontally, that is what they call human capital development. The NEL fund is what they call human capital development. The Lagos Calabar Coastal Road is what they call infrastructure. I don't think this guy understands any of these things, of course.
Health and pulling people out of poverty. Rufai, is any of these 3 hasn't improved? No.
The Minister of Health said they're getting new primary health care centers. As regards education, they said they have done NEL fund, where they give student loan to people. You know, as regards infrastructure, they talk about Coastal Road and all that.
Let me just finish, Rufai. What I'm saying is, if you look at this, so you have removed this. People are paying more for fuel. It has escalated cost of everything, and we are not seeing where. The same thing with what you're talking about.
But we are seeing it is what even his acolyte, Rufai, is pointing out to him. We are seeing where the money is going to. We are seeing that the students' loan is turning into a resounding success. First in Africa, never seen before. We are seeing that. We are seeing the fast pace that the Lagos Calabar Superhighway is being built. We are seeing that. We are seeing that the states are washed with money more than they've ever had in the history of that country. We are seeing that to the point that the states are paying off debt and building infrastructure. All of this going on that we're seeing in Abia State, they're telling us that Alex Otti is not borrowing any money, and we're seeing all manners of infrastructural development which they're telling us are coming out of Abia State. So where is the money coming from? Is it from savings? Of course not. We all know how much their federal allocation is. We all know that they don't have an IGR. So there is nothing in what they used to get historically that will equate to what we're seeing in Abia State now, other than an increment in federal allocation as a consequence of policy repositioning by the Tinubu administration. So we are seeing all that. But then, of course, you know, Peter Obi, you know, the brain is not quite braining, is it?
Issue of Naira. There's nothing wrong with floating your currency. There's nothing wrong in even devaluing your currency. But Rufai, you do this when you have productivity.
So hold on to that. So it's going to, you know, it's a chicken and egg situation. This guy has no concept of anything, of course. Very soon he'll start to tell us that he was a bank manager and all that. Part of me, this guy has no concept of anything. He says that you do that when you have productivity. So how do you get productivity? You invest in infrastructures. Where do you get? How do you invest in infrastructure? You have to generate money. How do you generate money exactly? So it's what is actually going to bring about productivity are to put the building blocks, which they call enabling environment for productivity to offshoot. Because productivity is not a government input, the government is to create the environment for enterprise to spring up. So how do you create the environment for enterprise to spring up? You shore up the finances of the country, so the country is in a strong financial footing, which Fitch and all of the houses have told us that we are. You build the infrastructures, which we are seeing going on right across the whole country, and then you skill up the populace, which we're seeing in the technical schools, the NEL funds, etc., etc. So this guy is like a productivity, just the reversion of economics.
What the valuation of floating does, your currency becomes, in terms of value, low. You attract investment. Your products becomes unmarketable. But where we are unproductive, you have nothing to sell. So it's a double whammy. So in all this, I would have done the same thing in an organized manner. And when people say,
you know, he keeps saying that, and it's just the vagueness, the opaqueness, and the, you know, and the rudderlessness of this guy's speech pattern. I will do things in. So he has not disagreed with any policy positioning so far. He said he would remove the oil subsidy, but in an organized manner. So that's very vague. That's an ambiguous term. It has no meaning. You know, I will remove the oil subsidy, but in an organized manner. I will remove the subsidy on the naira, but in an organized manner. So what exactly does that mean? I'm not quite sure. He's even looking to the skies, looking for celestial intervention. Look at that. Unbelievable.
Alternative economic policies, they're there.
So what is this organized manner?
That's what I was saying to you.
So can you give us precept by precept of this organized manner in which we have pulled out subsidy?
Subsidy removes the criminality that's associated with it, which is over 50% of it.
Look at the nonsensical answer. What does that even mean? Remove the criminality. What does that mean? Remove the criminality. Just vague, just ill thought. There's no thought even. I'm going to say it's an ill thought out thing to say, but it's actually an unthinking. There's no thought behind it. It's just words for the sake of utterances.
Be able to sit down with the operators there and come up with a pricing that will not be agreed. And then, whatever we're able to save from it, have a specific place we're investing it. So we say, whatever I save from here, whatever we are giving it to the states, anything, it is specific for this. We have to have a national.
This guy has to be the biggest clown going, or maybe he thinks he's speaking to a bunch of idiots. Firstly, you are going to speak to the marketers. We are all seeing how the marketers are trying to sabotage everything, battling Dangote as Dangote battles the NFPC and all that. So these are the people then that you're going to call to a roundtable and agree a price. That's never going to happen. That's one. And then you take the savings and you point it to a specific item. Is that not ridiculous? Every single dollar, every single naira that comes into the central pool in Nigeria has a sharing formula. So you cannot ring fence it. You don't have the authority. The constitution doesn't support that money comes into the central coffers and then you want to ring fence it as the federal space. The constitution, it's just, what are we even talking about here?
Planning, where all the resources will be put in. It is not just something you say, oh, we're sharing it the way we used to share every other morning. No, because that's not what you said. You said we will be able to put it in critical areas of development. That was your promise. So we've removed it. People want to see where these funds are invested.
But we can't see where the funds are investment. That's the thing. We are seeing it in, this guy is just making us repeat. We are seeing it in the NEL funds, in the infrastructural improvement, in improved security, all of these things. That's where we're seeing them. Did you think it's magic money that is doing all of the things that government is doing?
It's a very clear thing. We're not the only country who've done that before. Countries after countries go with national flags.
So would you have floated the naira if you got in? And how? You said there's nothing wrong with it. Would you have floated the naira? Tell me the precept upon precept at which you will have floated the naira.
I would have been doing it in an organized manner.
What's the organized manner?
I would have focused on making sure that we ramp up production in agriculture, the manufacturing and everything and do it gradually.
So, but you will have kept on defending it until we wrap up production.
No, it's not. You're not defending it.
Yeah.
Because even in the so-called currency, there were criminality as well. Rufai, I came from a background of business, banking, everything, so I know everything that is associated.
I think this guy should shut his mouth about coming from a background of banking. He has nothing in banking. He was just the chairman of something or the other. He had no influence. This is a barely literate man. Does this guy sound like a banker to you? The whole of Peter Obi's raison d'etre is wrapped around importing Heinz product. That's the entirety of his it's a container economy guy now. They tell you guys they have a history in banking. Which part of banking did you work in? Look at this guy.
With the criminalities and all these things, which you can actually be tightening while trying to do a gradual evaluation.
How would you have increased production in a country that President Tinubu claimed that there was no money when he came?
Well,
and things were really bad and he had to take those decisive measures. How would you have increased production in a country where you have crisis on the farms, economic crisis, no power, no productivity and the likes? How would you have increased?
You've just said it. That means you should face those things. Rufai just said it. Why do we talk about a sample? Do you know these projects that will lead to nowhere when we have crisis? Rufai, are you saying that coastal road is more important than securing Nigeria?
But they say it will open up to the country.
No, don't. Rufai, let's not go there. The roads we have all over the country are no motorable.
So what do they say? You can walk and chew gum at the same time. The guy is talking about insecurity, but insecurity has improved quite vastly. Let me play you this little snippet.
Before coming here, I have a very simple message for my people in Kaduna. So I want to seize this opportunity, my dear colleagues, to inform Mr. President. On the 12th of December, 2022, Mr. President, you can recall vividly, some of our friends here who are sitting here with you also escorted you to Kaduna during the campaign. Precisely 12 December 2022, we drove together with you in the same car from Kaduna to Binangwari. If you could recall, Mr. President, the then GOC, when Mechanized Division, was our brother, late General Labaja. For us to leave Kaduna to Binangwari, we were escorted with at least 30 armored vehicles. And it was a journey of almost 4 hours. I was sitting in front of the car here at the back of the car, Mr. President. Today, you can leave Kaduna and go to Binangwari without a single police escort, Mr. President. We want to thank you for what you've done to our people in Kaduna. And because of that, Mr. President, I want to seize this opportunity to remind you.
So there it is right there. That's the epicenter of insecurity in Nigeria. That's the Kaduna State Governor telling us then before and after, all within 2 years. And we've also had equal reports from the Middle Belt. We've had the governor of Plateau State say something similar. And even anecdotally, we're not hearing with the frequency insecurity. Of course, there's still insecurity to an alarming level in Nigeria, but not anywhere near what we experienced under Buhari. A vast, good to 60% reduction in insecurity incidents. So you can walk and chew gum at the same time. That's the whole essence of administration. So it can tackle the infrastructural deficit, tackle the economy, and still tackle the insecurity at the same time. That's why he has ministers. That's how this guy has no concept of anything, not a single thing. What's going on here, according to?
You fix those ones first and use your resources to secure your country. Say, Rufai, then security is far more fundamental than road. Rufai, will you prefer a road to your village when you cannot drive to your village? No, so you prefer. So let us prioritize what we're doing. So if you say our problem is insecurity, they can't go to farm, our problem is power, let's deal with those things. Let's use our resources to...
So how would you have dealt with insecurity, for instance, that's lasted over 10 years?
Rufai, we're a country. Non-state actors cannot take over the country. There's something wrong. I can tell you, I have done in my own small way facing security as the governor of the state. And we decided that we have to take drastic action.
But a lot of people criticize you that it was only the time you had to cause a SARS that also violated the fundamental rights of people.
Go and ask them.
All right, so they don't know what... there was a lot of... Peter Obi's panacea to insecurity is extrajudicial killing. That's what he did in Anambra State. He's now telling us that we don't know what we're talking about. So let's go back to that time in space and see how he... do I have it? To see, I thought I had how Peter Obi was tackling insecurity. He was just killing them and throwing them in rivers. If yes, let's
by account as yesterday, 140. Now, how can that kind of killing be going on without the knowledge or rather a security report to the governor to that effect? That's what I'm saying. So while we continue to blame SARS, we must also pause a little and take consideration as to what could be the underlying factor behind the killing with impunity. You know what I'm saying? Because
what you're saying is, what you're saying is that the rot runs so much. You're saying that it reaches so many more levels, and you've made quite serious allegations against former gubernatorial administrations in Anambra State, and you're saying quite a few times that it's not just SARS. I mean, when it comes to your personal experience, do you think that over that 7-year period from your run-in with SARS and you saying that you were wrongfully accused to the point now, do you think that this level of rot has worsened, or has it just stayed the same, or has it just been a case of more people are conscious to the negativity that's already been happening, or do you think that it has gotten considerably worse over the past 7 years?
No, I won't. Let me put it this way. The culture of the society is the tendency to say, we leave it to God. We leave it to God.
So that's the SARS guy telling us how Peter Obi administered security in is it a zoo massacre or something? It was just killing them and throwing them in rivers. That's how he tackled insecurity in Anambra State.
No, it's very simple to accuse people and say things that are wrong about people. You can go and see what happened while we were there. It was nothing. All those things they are talking never existed. And you saw the former IG Abubakar, a month after I left, say for 5 years, they didn't have one incident of bank robbery or this. That was there when I came. We are government. We must secure our people. And it requires decisive action. It requires, if we are at war, we declare war. And we know we are at war. But
would you have declared a state of war on banditry if you had come in?
Whatever it takes to secure the country, I'll do it.
Let's talk about your records. And these are the criticisms.
Yes.
They say that when the Panama paper came out, they said you didn't declare some of the money you had offshore. They said when you were governor, you keep saying, oh, democracy and rule of law, but you didn't do local government elections. They also said...
Can I take them one after the other?
Take them one after the other.
Let me take issue of Panama Papers.
Pandora Papers. Pandora Papers, sorry.
No, Pandora.
Yeah, Pandora Papers.
Let me tell you, Rufai, I have a clear, legitimate trust which is allowed in law internationally to be able to plan for inheritance purposes. And it is documented and everything. It was there that company, which you can trace, moved from one company to another, started Asaba in the 90s. And it's in trace, it's not something you can know. In the 90s, Rufai started about 96, 97, I'm not clear, but I can tell you, until I became governor 2006. So it was a clear case of over a decade before I became governor. But that process, so that's even in a particular, in a bank.
All right. So, like I said, Peter Obi never answered question frontally, but that wasn't the question being put to him anyway. And also, his answer is a lie. They're not talking about his foreign investment or whatever, or how he manages his finances. They're talking about the expose in Pandora Papers, and it's not well over a decade. If we have a look at this. If we have a look at this, this is the Pandora Papers right there. It says Peter Obi, his daughter, and a secret business. Mr. Obi has two children, a daughter, Gabriella, and a son, Gregory Jr., whatever. Sometime in 2010, more than 4 years after he became governor, the politician developed an appetite to set up his first discrete company in the British Virgin Islands. So that is what they are talking about. They are not talking about how he was managing his finances internationally. No, they are talking about setting up an offshore account in a notorious money laundering haven mid-term into his 8-year tenure as Anambra governor. That was the question, but his answer bears no correlation between the question and what he has to say.
This bank, and that came out of resources which were earned by a company I was running abroad, Nest International Limited, which is a subsidiary of Nest International Nigeria, my company in Nigeria, which was duly declared. When that came out, it became news. They said, oh, that a place they found money where I owned about $500 million. I was actually investigated.
By the FCC?
By everybody said, oh, they found a place where there's 500. Before I replied, I said, if you go there and see
I never saw any report of any figures, never mind $500 million. So I think it's just making things up, just to make it sound outlandish and ridiculous, the storyline. But like I said, his response bears no correlation with, and I'm surprised that Rufai is not pulling him up, by the way, because when he interviewed him about 4 years ago on this same matter, he said he did not know he had to declare the money because there were other parties involved at it and they were entitled to their privacy. That was what he said about 4 years ago, and he has changed the tonality now. And it's the same person that interviewed him about 3 years ago, still interviewing him now. So I'm not quite sure why he's not pulling him up on that. And I'm not quite sure why he's not bringing up the 250 million naira that the court red-handed in his property in Apapa.
3%. I didn't say 10%. 3% of what you claim or you mentioned, life imprisonment. Rufai, do you think I can tell you, go and look at what I declared when I became governor? I was already a bank chairman, everything. Naira, at the time I became governor, was about 100 naira to $1.
He's talking about what he declared when he became governor, but the exact point is that he did not declare these monies in this money laundering haven, it never declares that. So this guy, man.
To date, the money in the said savings is about, I don't even know whether it's the one that belongs to me is up to $15 million. Do you think it was $15 million I've stolen since then and kept? Is that the amount of money people are stealing in Nigeria today?
But they talk about the investment in the brewery.
No, let me finish. We're talking about Pandora Papers. Let's do it one after the other. So what they did is that people blew something that is out of proportion. Rufai, that I saved, say, 100 million naira is what? But when they saw it, even one organization said they saw about $1 billion. I said, $1 billion. If I have $1 billion, me and you won't be talking.
It's just been ridiculous now. It's obfuscating, it's dancing around, and it's speaking any and everything other than relating to what's been asked of him. When did you set this thing up? You said you've had foreign accounts for over a decade. That wasn't the question. What was alleged in the Pandora Papers was that midway into your 8th tenure, into your 2 terms, you set up an offshore account in the British Virgin Islands using your daughter's name to set up the company and hiding it behind proxies. So that's the question about what he's saying. It bears no correlation.
But if you go there,
how much is that?
1%. No. I told him, I said, go there if you get 1% of. If you see.
So how much is there for transparency purposes?
There's no transparency purposes. I put in every year. If it's 1 naira, I put there. I just told you that when they said it's 500, and I told them go and get 30% there. 3%.
But you know what I'm asking? Because if you want to return, you have to declare your trust
everything is declared. It's plain. Everything.
Okay, for the want of time, let's go through.
The other one, he said brewery. Let me tell you, Rufai, I'm happy you're asking that question because people have talked about breweries and everything. Rufai, if I tell you what I suffered for that brewery to be built in Anambra State, you will not believe it.
Not to do so.
I had to go.
As you are listening to this guy, does he inspire confidence in you? So does he strike you as somebody that can handle the reins of the Nigerian power? Does he sound like somebody that can handle the complexity of the diversity and the economic nuance necessary to administer Nigeria? Does it sound to you like somebody that has an IQ? Does it sound like the sort of brain? Does it even sound like any sort of? It's unbelievable what we're having to endure with this guy.
Out trying to attract business to Anambra State. The biggest revenue earner in Enugu State is Ama Brewery. Ama Brewery in Enugu. The biggest earner out of poverty. I can go on and on. But Nigeria was signatory to it. And it was signed in the year 2000. Rufai, I became governor in the year, started effective governance in 2007 after I came back from impeachment and tenure interpretation. By the time he ended in 2014, Anambra State under me was number 1. In terms of, this is not me who measured it.
No, number 1 in what? Anambra State was number 1 in what?
It was UNDP. I was even invited to United Nations to come and give a speech on what we did. I was number 1. I was number 1 in education. Health had improved and everything. I can go on and on. So when you now have a distorted disaster, say, go and look at World Nigerian Competitive Index. Go and ask people who were involved in fighting poverty. in Nigeria there, Bako, Tobacco, and all. Go ask them. Ask all the donor agencies who is the first to pay his counterpart funding. Ask everybody. The only thing I didn't do well, Rufai, is that I wasn't in media. I wasn't going about paying media people, advertising myself and everything, because I have a little bit of a concern about giving people money, because it was public money. That's all. Otherwise, maybe if I was advertising myself, nobody would be. But to show you what it is, Rufai, come, I live in Anambra today. The only place I have a house in my name, owned by me, is in Anambra State.
All right. So that's a qualified statement right there. So that's a qualified statement right there, and that's a deliberate. That's a, I won't say a clever play on words, though, but I would say a subterfugal sort of play on words. It's a sleight of hand. So the only place where I have a house in my name owned by me is in Anambra State. So if you take that as a factor, it could well be a factual statement. But we know that he owns a property in Lagos at least. Number 7, Aerodrome Road, Apapa, belongs to Peter Obi. Go and verify, as he will often ask you to do. And I'm pretty sure he owns properties in Abuja. We know that he owns a lot of properties in the UK. So we know that he has properties all over Nigeria and all over the world. But the thing is, those properties, they will be in the name of companies owned by him. So he can confidently say that there's only one property in his name, but he cannot say that legal ownership of properties, even hidden behind the proxy of a company name, he has properties all over the country. But then, of course, the guy, Bajue, as Bodeshika said.
And if you go, I'm inviting you, any day in Anambra State, let's walk the streets. And people will tell you, who is this man?
Okay. They also say you didn't do a lot of infrastructure. These are the things people say. They say, what about schools?
You don't need to,
what about Kapa TV? They said after you left Anambra, it's not that you turned Anambra into paradise.
No,
that Oka was still unique, somehow. So there's nothing.
Let me not waste your. Don't waste your time. Rufai. I got certified.
You know, we've always said this on this platform as well, that there is no abiding legacy. There is nothing in Anambra State now that you go there now and say, this is the legacy of Peter Obi's tenure. He told us that he had ₹500 billion, back in those days, by the way, ₹500 billion over the course of his, in excess of ₹500 billion over the course of his 8 years administering that state. And there is no abiding legacy.
From Federal Ministry of Works, as governor, I have the best road connectivity, who opened up all the rural areas. In our study of poverty.
Ministry of Works gave you certification for that?
Ministry of Works, there is federal government. As I said, I was acclaimed as the best. Let me tell you, Rufai, in our study of poverty, we found out that the poorest areas of Anambra State needed our sex. What we do here is that we think that building infrastructures and painting them and doing this is development. It is not.
But the governor just built a big infrastructure in the states. The governor's house and some other quarters, which they say is bequeathed to the states.
Very good. When I came, and it's very good, and I thank him for that. When I came...
But why didn't you build that one? Why didn't you build that one?
When I came, there was no government house at all. There was no governor's lodge. They were all burnt. There was no government house. There was no governor's lodge when I came. Not even House of Assembly. All those things were burnt because my predecessor had issue and some thugs and hooligans came and burnt everything. So I didn't even have anything. Rufai, I said, from my village. From my village, I went to live in Onitsha. And then renovated and rebuilt whatever is being used now. So you could see the foundation. I renovated. It's like anybody coming here and say, oh, this place is a bungalow. You have to live here now to build upstairs. So I couldn't have started building the huge one when I didn't even have any place. So the day I was sworn in as a governor, Rufai, in Anambra State, I did not see anywhere called Governor's Lodge to sleep. I did not see anywhere called Government House. It was after 1 week of coming from my village that I asked the secretary to government to vacate his office. So I started working there. And then went to live in Onitsha and started renovating the house in Waka. So where they are now, that is moved from, was built by me over 10 years ago. So now I built that one, built the government house, and then found out that we needed to invest in critical areas. Rufai, when I came, the schools, secondary schools, primary schools were in a very bad shape. That is not my priority. Should not be to start building where I'm going to live. My priority should be to invest in critical area of development. That's what I told the people I was going to do. And I turned the education around.
Okay, let me put this to you. A lot of people also say that show me your friends and I'll tell you you are. You influence the emergence of your successor that had a lot of problems. Is that a reflection of you?
Which problems do you have?
Oh, with all the...
And by the way, just make sure, if you want me to scroll back, I will. You influenced the emergence of your successor, which will be Obiano. So they talk about godfatherism in Lagos, godfatherism in Lagos. Peter Obi, of course, attempted at godfatherism, but he did not have the functionality to be able to pull it off. So there it is right there. So there it is right there.
You know, the being called by the EFCC and all of that, then what ensued as regards him saying you didn't leave as much money as you claimed behind and all of that, and the breakback that ensued. So is there a reflection of you that you backed such a person? These are some of the things they say against you.
Let me tell you, Rufai, Obiano has never said, and this is what I tell people, I didn't leave money behind. What you see here is that they go and say, oh, group said, that's what I was saying. Oh, this group said, oh, this didn't leave money. This group said, this group, at the time they interviewed me, I said, listen, I didn't hand over to group. I handed over to Obiano. So why are they talking?
But what they keep on saying is the money that you claimed you left behind, it was not as much as what you left. That you also left a lot of liabilities.
Let me finish now.
All right. So you see that the question being asked there is quite specific, but Peter Obi, as ever, he will never take that on frontally. It will take you on some sojourn merry-go-round round the daffodils and the roses and painted. It'll just go on some sort of excursion of verbal gibberish without actually addressing what's being said. So it's quite specific. They said you did not leave the amount you said you left, and you left a lot of debt. That was the question. But it will take you on a merry-go-round to land you in the middle of nowhere.
They keep saying groups. Rufai, the money I left behind was not left in overseas. I left money in 3 banks. Those 3 banks are there. You can go there. After this interview, I have in my little office here a photocopy. I will give you a photocopy of my handover.
All right. So the question is, they are saying you did not leave the amount you said you left behind. That's one. And you left a lot of debt. That's 2. So that's the question being asked. So let's now see if at any point in time he addresses that.
Note, including the balances of that account as at date I left office, issued by the banks. I left in Access Bank, which is still there. 12 billion naira, $50 million. And I'm going to give you a copy.
12 billion naira and $50 million in Access Bank.
I left in Diamond Bank. 12 billion naira, $50 million.
In Diamond?
Diamond. I left in Fidelity Bank. 12 billion naira, $50 million.
$50 million in these three accounts. And 12 billion naira.
And 12.
Is there does that even ring like anything of consistency? How does that even? You left the exact same amount in three different banks. What does that even? How does that even correlate with anything of reason or sense?
6 billion.
What debts did you?
1 minute. They're documented. Rufai, the day I left office, I was not owing one contractor, one supplier who have executed his job. If you see one today, I challenge you. Go and sit. I was not owing any civil servant that was supposed to be paid by the state salary. I was not owing gratuity. I was not owing pension. Additionally, if you want to know, I left salary enough to pay salary for 3 months. It's documented. And I'm going to give you the documents. It's not something that anybody. So I wasn't owing anybody.
So you said you were not owing people that had completed their job, but you were owing those that had not completed their jobs.
If you haven't done your job, can I pay you? How can you pay somebody who haven't completed a job? Even you.
So you had paid, you are not paid those that were not completed, that the job was still ongoing.
Oh, okay. Hold on to what he said. He said he was not owing anybody. He had cleared all of the debt. In fact, he even said he was begging people to come and take their money, so he left no debt. But
the job is ongoing. I won't. Let me give you an example.
So are you telling me?
When I came into
Are you telling me that you left no debts behind in Anambra?
Not one. I was even begging people to.
Are you saying that you left no debt, not one, and I was even begging people to come and collect their money?
Come and take their money. If you had a job in Anambra, you can go and ask anybody.
All right, he owed no salaries and he owed no debts. That's what MC Graduate told us. But what's this?
Did he actually live in the state coffers when he left as governor? And are you willing to publicly publish the bank verified statements to settle the matter once and for all?
Yes. Yes.
Not talking. Yes, my predecessor left 9 billion cash. And
9 million or 9 billion?
9 billion cash and 25.6 billion in script issues. These are sovereign wealth fund and shares in other banks. You know, if you put 9 million to that, you get 35.5 billion. Technically, you know, but he issued checks worth over 15 billion before he left, waiting for me to cross over before those checks started appearing. You know, so you can see it's teaming and leading in accounting. That's what happened. So this is fact. We have published it already. It's already in the social media. It's everywhere. That what he left was 35 billion. Let me even tell you, if I were
not only publishing the figures, publishing the bank statement, would you do?
Our accounts are properly.
So that's a successor right there. So Peter Obi is offering to show Rufai copies of bank statements that will say X amount was left. So he could well be able to present that, but as his successor, Willie Obiano, as he's telling us that it's a sleight of hand, it's an abracadabra something. So he will present that document to say he left X amount, but he signed several post-dated checks that have at least the amount that he was leaving, that he left in the account. So as soon as he handed over our governance to Willie Obiano, all of these creditors came knocking that, look, we have a check and we'd like to cash it. So Babiba Gabe, Sakama J, abracadabra. But he said he also owed no pensioners. So let's go here. This is it right. I could bring you the article, but you can search for it yourself. This is it. This is from, it says, Governor Soludo of Anambra State has cleared 7 years of accumulated gratuity, pensions, etc., etc. This includes arrears from 2018, 2019. Does that fall within Obi's space? I'm not sure, but MC Gbadwe is just criminality all the way through.
Not one. Anybody who tells you Peter Obi was owing him, call the person. I've challenged you for 10 years.
Okay, and we're just trying to challenge out there, still there's another thing. They said you want to be president, but you can't sort out problems in your party. People say they don't trust you. They see you as weak. Because how can you say you want to be president, you can't sort out things? They also say that for you, it's a one-man show. It's all about you. It's not all about the generality of people. It's a tunnel vision, ideology, and all of that. One man
Rufai, this is what you get always, right? This is what you get always in Nigeria. Because we now live in a country of propaganda and lies, and they manufacture it. The problem we have in the Labour Party is problem instigated and sustained by the government of today.
Where's the proof?
I don't need to tell you. When you have a party chairman who calls the state governor a dwarf and dwarf thinking, forget about me. So it's not weak.
So the fact that Abure called Alex Oti a dwarf and a dwarf thinking, that's Tinubu's. It's just, is there a vacuum between these guys' ears? Is the question. Is there any brain function going on there?
Okay, I'm weak, but it's not weak. Is every other person there weak? So let's all be sincere with ourselves. Before they call you names here, you know it. You see it.
Do you see again? It says that the fact that it's not been able to straddle the Labour Party space and take ownership and show leadership is down to the government. Rufai Oseni then asked him, "What is the proof?" He said because Abure called Alex Oti a dwarf. That then tells him that Tinubu is the one orchestrating it.
So it's not weak. Okay, I'm weak. But
they see you as weak. Because how can you say you want to be president, you can't sort out things? They also say that for you, it's a one-man show. It's all about you. It's not all about the generality of people. It's a tunnel vision, ideology, and all of that. One man
Rufai, this is what you get always. Right? This is what you get always in Nigeria. Because we now live in a country of propaganda and lies. And they manufacture it. The problem we have in the Labour Party is problem instigated and sustained by the government of today.
Where's the proof?
I don't need to tell you. When you have a party chairman who calls the state governor a dwarf and dwarf thinking, forget about me. So it's not weak. Okay, I'm weak, but it's not weak. Is every other person there weak? So let's all be sincere with ourselves. Before they call you names here, you know it. You speak the truth and you call you names. And we now live in a country of propaganda and lies and trying to put problems everywhere. They won't even put problems in families. Rufai have managed and built a business locally and internationally, and they're thriving. By the time I left them, I've been chairman of corporations, quoted companies, director, and I've earned my respects. And I've been a governor. There's no place that I've shown weakness. Rufai, I returned school that was taken from churches 40 years that nobody could even dare mention.
But these are the points people. These are the points people like Kenneth Okonkwo. Yes. These are the things they said against you.
It's just Kenneth Okonkwo. Who again?
But it's a valid point of view, it's an echo chamber.
If 12 persons that followed Jesus, one went against him, how about me, who millions followed? and you're counting those who went against me. Listen, people must go against you. People must speak against you. And they own listen. They say, I still remain consistent and not changed. Like I said, Kenneth is my younger brother. He has his reasons for his actions or what he wants to do. Rufai, humility, patience, tolerance is not weakness, it's a virtue. It is not easy for people to remain where I am. And when I was campaigning election, Rufai went to places people dare not go to. I was in Southern Gombe. Was everywhere. People fear to go. Before I drive around this country today, this year alone, I've driven from Abuja.
I'm not sure what he's talking about. Nobody campaigned more than Peter. I think it was every single local government was covered by Omoyele Sowore during that election, and I think equally Tinubu as well. He didn't campaign that much in the north, Peter Obi. He didn't do really that much. He and Atiku for reasons that he couldn't really stand on his feet because he's just too, the pot belly and the age and whatnot. But in terms of campaigning, he never campaigned anywhere near Tinubu or anywhere near Omoyele Sowore.
To Kafancha, to Kaduna, to Kano, to Katsina, to Jigawa, to Jos, to Benue, to Kogi. Where's doing that? So people just stay in their house and talk about this macho they are. Just like they stay, they don't go to anywhere. It's easy to be an armchair critic. For God's sake, I'm on the road.
You know why they keep talking about this weakness? Because as it stands today, you don't even have a platform at which we're going to run elections.
Don't worry.
If Julius Abure says, I will continue with the Wahala,
don't join them.
He will continue with and coalition talks are still going on. That might swing in your favor, that might not swing in your favor. So that's why a lot of people keep saying you're weak. They say, okay, you're so weak that you can't call out some activities of IPOM that is not palatable. But I mean, but these are the things they say.
But that is his biggest Achilles heel now. In all of, if they fry dodo in Ileoluji and that dodo gets burned, Peter Obi will tweet about it. But if they slaughter 1 billion people in Igbo land, it's cricket. Peter Obi will be busy drinking tea. Say, I wasn't aware. But anything else, he cannot criticize his own people. We all know that.
These are the things they say about you. And that's why they say, can you reach out into the north?
Rufai, I criticize every single act that is wrong. Whether it's in, go and follow it. Whether it's in the east, west, south.
They say you're not hard enough on IPOP. That's what they say.
I'm hard on everybody. And remember what I said during the campaign until today. Any agitator I will discuss with. There's nothing wrong in agitation. Whether it's Yoruba movement, whether it's Northern movement, any movement, I'll sit down and discuss with. It is important because you dialogue people. Even in my house, people agitate. Why don't you dialogue with them? I have children who say, oh, I don't want to do this, daddy. And I say, okay, let's give me your time. Let's talk. Why are we fearing talking with people? Let's sit down and talk. And then we have exhausted the reason. And if you don't, so it's a question of, like I told you, we've been rascally in our approach. And we thought that bad behavior and rascality makes you powerful. No, he actually kills the system. Good behavior has become weakness. Good character become weakness. Humility has become, everything that is good in Nigeria is classified as wrong. If I go into a place whipping people, shouting and beating people, I'm a strong person.
So the current vice president was said about another candidate was going that, he's too nice, that he's not nice people that are needed in leadership. And that's the same thing a lot of people are also saying.
It's unfortunate.
About
not
you.
Rufai.
And I also want to know your take on this state of emergency thing, Governor Fubara, and the fact that a lot of people are saying there's been state capture, democracy is waning, and the likes.
Governor in Anambra State had what you can call a peaceful reign. It was quarrel for 4 years. Ngige was quarrel until he left after 3 years. It was under me that things started change because of the same way I've managed things. Started changing, Anambra started becoming something. I even changed it from being home for all to light of the nation. I started doing things in an organized manner. Rufai, I was the first person in old and new Anambra State to be governor twice. So I started organizing things properly. So it is easy to sit there and say, oh, he did this. But the reality of it is, Rufai, come, let's visit the state. I live there. That's where I live. And when I'm there, I'm at home. It's the only place I am. There's nobody who will tell you today, this Peter Obi's house in Abuja, this Peter Obi's house in Lagos, this Peter Obi's house. I live in Anambra State. In Lagos, I live in a rented apartment. In Abuja, most times I stay in the hotel. So, but I have a home in Onitsha, where I go back and I'm always there. So you can come walk the street, no security, and I invite you.
Okay, Mr. Peter, one thing is certain, we'll still keep bringing most of these criticisms and asking you questions about the state of the nation.
Oh no, they're going to be happening.
And we'll keep asking you this question. But thank you so much for your time,
thank you,
Rufai.
Thank you for, but let me assure you, I'm committed to better Nigeria. And I have what it takes. I have the experience of all those who want to be president today. Nobody have my background. I built a business from the scratch. I've operated in the
Atiku Abubakar has not built a business from the scratch. Tinubu has not built a business from the scratch. Kwakwanso has not built a business from the scratch. Showore has not built a business from. Prince Adebayo has not built. Only Peter Obi, the one that walks on water, he's the only one that's built a business from the scratch.
Corporate world, and I've been a governor. I mean, all this, you can go and say, I was a social businessman. I transformed the smallest bank into a 25 billion bank then, and a private bank today. I've been a governor where I told you that the day I left.
We all know how we transformed that bank now with Anambra State sovereign wealth. He even told us how much he left there.
I was not owing anybody, and I've been the one who saved most money. And in all this, Anambra State has not bought me a bottle of pure water since I left office.
Don't you collect pension from this?
No pension, no gratuity, nothing.
Okay, so you don't collect pension.
Yeah, but that's a non sequitur argument to make. It's a non sequitur. It's an utterance with no meaning. He has not collected gratuity or pension, but is he entitled to gratuity or pension? He is. But has he chosen not to take it? Maybe he has. I don't know. But to say they are not denying him it. It's not that it doesn't avail, but he has chosen not to take it for reasons of political expedience. It serves him more to be able to say this than to collect that money. Is essentially what he's saying. So I'm not quite sure what point is called there.
I've not been. They've not given me a bottle of water, pure water, not even grey water. Pure water, the one that is in sachet. I've not seen one.
But they gave you votes during the elections, your presidential bid.
What there's Anambra government. I did Anambra State. people who voted for me and the people, as the Anambra State government, have not bought me a sachet of water. So nobody will say, oh, and you can go to Anambra State. If you see any piece of land allocated by the state belonging to Peter Obi, confiscate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time, ladies and gentlemen. It's been another very enlightening session.
Oh, all right, so there it is right there. A yes daddy interaction between father and son. A soft gloved pata cake bit of nonsense. Apologies that we had to endure the entirety of it, but sometimes we have to. There's nothing that inspires confidence. Is of neither use nor ornament. That is still where Peter Obi stands. Even after this now near 1 hour of interaction with the media space, there is nothing that comes out. There is nothing of inspiration that you can hang on. There is nothing to show that this guy is capacitated. Is of neither use nor ornament. Is not ornate in looks and is not of use in purpose. Of neither use nor ornament. That's just how we have to conclude it. Of neither use or nor ornament. So now let's not get into this. Peter Obi has shallow knowledge of economic governance, of course. I think that came out in that interaction. The presidency on Monday criticized the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi over his recent remarks on the handling of fuel subsidy savings by President Bola Tinubu's administration. Obi had appeared on Arise TV News where he questioned the federal government's management of funds generated from the removal of petroleum subsidy. He called for transparency and accountability regarding the billions reportedly saved. Obi acknowledged that removing the fuel subsidy was a necessary decision and was both included in his campaign manifesto. However, he argued that the Tinubu administration implemented these policies in a haphazard manner. I have consistently maintained that I would have removed the fuel subsidy, Obi said. It is clearly stated in my manifesto, along with the steps I would have taken in an organized way. He continued, there is nothing wrong with removing the subsidy. What is wrong is the manner in which it was done without proper planning. We were told the funds saved will be invested in critical infrastructure. Billions have reportedly been saved, so where is the money? Where has it been invested? Well, look at the Lagos-Calabar Superhighway. In response, the special advisor to the president on policy and communications, Daniel Bwala, took to his official X handle to accuse Obi of lacking depth in economic and governance matters. Is anybody watching at Peter Obi on Arise TV? Bwala posted, he agreed with our policies on subsidy removal and the unification of the foreign exchange. He claimed he would have done it better in an organized manner. He was asked what that organized manner was. He played with words, but eventually agreed with our approach. Anyone with a rational mind can see these people are only interested in grabbing power. They have no viable alternative agenda. And Rufai did invite that present us then an alternative way to administer the Nigerian state. And Peter, it just could not, it couldn't fathom the question, never mind compose an answer. Bwala added, he seems to have a very shallow knowledge of economics and governance. Remember, this interview was even anchored by a member of his obedience movement. That is why you don't hear, I put it to you. No backing like a Rottweiler. Yet, if it's no day, it's no day. So that's Daniel Bwala then putting the vote in. Of course, very easily done when it comes to Obi, of course. So that's Daniel Bwala putting the vote in. I think that's sufficient enough. I'll send the link. If anybody wants a conversation, hop on. If nobody wants a conversation, then we just leave it at the reaction to Obi's silly outputs in the media space. So I'll send the link, and then see if anybody turns up after the care guide. So there is the link right there. We're reacting, responding to Peter Obi's outing in the media space. So we're reacting to Peter Obi's outing in the media space where he was eating the dogs and the cats.
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ilé ṣọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Rufai kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru. We're around the super chats, by the way. We're not seeing any super chats. Let's see some super chats. So Ikuko Niru Agbeche may just have nothing to do with us. So joining us to put to the sword the Gwadwe merchant from Oka, we have the excellence that is Baba, and to give Peter Obi a quick, swift kick in the face, Ekene here for that job. To talk just incoherent gibberish, we have Patrick Uche right there. No, the guy, I'm still doing my, what's all this? Don't unmute unless I invite you, please. Don't do that. I did tell you about him. To bar humbug the whole session, there's a rational mind right there, the excellent man himself, and the man with the data, Patoski. So there it is. That's the assembled so far. Still more room. Anybody that wants to hop on. We keep it up.
One more.
Guy, please, don't unmute yourself until I invite you to. Please. You are not.
I'm first person here now.
Get out. I beg your pardon, but you have to contain yourself, my guy. You do this too often. Don't unmute yourself until I invite you to. Please. Don't unmute yourself until I invite you to. We'll do 5-minute monologues just to whip round fairly quickly, and then we open up the space. We start it off, kick it off with Baba.
Yeah, thank you, one man.
One more.
Get out. Just get out, my guy. Enough of that.
Why do you keep on bringing him back if you think he's disturbing you? I hope your week is starting well, though.
Yes, thank
great.
You,
and salutation to my co-panelists and people of the comment area. I salute you. All favorites seems to be there today. Yoga, AB, and all the rest. Sorry if I didn't mention your name. You're important. Ike and all the rest. And our esteemed viewers, I hope you've clicked the like button, most importantly. And don't forget to share while at it and subscribe if you haven't done so. For the eavesdropper, please repent. Repent. It's very important. And let me start by saying that it's a big relief that the Lagos problem was solved yesterday. In one fell swoop, all the problems is gone because
I was agitated actually because of the local government election coming, because the whole 57 local government area has to be cleaned up, cleared for the owners of the land without any blemish. All the chairmen of the 57 states, local government in Lagos State, will be run by the owners of the land. I'm glad that was resolved yesterday. Very, very glad. And also, Reno Mokri has called up some TV station to come with him tomorrow to the coastal highway so that they can take their measurement. I hope Arise will take up that challenge, because now we are in an era where there will be countermeasures for propaganda, for lies. It's bare knuckle politics now. If you say it's not true, they will bring papers and disprove it. So I like it that people are individually taking the challenge. It's not what we call on Lagos Street, mouth. They will go tomorrow and measure everything with cameras and some of those YouTubers who are covering infrastructure. As for this Obi interview, I had the misfortune, let me put it that way, the misfortune of spending my time to listen to nonsense, absolute nonsense. My question for my Igbo brothers is, were Biafra to be achieved tomorrow morning, will this be the president of Biafra? I leave that questions to you.
Stop that.
One man, can you take this dog out of this place, please?
Now.
Or I quit. Get this dog out. So, as I was saying, I think there are some of us in Nigeria, or there are people who have gumption, who went to school, who are discerning that you buy things and put in your children's name or give it to a proxy to look after for you. If investigated, doesn't exonerate you from anything. You remember that, I don't want to mention the name of the building in Ikoyi, where the National Security Agency $37 million was discovered. You remember that building?
Yes,
that's high-rise in Ikoyi.
Yes.
The apartment on top of it is owned by Obi. It may not be in his name, maybe in the daughter's name.
No, that's the sleight of hand he's using. I say, if you say anything in my own name, that is owned by me, who doesn't know that? Are we illiterate? What's this guy talking about?
I mean, he owns that building. And if you remember during that period, even when they were asking about the building, and that building then was sold, that apartment was sold for, I think, $2.2 million. Each of the apartments in that sky rise. He even took that period that, oh, I don't have 2 wristwatches. And if you remember well, people came out with different photographs of his then to show different wristwatches he was wearing. Ditto for the shoes and stuff like that. And when you come out to talk about the offshore accounting and things like that, I mean, I don't know. But I think the interview was just something contrived, because when Rufai came back to the studio, he was given pat on the back by Dr. what's his name, Abati. I think he was paying him back for the good job he perceived he did for him last Friday, forgetting that they contradicted themselves in the sense that Rufai said he called in sick, but he said I was at a book launch as an MC or something like that. So they contradicted themselves there. So he gave him a pass mark and it was okay today. Fine. But then I'm just glad we dodged the bullet. He's a trader. He should stick to what he knows. If he thinks production is a problem of Nigeria, with his kind of hundreds of millions of dollars, he should be manufacturing something. He should be manufacturing something. That is not manufacturing something and sticking to just trading, buying and selling. It doesn't inspire anybody.
I wonder why he wasn't interrogated on that, Baba. He keeps talking about production, but he has no production outlet within the Nigerian space. He tells us about how vastly wealthy he is, but his capital flight, a lot of his money, taking it to Germany to buy big beans and whatnot. So, well, I mean, what's the example of what he preaches in his own personal life?
Well, I think it's just the kind of politics we play in this country. Everybody sticks, it's become really tribal and it's getting very worse of it. And I don't personally, I don't want any of that. I can stomach it. And I believe if it gets to head, let everybody just go take their own spaces. These are part of what I mean. I had the privilege to discuss with some people a week and a half ago, and it's so ridiculous. Things we discuss and people are even talking about. They don't even know what the implication of everybody going their ways. Because some people still think, oh, there is what they call dual citizenship. They can eat their cake and have it at the same time. That's not going to happen. But it's getting to a head. You can't call dog monkey for me. I know monkey when I say a monkey. I know a dog when I say a dog. Just woman, give it to another person, I beg. I don't have time for this kind of rubbish.
All right, brilliant, Baba. I share your frustration with that space. It's just unbelievable. Even the just petty lies. You know, his successor told us that he left heavy debt. He told us that he cleared something. He's presenting some bank statements. When the guy said he post-dated checks that sliced half what was saved, but that's just
did he publish what he said he was going to publish? Did he ever do it? When she was asking,
it was published, but
where is it?
Well, I can go and dig it out if you want me to go and dig it out.
I've never seen it.
Oh, all right, I'll go and dig it out in a moment. But apologies to everyone. Let me exercise a little bit of fear and go to Des, only because we've not heard from him for a long time, and I think he may have some news on a personal level for us. Des, how are you? Des, on mute. Des, Trigger 22. Look at this guy.
I mean, the wife don't born Des.
The wife don't born now. That's what I'm
saying. That's great.
It will be busy chasing nappies. Okay, I think it may not be ready for us. Okay, let's go on to a Kennedy just to counter with the narrative. 5 minutes.
Please, can I do before a Kennedy? Sorry, one man.
No, I have a little low battery, so I want to do so that
you can go.
I was hoping to hand over to you at some point, so Patrick, I hope we can do Professor Law.
No, I just want to, because there is something I wanted to correct. You allow me correct it. Can you please? Let me correct it.
Correct it, and then can I take the floor?
You see, if you listen to Obiano, you probably listen to what Obiano did not say, because most of us, we have a wrong mindset. what Obiano just told us from that response to Sheung was that Obi left 21 billion naira. That's what he said. He said Obi left 9 billion in cash, left about 26
25
billion
in instruments.
in script issues like shares and the rest. He said totaling about 35 billion.
36. Yeah.
He said, and Obi gave a check of 15 billion. If you take 15 billion from 35 billion,
remaining 20.
How many governors in Nigeria left 20 billion for their successor? Let's even go by Obiano's figure now. How many governors in Nigeria, including your state, one man or your state, Aregbesola couldn't even pay salary when he was living?
Yeah, but that's not the point now. The
point was that
the point is that he told a lie.
Let me land.
You
are saying there will be the impression people are giving that Obi didn't leave anything. From what Obiano said, Obi left 20 billion. If I am Obiano, somebody gave me 9 billion in cash, 20 billion in shares, and 16 billion, 15 billion in checks to pay contractors. I would just sell part of those shares now, add it to 9 billion, pay contractors off. I still have about 21 billion. So what are we saying here?
Pato, I think Ekene has a right of space. If not, I will have taken you on what you just said. Because if you use that 21 billion and he left the account zero, and there is a housing estate that he built for 21 billion, it will still be there because that 21 billion can be eaten up by the person who takes over from him. Just like Jonathan messed up Obasanjo's leftover. If you had used it to build houses for poor people or civil servants.
Baba, we had that conversation about 3 years ago, thereabouts, that it's a negative actually for him to say that he left all these monies in a country, in a state that is heavily hemorrhaged infrastructurally, zero infrastructure there. If it's not leaving debt, then that's a negative. He should have left the debt for his successor, which is to tell you then
so I think you have left the debt.
Yes. You should have left the debt now.
The argument was that he didn't leave any money. He was basically that he left. Now that we are proving that he left money, you are not saying he should have left the debt.
No, that was maybe
the impression you created was that he left money and he gave possessed checks, even a lady. So what he didn't really leave money, he left a debt. Now I've proven to you that he left 21 billion. You are not saying he would have left a debt.
No,
from this
never
analysis, let me tell you, from your analysis of this interview, you just came to demonize this man. I'm not supporting him. You just demonize the guy. He says he's not speaking like presidential. Which presidents in Nigeria speak more intelligent than this? What did they do? Are they speaking like Bakari or Martin Luther? Are they all the Nigerian presidents? Were they speaking like Martin Luther King Jr.?
Obi speaks. Are you saying
all of them speak like that? Even Tinubu's own expression is
to launch question
yeah, but we know that Tinubu is an
all right, let's can I just but I never said he didn't leave. What I said was he told a lie that he said he wasn't owing people, he was owing according to his successor. He said he left X amount, but then he posted it. That was the point I was making. I don't think I was suggesting that he never left any money, and I don't think that many of them did not leave any money. But Ekene, 5-7 minutes monologue, and then we go from you to Patoski, who I think is quite keen to come in. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Patoski, a little bit, but I'm very, very disappointed in Baba this night because I think even if you hate the man, at least you would have given analysis of his interview, not just making it as if you never understood anything in what he's saying. And as an elder in this platform, you should lay good examples so that we should be following your examples. But that's quite unfortunate because of politics. But coming on
I don't understand you. What kind of example should I lay?
Maybe the analysis are just somehow hatred or whatever. You didn't. You wasted your time listening to him. You would have off your data. You wouldn't have listened to him in the first place. So coming and without saying anything or just say the man is a dog, the man is this, the man is this, all
I
that.
didn't call Obi dog. Did I call Obi dog?
No, but that's by the way. That's by the way, Baba.
No, did I
That's
call
by the way.
Obi dog?
The way you put it, that you wasted your time listening to him. You do this. Yeah.
Yes, I
See,
said I have. That's my opinion. That's how I felt. I'm entitled to
okay,
it.
maybe that's
Don't
how you
I?
feel, but that's how you feel. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Maybe when we say our own.
Thank you.
So, but the point I'm trying to make is this. Obiano, you guys are listening to him, but he was the same guy that the first day he landed, he dropped as the governor of Anambra State. EFCC came for him. He ran. He ran away from the state. And these are the guy. This is the one you are using to compare Obi today. Obi handed them all the paper, called EFCC at the ground of handing over to the state governor, to the elected governor, which is Obiano then. EFCC was there, police, every investigative journalist and everybody was there. And he handed all the documents to him. At the end of the day, in his own transition, what did he do? He ran away because EFCC was after him because of all the money of Anambra State he stole. It was under him that pension began to rise again. That was what Soludo is saying. He couldn't even pay pension at a point upon all the money left for him. Soludo came back and said he started paying it where Obiano left it, with all the money being left for him. Obi left money for workers to be paid 3 months ahead. What did he do? And when you come here, he said, Obi, don't do this. One man, I'm a little bit disappointed at you. Because at the point of that interview, there was a place he was talking about that brewery in Anambra State. The job he created with it, that investment, you cut it off. I watched you. You cut it off and fast forwarded it. But because I've watched the interview, I knew what you did there. Because you don't want to see his achievement. You don't want to see the investment he brought in Anambra State. You cut it off and fast forwarded it. You will have listened to him entirely and see the investment of that brewery. That is the highest generating revenue in Anambra State today. What does other governors do? What investment does that bring? That brewery in Anambra State today is the highest generating revenue in that state. So Obiano came. What investment did he do? Soludo now, what has he invested that will be generating money in that state? And he was trying to mention to you the number of workers, the number of people that the brewery is feeding today in Anambra State, the amount of job being created by it, and the money that is generating every time. Then you cut it off because you don't want to hear anything good about Obi, and you fast forward it. But that's not how to do politics. Even if you hate him, you would have let all the truth go, so that people that can pick something from it will pick something from it. Don't just cover it and say the man is dull. The man doesn't know this. The man doesn't know this. You understand? But it's not for other people to love him. It's for we Anambrarians to love him. Because, like I said here, people say he's dull, he doesn't know what he's doing, or he's not a Gagaban. But the first governor to govern 8 years, both in Northern Anambra State, do you hear him? I made that argument there a few days ago. The first governor, you think it's easy in Anambra State then? The first governor to govern 8 years, both in Old and New Anambra. He brought civility in the state. He was under his tenure before he left office. He created zoning.
But by killing them and throwing them in rivers, is that how he did it?
Now you sabi that one. Now you sabi that one. Maybe now you follow go kill. You understand? But I'm telling you the kind of civility he brought to the state that today, even though Obiano was able to complete 8 years, and Soludo is about to go another term. If not for him, no governor has ever governed Anambra State for more than 4 years. Check the history. But when he came, he started rebuilding the state, putting in measures so that there will be stability and no political turmoil in our state. The Anambra State was the only state in Nigeria that a governor has been kidnapped. Only state in Nigeria that the governor has been kidnapped.
What about the 7 billion that he asked Obiano for and he refused him? That started their fight.
Now you did there when he asked him. Obiano would have bring him proof. So when you people talk about Obiano, I don't even know.
And the 127 billion debt that he left Obiano, what about that?
Go and check Anambra State record. Know whether Anambra State has ever owed 127 billion. Go and check the record of Anambra State. If Anambra State has ever owed 127 billion, this Kai man that came and they steal everything in the state and even started owing pensions that his predecessor paid off, he couldn't even properly hand over. Nobody listened to him in my state. When it comes to Anambra State, he cannot stand where Obi is standing. Because we know the one that really work for us. They still they learn, both Soludo and him. But Soludo is more better than him. So, at least that civility he brought in my state shows you that he knows how to build, how to plan, and how to make a nation to be at peace. Last time I was listening to his interview, to his interaction with the other guy, he even made it clear that after 2027, he don't think he have another chance to contest again, because that would be interrupting the time of the North. So after 2027, he has already understood that he will not contest in 2031, because that is the turn of the North. So he understands civility. He understands protocols.
It's not
because
that I understand now. He has no window. The window is not there now. He can contest now, but he
doesn't. He can contest, but he knew that he cannot try it. Just like Atiku Abubakar, that will come out during the time of the South to contest to be a president, whether South or not. He will always be there. And you want to compare him. So, but because he created the zoning in Anambra State, if I told you, if not for B zoning, nobody, Obiano, where he came from, they can never produce governor in the entire lifetime of Anambra State. Anambra North, where Anambra North there for Anambra? Anambra North can never produce a governor in the entire lifetime of Anambra State. But Obi gave that privilege. Make a zoning system, and that was his problem with Soludo today. I used to say it. Soludo wanted to contest, and the Soludo wanted him to support him because they come from the same place. He told Soludo, no, wait, let's do things in order so that other people will feel included, so that we can know if we can solve this problem of political turmoil in our state. That was why he supported Obiano from Anambra North. Go and check. Anambra North was the most benefited side in Anambra State during Obi government. They never had any road because they are the farmers of the state. They have the food basket of Anambra State. He made sure that he built all their internal roads. The one he stopped that linked to Ibariam, Obiano never touched that road until after. He never touched it. Despite that he came from Anambra North. The one that was graded was not able to be tied before Peter Obi left. Obiano could not complete it. Even though he came from that Anambra North.
What about how he dodged the Pandora Papers question? Why did he dodge that question?
He didn't dodge it. He has just given you an explanation of what transpired, because you are not better than the EFCC that investigated it. Because he told them if you saw 3% of what you are claiming, then take him to life imprisonment. The man is very sure of himself. Then you think that EFCC, if they have saw 3% of what they claimed, they wouldn't have hang him. Everything he's telling you, he say, I have the
But
document,
that
the
that that
photocopy.
that wasn't where the question was, though. The question was that he set up an account in a money laundering haven, which everybody universally knows that the British Virgin Islands is a money laundering haven for corrupt politicians. Even the hierarchy in Kenya, everybody's listed there, all the corrupt politicians. So he set it up there, and he set it up in his second term as an Anambra governor. So that was where the question was. But he went to hide away in some
Maybe there is no need of it. It just like what he said. It just like what he said. Bench warmers, propagandas. You cannot just be sitting in one place and be claiming. If you feel you are a journalist and you want to understand all these things, I've told you to invite him. Ask him yourself. After all, you own a platform. Don't be a sit-down journalist.
Obi will never come to where he will be interrogated.
No,
he goes to halls and
there is nobody. As far as you hate, as far as you hate Rufai, nobody, no journalist has ever interrogated this man than Rufai. Rufai was the only person that was able to ask him even these questions you cannot even ask. You want to ask. Rufai has asked it several times than any other journalist. Shewa Kimbale has hosted him. I don't see Shewa Kimbale asking him such a question. It's only Rufai. So, don't claim.
The question he was asking him was even a question that all these Agbados they always talk. And that money here, and then this and that. That was what he was throwing to him. So
It
wasn't his question.
It was a pata cake something.
It wasn't a question originating from him. Yeah. It was a question originating from the Agbado space that he was asking. Yeah, I don't know if you take note of that.
Which question was
no, that is why they are even happy. Because
give it to him. Give it to that guy.
Yeah.
He was asking a question that the Agbado people they will always be throwing.
Yeah, so that they will feel very happy. They will feel very happy.
Did he sweat him? Did he interrogate him?
What
is interrogation in your own definition?
We've seen Rufai sweat guests endlessly. Did he sweat his daddy in that interview?
I wish I would just say, I will see one day, I will see Tinubu sit down with Rufai answering questions like this. I wish I will see him. But I know that will never happen. Because these days, people rate Reno Mokore. People that we think.
No.
It's not
sorry. Obi sitting with Rufai Oseni is tantamount to Tinubu sitting with Babajide Otitoju. It's the same thing now. It's like daddy's son family matter.
Okay, but these days, people rate Reno Mokri. Reno Mokri is now a national treasure to some people because
to me,
he
is a factual person up to 80%. So don't just hide under anything. I mentioned a Mokri. Mokri is 80% factual.
His lie has been exposed. His lie has been exposed.
So he asked everybody, come along tomorrow with your camera.
Not only for your mouth, I hear that news that he wants to go to the coastal highway.
Yes, of course, he was on television this evening.
Okay, but the point is this. The contractor that said that they do 20% from this side, almost 20% from this side, and do almost 10% from the other side. So you mean that the Reno just drove maybe 20% from this side, and maybe carry his vehicle on top of his head and go and drive another 10% from the other side. Sometimes I don't know how you guys.
No. Hold on. Just hold on, Ekene. I can go and get you Reno's clip, so don't make me do that because you are going to make me work.
Go on, bring it.
No, what Reno said was that 20 kilometers was completed from X to X, and then 10 kilometers in excess of 10 kilometers completed from another phase. That was what he said now, and that is what the contractor said
We did not see. We were not more correct. Said in his clip that he drive the whole 30 meters, 30 kilometers.
He never. Oh, go and bring it.
Yes, he even drove with Wolo Soyinka that made that guy, that investigative journalist.
No, he's not an investigative journalist. He's Shegun Law. We all know Shegun. I know Shegun personally. Okay. It's one of Shore's boys, by the way. That guy is one of Shore's boys. So you have to have that inflection on that. But anyway.
So the point is that Baba, maybe you can bring your vehicle so that you and the Renault, you drive 20 here. You will carry your vehicle.
If you want to go tomorrow, I will tell you where to go. They will pick you with a car, with air conditioner, with good music, and transverse
the only thing I know is that the propaganda of this government,
and they will pick you with a good car, with air conditioner, good music, and even watch movie and take you.
Even at that Baba,
don't just stay on this platform and be spewing propaganda all the time. Somebody is being factual and challenge people to come along for a ride, and I will take you through the road. And you're questioning
even at that Baba, you are even happy that you are commissioning 30 kilometers of.
That's another argument. Don't shoot all this thing down. This is a thing we are talking about now.
Are you going to complete that project? Are you going to complete that project?
There is what they call symbolism when it comes to affairs of
symbolism. Let me
do the foundation. I can call people to come and pour libation. I can call people to come and share rice with me just for the foundation level.
You want to construct a 750 kilometers of road. You have not even done 3% of that project. You went and commissioned it. Does it happen in that country where you stay? It's only in Nigeria because you support a politician. That is why.
I can have 3 more minutes.
Okay, it's only in Nigeria because you support a politician. That
it's not about support, it's about reality. It's about reality.
3%,
and what you see is what you get. Don't see anything and say you don't see anything.
Even that 3% is
myopic or you have cataract.
Let me finish. Even that 3% is even questionable. And you want us to be clapping for you.
Nobody says you should clap, but come and see what your money is doing. That's an example of it. Come and see what your money is doing.
Nothing. They do anything. You pay 3.5 billion and went and borrow.
Okay, come and see. If you doubt it, you follow. Go tomorrow. If you don't take my offer,
you paid 3.5 and went and borrowed 21 billion. Wayo government.
I'm not in this kind of discussion.
Even the total highway.
I don't cash
highway. You're just spending money anyhow. Budget a road that was not captured in any budget. No, just nonsensical. God, I send you a video, one man. Go and check all the money borrowed under this government. I send you a video. You will not play such video. Go and bring it by Alain Dume. He listed it. All the money borrowed in this government that is not captured in anywhere in any of our development. You will not play it. If you go and check your WhatsApp now, I send you the video there. Go and bring that's Alain Dume, where he was listing those money. If you listen, he will ask you, where is the money? This one, how many $1 million? Where is the money? This one, where is the money? Alain Dume listed it. And he's a member of APC. But when you come here, you defend indefensible. Where's the electricity he promised us? What has he done? You throw more people into poverty. There was one thing I was expecting Obi to say, but he's not saying it. Maybe if I'd be able to, because this issue of doubling governors' money, they vex me any day where I hear them. But I was expecting Obi to tackle that issue very well, but he didn't. That whenever you come here and say you double governors' money, that thing they vex me, or you increase minimum wage, it still they vex me for body. Because you just deceive Nigerians anyhow.
Minimum when they no pay at all, when they don't pay shigban.
Even if they pay, sir, even if they pay, is that an increment? Money without value. Increment that doesn't add any value. If a governor is
bring it up
if
again.
a
I
governor
want to hear from Des before it drops again. Yeah.
okay, if a governor is earning 100 billion before and you are giving him 200 billion now, you are clapping that you increase the governor's money without considering the kind of inflation we inflicted in this country. That even just consider the price of building materials today in the market and know whether you have done well by saying you have increased governor's money and you want to use it as a campaign. So it is just for the gullibles. So you cannot come here and use Reno Mokari to do campaign for me. That one has been exposed for a very long time. So if that is your benchmark,
I know you people don't like to hear not to talk of Reno, but it will be there counting you inch by inch every day, and it will be winning
in our national politics. Look at the one day we are there on the other side. You don't like them,
philosophically,
now because they have come to
he will be winning every day.
You now begin to like them.
I've always liked Omokri.
Because
he's well educated and he knows what he's saying, and nobody has been able to dispute the facts he has put forward, other than lambasting him every day and threatening his life and that of his child and the wife.
So, well, anyway, that is for you and not for me. You can believe Reno Mokere when Daniel Bala was in PDP or supporting Atiku Abubakar, he never be your man. The same thing with Reno Mokere. When they were selling the country, Kobo 1 naira.
You don't know me. I don't have time for Wala. I'm talking about Reno Mokere. Stick to the topic. Don't just make everything a target.
They are your man.
Engage.
One voice, guys. One voice. Yeah.
Engage.
Who is Reno Mokere? Who is somebody that is instigating national disunity everywhere, using Igbo against Yoruba in his tweets. That is the kind of man you want to believe.
That means like that. So he's calling you out for it. He's calling you out for it. When you start it and he calls you out with historical facts and political facts, demographic facts, you get angry and start threatening his life for nothing.
Hold
on. Just hold on. It's getting a bit too heavy. One voice. Land it, Ekene. Let me play you this, Ekene.
Fellow Nigerians, I literally just got out of the plane. I came to Nigeria for only one purpose, to establish the truth. While I was out of the country, a lot of people spread a lot of falsehoods about the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, saying that it wasn't 30 kilometers, the administration had lied, and it's denting our image as a country. It makes us look as if we're not serious people. Now, before I even decided to do this video, I had contacted this young man by my side, Bolahan Aziz, and he verified that the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, I'm going to even give you a surprise, it's actually more than 30 kilometers. But I just wanted us to just stop at 30 kilometers, and we're going to prove it to you. I've had a chat with Arise Television and with Vanguard as well as other journalists, and tomorrow they're going to be going with me and Bolahan to the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. We're going to be driving. Now, the highway itself, it's not a continuous stretch of 30 kilometers. And I said that before, the minister has said that before, and several people, including from the presidency, has said that before. We've got a continuous stretch from Ahmadu Bello Way up until the Okun-Aja axis of about approximately 20 kilometers, not quite 20 kilometers, I think it's about 19.5 kilometers. And afterwards, from the Eleko end, you've got over 10 kilometers. You know, I think it's probably about 16 kilometers by now or more, but we're only going to give you just about 11 kilometers. Now, the thing is, the reason why I'm doing this video, I'm inviting members of the public, obedience, Baptist, PDP supporters, and just people who have no political party affiliation. If you want to join me, I'm going to put you in a very comfortable vehicle. All you have to do, because we have to know how many people are coming, send an email to Lagos Calabar Highway at renoomokri.org with your details. We are leaving tomorrow, and if you want to come, just send an email to that address. Now, Bolahan is going to be going from the Eleko end, and he's going to be going with a drone. Now, this special drone actually calculates distance as it travels, and you can actually see it. So I will be starting from Ahmadu Bello Way, driving all the way to Okun Aja, and Bolahon here, he's going to be going from the Eleko end with a drone, and he's going to capture 11 kilometers. Now, Bolahon, please, can you tell them your YouTube address and your X handle so that they can actually follow you?
My YouTube is I am Bolahon. Same with my X, you can follow at I am Bolahon. And this project is what I've been documenting right from inception. From the beginning of the project, I've been documenting every step. So I know much about what is actually happening. Where the mistakes is coming from is towards the Eleko axis. From the Eleko, we have 5 kilometers, which is for the section 1, and we have more than 5 kilometers at section 2. So which makes it more than 10 kilometers at that end.
So here's the thing. Bolahon, some of you might want to research this, is a critic of the Bola Tinubu administration. I did not want to use anybody that was connected to this administration. He's a critic, and you can research it. You know. So here's the thing. I will be live streaming tomorrow. So if you are interested in joining me and the team from Arise, as well as other print journalists, send an email to Lagos Calabar Highway at renomokri.org. This is Renan Mokri. Thank you for watching, and may God bless you.
Somebody
no, that's that Patrick guy again. I'm trying to establish his name here, his voice here, but I'm not quite sure if he's understands what a civil conversation is about. But so that's Renan Mokri. Ekene, he's going to do a live stream driving that road tomorrow. So we will try and stream it alongside him. So after having driven that road, then you guys can still continue with your. You remember you told us that they were never going to build any road. The way you told us that they didn't pay any IMF debt or they are not doing any NEL fund or whatever. But carry on.
Okay.
Bring it home though.
Okay.
So can from there.
Okay. One minute, just to bring it home. Ingo explain tire. Ingo explain tire. People go drag them. Ingo explain tire. And the people here that are supporting go full and they explain. Every day I go explain. Not be before. Where Nigeria never wise. Anything what you do now, you go explain tire. You understand? You go speak all the English whether your mouth. You must explain. It's not like before. People are not dumb anymore.
He's explaining now. Go follow him tomorrow. Spend some time. Gather facts, gather knowledge. Follow him. Go there. See for yourself.
And people that say that somebody said that Laurent Mokore don't pray for daily bread. He lie for daily bread. That's a description of him. He never prayed for. He never woke up one day and say, God, give me my daily bread. All he needs to do is just to go and lie for his daily bread. So, and I don't blame him for that. You understand? And the people that are in his own categories, they can follow him. I'm not a René Mokre guy. I can never be him. I can never even follow him. I don't even follow. I don't read his tweets because the guy disgusts me. So that is it. So, but if you find pleasure in René Mokre, that's for you. You are the same.
Are you contesting the truth that's before?
So,
I wanted him to round up Arrow. So
why am so in conclusion, one man, a state that is debt free, run by a former governor, than a state that borrows more than its revenue. Which one will you like? I would choose a state that is more debt free than a state that borrows more than its revenue. Thank you, one man.
But you are living in a...
all right, thank you. So thank you, Ekene. I was going to come to you, Patoski, but with your permission, Patoski, let me go to Des, who has not been here for a while. It doesn't take too long, so he'll probably just say a few words. So Des, if you're ready on mute.
Hey, one man, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Papa. And by the way, Des is a very clever man, so you may enjoy this. Des. How about now?
We thank God now. We are struggling with the sleep deprived and everything.
Don't worry.
Let me greet you specially. How far?
Okay, my brother.
You may want to congratulate him, Ekene.
Yeah, there's a very long time. Oh. You know, we need you back. Your campaign is about to start.
No, I think Des may be busy. Des, do you want to tell people what's going on?
Yeah, why not? There's no problem. Like, it's a good news. My fiance just had a baby girl like two weeks ago, I think.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago. So I've been busy being a dad, you know.
Big guy. A big daddy.
Hold on. Have you learned the burping technique? Yes. You have to put on your shoulder, and then you have to pat on the back, and then you have to burp.
I know, but I know how to burp a child. I used to own a daycare back in Nigeria, so I know that.
All right. Look at
But,
that.
Anyway, let's get back to business, man. Thank you for letting me come and talk to you guys, and it's been a while actually. Evening to everybody. Baba, it's been a while. Ekene, you know, you said it all. On that day, Ekene have actually said everything that I wanted to say. This man that you played this video, Reno Mockery, it's kind of a joke. Why someone would come out here and I don't know why we're celebrating this project. This is, if I'm guessing, it's like 18-mile road, I think, 18 miles. If I'm using the United States measurement, 18 miles is not that much, one man. I don't know why we're celebrating this. It's just sad, you know. And I think I heard the amount they used to, you know, they used in actually creating that minuscule mile. It's a lot, and I don't know why we come here and we're trying to celebrate something that is really really sad, in my opinion. And we should do better as a state, as a country. We should do better. And once we see something that is not adding up, we have to say it as it is. It doesn't matter if we are Abadorians or if we are, you know, on the opposite side. We should always try to say things as it should be. Also, Peter Obi, always my president. He said what he's always been saying. Yeah, that man would never change. Sometimes I get tired of even listening to him because he's always consistent, which is actually what we need. Someone that is very consistent. You know, someone that if he tells you this yesterday is the same thing tomorrow. You know, it's not Reno that will tell you that P2B is the alpha and omega, and tomorrow he finds a way to tell you that this man is nothing to write home about. You know, just that will tell you that this person is not straightforward. So we need the kind of person that will tell you A is A, tomorrow A is still A. You know, nobody will tell you the achievement of P2B more than the Anambra people. I've always said this, and I will always say it. You know, you guys don't know how much that man did for Anambra people until you talk to an Anambrarian, a passionate one at that. Like Ekene, my brother, he said everything that I needed to say. I can't say more. If you're smart, are you intelligent, and you actually wish good for this country, you listen to Ekene. I'm not saying P2B is a saint. By no chance is not a saint. I mean, there's some stuff he's done that is shady. We're all human beings. But I will tell you that he is one of the best people I've seen as a politician in Nigeria. You know, so we don't have to come here and see that because of our political lineages, we're talking about, hey, this man is there, this man is a Pandora box that we don't even know nothing about. I don't know nothing about Pandora box. I don't even care. All I know is that this man did a great job in Anambra State, and he would do the best job as a Nigerian president. One man. That's me for you. I'm out.
So that's just right there, short and to the point as always. So good to have you there. Stay with us just for as long as you can.
Let me ask you something, please.
Yeah.
Are you not surprised how this Reno shifted from Atiku to Tinubu? I'm even surprised how he is now still the way he did it. I'm even surprised.
No,
A man
no,
like
you cannot be surprised for. I told you, some people are not straightforward. As long as you see someone that tells you that, hey, Peter Obi is the best person, and the next day he's basically rubbishing the man, of course. I mean, the next day he's rubbishing Atiku or whoever. I'm telling you, in the next 1 year, Tinubu is gonna be his main opposition. It's just the way this kind of people feed and eat. So you can't really be surprised about
have
that kind
you
of stuff.
have you seen his video where he was praising Obi as the best governor of Nigeria has ever
Yeah,
produced? Have you
yeah.
watched it?
We've seen it. We've seen it.
Yeah, you confirm your
All right. Don't hinge too much on that video when he was praising Obi. He was just doing that as a favor. Not it wasn't anything heartfelt. We can go and bring it out again. It was just being nice to him. That was all. Patoski, you're up next. We're reacting to the Obi outing on Arise TV. We're also speaking to Sanwo-Olu making peace with Tinubu, or anything else that may interest you. Patoski, floor is yours.
Thank you, woman. I will first of all address the Reno thing. You see, I praised the fact that Tinubu started our coastal highway, and from the information I gathered from the minister when he was interviewed, and from other people that went that way, I think the road is actually 30 kilometers. So that's a very straightforward thing. We should not try to cover the truth. You see, to some people they will say, "Oh, why is Patrick speaking like this?" I'm not. The election is over. I supported Tinubu to the election. Now he's president. I'm not going to govern with him. I'm not in a position to start taking him, holding his feet to the fire. And I will not allow tribal sentiment or affiliation to cover me. It's not even my tribal man, so anyway. But what I'm saying is that let's be truthful and be factual. With that road, he has done well. Reno, can I
It's
really
not your
just...
tribe, man. What is it then? What are you then? It's not
I'm from Edo State.
And so from a banner,
it's not my tribe. When you say tribal, so it's not my tribal person. So there's no tribal sentiment. He has done the 30 kilometers. He has done well. Hopefully, they should be able to finish, because one of the things he has done by commissioning that place is that now that thing is public, so he wouldn't want to disappoint.
But
let
me ask you something.
Let me make I run smooth first.
No,
so that
it's just a question. It's still the coastal.
Let me finish now. Hold on. The next thing I wanted to bring up about Reno is this. With respect to Reno, I cannot rely. I cannot trust. This was Reno that went to Chatham House and was shouting Tinubu Ole, drug baron, drug dealer. And then the next month, he went to US and said, oh, Tinubu, this, Tinubu. So it's okay. You understand? It's going from one extreme, because actually calling Tinubu a drug dealer and going to Chatham House and carrying placards, leading people there is one extreme. People criticize Tinubu, I criticize him, but I've not gone to that extreme. And then now he's far to the other extreme. So it's just like Buwala, it's just like Shegun, Showumi, and the rest. So I listened to Shegun Showumi. I was surprised. The guy was saying, oh, Tinubu, oh. He said, if you need to listen to him, oh. To me, that's their own opinion, but I would make do with the information I have and make my own judgment. Reno, I cannot suddenly begin to say Reno is reliable, but when he speaks the fact, the truth is the truth, no matter who is saying it. You understand? The truth does not become a lie when someone is saying it or when the other person is saying it. So let's be objective. With the road is okay. With Reno as a person of integrity, I don't think so. You understand? Then let me come to Obi himself. You see, this video that one man played of Seun, There was one session that you played that video. I wanted to join, but I was very busy that day. And that's why I wanted to correct. That's what I wanted to correct. And I'm happy that you brought it up and I was able to correct that. Because the impression that show interview gave, and with the kind of follow-up comments that you make and some other people make, not if just you, is that Obi left nothing. If you calculate what from Obiano's mouth, and I'm sure that's not everything that will be left, that Obiano is saying there. From Obiano's mouth, Obiano have just told you that will be left to about 21 billion. But look at the way he said it. He said, how much did your person leave? He said, he left scripting, he now gave you check. He said, that's why they call Timina and Lady. What's Timina and Lady? Simply answer that question. The net of what to be left was 21 billion. Period. He was just trying to cover up and trying to create impression the man didn't leave anything and that he struggled to pull things together and created a good system and platform for the takeoff. I stand to be corrected. Apart from not even states like Rivers and Akwa Ibom that have so much money, do we have people leaving money for their God, for their successors? I stand to be corrected. Apart from Lagos, maybe Rivers, Akwa Ibom, tell me which governor in Nigeria since 1999 till date left up to 20 billion in the coffers for their successor. You hardly find any. Tell me which governor in Southeast did that. Tell me which governor in Southwest, apart from Lagos, where they have so much money, left up to 10 billion.
Mimiko.
Okay, thank you for bringing it up. Mimiko left how much?
20.
Another good one from Labour Party. So, Mimiko left 20 billion. So, we have one in Southwest.
I don't know whether LP or LP, but that's Southwest ones.
we have good one we have another good one in Southwest. Yaradua too. See the way we are struggling to count 9 billion. See the way we are struggling to count them. And mind you, we've had 99 to 2007, 2007 to 2015. That's 2. 2015 to 2023. That's 3. We've had 36 governors times 3. We've had 108 governors, and you are counting 3. Or let's even add Achiwaju, making it 4. Out of 108, is that not? How many percentage is that? That's in the 5 percentile. When you are in an IQ test, if you are in 5 percentile.
Before you finish your arithmetic, Larry said Amosun left 18.3.
Okay, that makes it up to 5. Out of 108. That's less than 5 percentile. You understand? If you are in the top 5 percentile in any
sorry, Patoska, I know you said people shouldn't break your flow, but we can't really establish who left what or who didn't leave what, because they've not made a hue and cry about it like Obi has.
They didn't leave. If they leave, they will be making all the noise.
Why would they? A lot of them
politicians.
A lot of them just disappeared now. So why would they?
Some of them ran away because they left nothing. They disappeared and ran away.
Patoski, thank God you are a man of the Bible. What's the story of Jesus Christ with the guys he left money with? I think that's the parable of the 10 talents. Am I correct? What did he say? What did Christ say to the man who left money? The way he gave him.
Okay, this is the point.
Look at what.
Let me respond to that. Can I respond to that? He gave them talents. He said, "Go and invest."
Respond to that, and then have your monologue, and then we move it around. Sorry, Baba, let me mute you for a microsecond.
No.
Sorry, carry on, Pastor.
Okay. The man left 5 million, gave them talent, and went away. Said invest. He came back, and they gave account of their investment. Obi was giving money. They say invest. Obi invested. You understand? He had the beauty, he had what they call the education and stuff like that. And he gave the master 21 billion. Another servant came and say, I put all your money in beauty. I have nothing to give you. In short, I gave you basic. Which of them is like the unprofitable servant? Is it Obi that did not only give return, gave the beauty, which created job for the people of Anambra, give some infrastructure, and gave money back to the master? So that Obi even fits to me that narrative more than all this, than Aregbesola, who's a squanderer. And people here will defend that kind of a man. That man is a squanderer. People like Agagu, people like what's this man from Ogbomoso? The policeman that ruled the one-man state. People like Ogun State has been a bit lucky. People like Lucky Binedium. People like Ibori. People like Rotimi Amechi with all the money. So what are we talking about here? To me, out of all the 108 governors that we have had in this country since democracy, the top 10, Obi will be one of them. From this result, I've not had time to sit down and say, okay, let's even sit down objectively and look at this Obi. With this analysis of interview that I've seen today, if you put 10 out of the 108 governors we've had since 1999, Obi will be one of the top 10. So what are we saying? That is out of place. So if the man has put himself forward, what is wrong with that? We say he's not speaking presidentially. Tell me which president, past, present, is speaking presidentially than the way he's speaking. Obi is just speaking like any one of them with his kind of voice. And to me, Tinubu even doesn't even speak very articulately. We only say Tinubu is an action person, so we don't really demand so much from him on that side. So why are we demanding so much from Obi in terms of elocution when even the man that is there now is not speaking so well? And Buhari we all say, how are you? How are you? That one, we can't speak grammar. Or the only person to me that is strongly articulate of all of them is OBJ. So what is the big deal about, oh, he's not speaking, he's not speaking? Is that what we are talking about? They say, oh, this man is, I'm just trying to address some of these questions. They say the man is talking about production is into retailing. What I'm simply saying is that if you are a presidential candidate, I'm talking of education. If the man has not invested in school, he should not talk of education. We must invest in everything that he wants to have. Must he have invested in everything that he wanted to do? No, now. So he's talking of production. How many factories does he have? So if tomorrow he's talking of education, he will say, how many schools does he have? If he's talking of health, he will say, how many hospitals does he have?
But Patowski, the brewer is not a productive company.
Leave them now. He doesn't have to own it. That's what we are saying. He doesn't have to own it. But the fact that he has a vision of production, is Tinubu not also considering production? Does Tinubu have a factory? Is Tinubu not thinking of manufacturing now? How to improve manufacturing, how to improve agriculture? Does he have a factory? Does he have a farm? Must you have invested in almost every area that you want to do? So the people who make such arguments, they are not short on they are just short on logic. That's the point. They are just short on logic. So that area,
2 more minutes,
I don't think people should bring that kind of argument again. People should not bring that kind of argument again. That is one thing. Which other question did you also see they ask you? Be say, is this, is that? Okay, Pandora paper. Let me speak about Pandora paper. With respect to Pandora paper, Obi does not have a defense for that. Obi does not have a defense for that. Pandora paper is a platform where people, is a tax haven, where people who are trying to avoid tax or try to manage their tax go to. You can't be a governor and be demanding people to pay taxes, and you are hiding your revenue so that you don't pay taxes. He is very, very wrong. He doesn't have an argument, and that's why he's always chickling out when they ask him that question. This and that, he's just dodging the question, and he's now coming across to everybody as if he doesn't know how to answer a question. People that are defending him on that, I don't know. That means you can defend the devil. This man is wrong. The major thing is that he has not admitted that he's wrong. That's even the most annoying thing. When you are wrong, just admit that you are wrong. That the reason why we did this was to manage family trust. A trust company is used to manage family funding. But you now put that trust company. Can't you have a trust company in Nigeria? People have trust companies in Nigeria now. Must every trust company, people who have trust company now go and put their companies outside Nigeria? But you did that because you were trying to evade
high interest rate and other things that are attached to it. So
you
that's
can
why
get Nigeria is one of the places where you have the highest.
There's a lot. Again, you're not paying any interest.
You are talking to a tax person now, Chama. I know what I'm saying. You are talking to a tax person. And
I know you're a tax person. That doesn't mean
people.
Anything to me.
I've consulted for people I've consulted for people and advised them on trust companies. We have designed trust company for people. What I'm simply saying is that is trust company can be done and be carried anywhere. You can even have fund managers that will invest in big companies like Microsoft and the rest, but not in a tax haven. You can have a trust company in Nigeria and you invest your money in high interest yielding places. Now, that trust company that he had in Virgin Islands,
it's also a money laundering haven, by the way.
You keep hammering on this money laundering, money laundering. Do you understand what the trust is? You know what they say the trust is?
For tax management. Because the point is that the reason that one man, rational mind is giving is unfounded, say high interest. The country where he put the money, the investment that the trust company in that Virgin Island is doing, were those investments in the Virgin Island. Those investments are back in the US, in the UK, and Europe. You understand? So why is the trust company seated in those Virgin Islands? So he doesn't have an argument, sir.
As in, rational mind is funny. Why will you talk about interest in Virgin Island?
No, we are talking of.
What I'm saying is the investment in Virgin Island. Do you think it's return yielding?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it's
at
not
the
about
time.
No,
it's not returning. That's why I said it's money laundering.
There's context to everything you are arguing
about. Is it about tax?
There is context.
If you take
and I'm willing to discuss that context with you.
Wait, if you take money to those safe haven, you don't take money to those places because you want higher return.
You
are basically taking it out to those places because you're basically hiding it. So if somebody says, "Oh, probably you're doing money laundering," yeah, you can be accused of money laundering.
Hiding it for what? For what?
Yeah, you're basically hiding it from where.
Hold on. Sorry, let me answer that question. Is hiding it from two things? From taxes one, and then for fraud reasons two. If you know anything about finance, the British Virgin Islands.
I'm not a finance person, but I know how trust works.
Rational mind.
Don't drag us into some trust or no trust. We're talking about the British Virgin Islands, and it wasn't even a trust; it was a shell company.
Mind you, the bank that he used was in the UK. It's a UK bank that helped him to transfer that money. That's
according to him. That's according to him.
According to him, that's what we're going by. What he said.
We're not going by what he said. We're going by what was uncovered by investigation. Because Obi is a pathological liar. We know that, so we're not going to go by anything.
No, but that's not
really,
the fact that UK bank advised him does not make it right now. So what are you saying?
That's even a lie.
Yeah,
that's a lie.
Your bank can advise you. Your bank can advise you.
For one man, you've resided in UK for several years. Think about it. Do you think your bank manager in the UK, because all he said is he bought a house in the UK, like 53 Clyde Road, Croydon. Okay, he said he bought the house. Okay, and he's claiming that the bank manager, the loans manager, advised him to set up a trust. One man. In all your years living in the UK, do you think an accounts manager in a public bank would ever tell you that?
There are investment banks.
It will end up
Lloyd CSB is not an investment bank. Lloyd CSB is a regular bank.
No, even our role lives in the UK. So we have something called the Financial Services Authority here, and the rules are extremely strict. If they get whiff that they are recommending that a client move their funds to a money laundering haven, that person will end up in prison, and that bank will pay a heavy penalty.
No. I don't know how your UK works, but it doesn't work that way. It's what they call investment bank. Hold on, investment.
That's how the UK works. Don't worry, we know about investment.
I want to go by what you say.
We're not illiterate now. You keep
telling us. We were not illiterate now. We were not illiterate.
Rational mind.
I lost school now.
Rational mind. Don't let us have this argument. Seriously. It really doesn't speak well if you're having this argument and you are defending with this your narrative. I'm serious. It doesn't really make sense.
Oh, don't worry. What is my own turn? I'll flesh it out a little bit.
All right. Bring it on Patoske, and then you take the floor after him. Rational mind.
Just like I was saying, Obi has no defense for that trust company that was set up in the daughter's name. The point is that if you have a trust company that was set up,
sorry, Pato. Larry, I'm going to mute you for a moment just for the background noise. So if you want to interject, you can. Sorry, carry on, Pato.
Did he declare it?
No, one man. It's not from you.
So the question is that did he declare it in his asset declaration? No, it doesn't. It didn't. So that's one thing. Now, but let me just close up with preparation for 2027.
Sorry, Pato. Before you go on close up, you said did he declare it in his asset declaration? You said no, he didn't. And by his own admission, the first interview he had on Arise TV about 3 years ago, thereabout, he said he didn't. So now, is that an act of omission? He keeps on telling us that it was the manager, it was the director, the chairman of about 3 banks, which he took from X to about $25 billion. So he keeps telling us as a man of finance. So him not declaring this huge chunk of his wealth on his Asset Declaration Act, is that an act of omission, or is it not capacitated enough to understand that, or was that an act of fraud?
Do you declare something that is not in your name?
To me,
I'm asking that question. Do you declare what is not in your name?
No, you have to declare
Pandora said it was his daughter Genevieve or whatever that name was.
But he just told us hold on. He just told us in this interview here that about $30 billion of that was his. Did he declare that? He told us right now in this interview here.
Do you understand it? Do you have the idea of what the trust is? It's your money, yes, I agree. But when the money, come on. Well, okay, well, maybe when it's my turn, I'll be able to splash. I don't want to.
The point is that rational mind. Did he declare his interest in the trust? Did he declare his interest in the trust? He didn't. If it's Tinubu that didn't declare it now, we will raise it. So if Obi didn't,
is that an act of fraud? Is my question.
It was deliberate.
It's not as if it's
Tinubu declare anything before he became the president of this country. Did Tinubu declare anything?
We are not talking
even
about
as a governor, as the current president.
Hold on now. We're talking about Obi, not Tinubu.
Let me finish. I'll close now. The point is that is he that rich that he will forget that he has that kind of money somewhere? You understand? So it's deliberate. You could see from all this, you could see that he's trying to hide it. So let's not beat ourselves because of politician. The only challenge that Obi has is that he claims to be a saint. Obi is just like any other politician in terms of the way they take money, and from what he has done with this Pandora Papers and trying to hide things. It's just that he has created the impression that he's a saint. Tinubu has not told you he's a saint. In short, he's not let's tell you, look, I'm a gangster, I'm a town boy, I'm a Lagos boy. He used to say it. So he didn't say he's a saint, but is it the right thing? No. Is this kind of leader we deserve? No. But do we have a choice? Not really. The options are very limited at the top there. But our prayer is that one day, maybe as we continue to progress, Nigeria will get things right. But I won't fight a Kene or Baba or because of Obi or because of Tinubu. No, I won't do that. I've done that before. I will never do that again because of these people that are anonymous to me. They are not anonymous to me, but I'm anonymous to them. They don't even know me. You understand? So to me, that's my case. But if you put it together, I think Obi is worth trying also, like any other person. Tinubu, let me appraise Tinubu. I've said I've closed several times. Let me close with this. Let me appraise Tinubu based on Tinubu's program now as it is. Some of the things that I've been shouting for, he has started doing it. I talked about the agriculture thing. When I did the show me interview and his interaction with Tinubu, say that some of these equipment are coming, so maybe we'll have a better boost to agriculture next planting season. I also talked about the National Guard. That's one of the things. The Forest Guard. That's one of the things I was really arguing for. He has done it. First subsidy, he removed it, and then the floating of naira he did to save money. Is reform working? Absolutely. I'll tell you why. The man removes first subsidy to save money. Of course, save money. Where is the money? That's the increase you are seeing in the revenue that are being shared to the states. That's the effect of that reform. The effect of reducing first subsidy is to generate more money so that more money can go to the state. That's been his argument even before he became president. He said, look, more money need to go to the state. And one of the ways to do is let's remove first subsidy, let's remove this thing. Towards Buhari's end of tenure.
And sorry, Patoski, that distribution is a function of law in the Constitution. To distribute, all the money goes into one purse and they put it in pack.
So the reform is working.
You can't put it and hide it in another portfolio.
Another policy. The reform is working. Why? Because revenue has increased. The essence of reform is to see certain changes. The purpose of first subsidy removal is to see an increase in revenue. Did he remove first subsidy?
So
Yes.
where is the place of the common man in all this explanation?
Wait. No, these policies are I want to remove subsidy so that we can have more money available to the states. He took that policy. Did he do it? Yes. Is there money available to the state? Yes. Did it go to the state? Yes. Then we can tick off that policy that okay, that policy achieved its purpose. Foreign exchange. What the essence of the foreign exchange for most people, most economies globally, go and find it, go and find out. I speak with every sense of humility. Is that foreign exchange stability is key. That's what every country tries to pursue. The way we talk about dollar today, if dollar is an unstable currency, people will not be using it by force now because you can't plan around it. Foreign exchange stability is key. Has he achieved that? In the last 1 year plus, he has achieved that. I'm not talking about whether it is high or low. I'm talking of stability. You can plan. If you buy something today, you know when you sell it tomorrow. The exchange risk will not move against you, and then you lose your profit suddenly. You can do your transaction cycle, and by the end of the transaction cycle, the exchange rate is still the same. But if you do your transaction cycle today before you finish,
but the point is this, Patoski. The point is this. These are not actually affecting in some items of maybe some things we use in Nigeria today, because even some items are decreasing in price, while some are increasing in price. So how would you explain that? As I'm talking to you today, in Nigeria.
I didn't get you.
Those are vagaries of the market. Now let Patoski bring it home so we then go on to rational mind.
So what I've just appraised the subsidy removal. I've also appraised the exchange rate. This thing. Those two policies are working. Which other policy did he pursue? Now let me tell you one policy that he has pursued that people didn't notice. By the way Tinubu continues the way he's continuing, we are not likely to witness ASU strike during his time. Because he will devise a structure, is working towards devising a structure that will allow the university to be self-funding. And if the university are self-funding, all they need to do is come up with laws and acts that will support that. And then the university will run. Look at the student loan. It's taking off. It's not everywhere yet, but it's a good start. In another 3-4 years, you'll see something working well in that place. And when the student loan is, I don't think any government will come and scrap it. They can only improve on it. So in that area, his policy is working. So I've just been able to mention some. Maybe when it goes round again, I'll be able to talk. So his policies are working. In security, is he doing his best? To me, when he first started, he was really doing well. But you could see that there's some problems now. That problem, we can talk about it later. But is he tackling the problem on, or is he just complaining? No, he's not complaining. They are doing things to tackle that problem. And if they continue this way, they will solve that security issue. Let me just drop the mic now. Let somebody else.
All right, brilliant. So that was the excellent Patoski, of course. A man, that's one of the more balanced views that we get here. Patoski, he weighs it on both sides and lands at the conclusion. So Rational Mind, you're up next. 5-7 minutes monologue from you. Rational Mind.
Yeah, right. So as long as he talks good of Tinubu, that's balance, right? That's your definition.
It was flogging him earlier on. Now I'm praising Obi, and then.
Yeah, and we know people like our friend from Edo State that is claiming to be an Egba man. I don't even know where he even belongs. That he wants today. You say he's a Yoruba man.
He's more Yoruba. Patoski is more Yoruba. He's an Edo man, he knows more about.
But Rational Man is an Edo man as well.
Yeah, Rational Man is an Edo man as well.
I hear you. Yeah, right. Anyways, I greet everybody and I greet all people in the folks in the comment section. All right, so I quickly want to talk about. I think we've overflogged that OBA interview with Rufai Oseni. I just want to quickly talk about this thing going on between Sanwo-Olu and Tinubu. You see, for me, I just don't know what to say anymore. All I'm just waiting for is this guy just to go off. Just get out of the whole thing. But as long as that guy leaves, I'm not going to kill him. That's not what I'm saying. I don't have the power to kill him. I don't. But I'm just saying this: as long as that guy leave, Lagos will not be free. Lagos will always be his personal fiefdom. Lagosians. In fact, I was so infuriated here when I hear Baba was saying certain things like. The people that owns Lagos. Who are the people that? So the people on the other divide, they don't own Lagos. You see, when we come here with spin narratives like
no. Rational Mind. You have to look at the context that got me to that point. Okay, you understand? This is not the only platform where Nigerian issues are being discussed. There are all various platforms and news outlets, including television. You understand? And questions are being asked, abuses are being thrown. Okay, that is on that context I made that statement. Because when you call me lazy as a Yoruba man, and when you just carry on anyway.
Yeah, when I thought I think I could deduce from what you said when you said, oh, the people that, because when you're talking about APC specifically. When you talk about the local government,
no, I talk about the owners of the land, not APC, not politics.
I remember you mentioned something APC. This is what you said, if I remember.
No, I didn't mention APC.
Exactly what you said. But what I deduced from what you said was that Sanwo-Olu can proceed with they don't need to fight because the local government election is coming, so they need that unison, they need that oneness so that they could go into that election and clear it. So the owners of Lagos.
57 upon 57.
You mentioned 57.
100%, yeah.
APC would be 100% APC. Then I was here sitting, I was like, come on, Baba. Are you saying on the other side, like me, on the other part, there are no non-negotiants that are real or son of the soil? Or money left around as in people that are the son of the soil. Are you saying they're not in the other divide? So only APC has the people of the soil. Come on.
Okay. No. I didn't mention APC. I say the owners of the land.
So
it can be LP. Listen, no, wait. Calm down. I'm a Tinubu follower. I'm not an APC person. The person in LP, Badebo, is a Yoruba man, as far as I'm concerned. Uncle Bode George is in and Auntie Akirele Bokno. They are all in a different party. Major General Olanrewaju. But I'm saying those are owners of the land. Any of them can win, no problem. But those that are not, that I cannot go to their own states or their territory to win an election, is what I'm talking about.
All right,
sorry, Baba.
I cannot admit that nobody owns Lagos, so.
No, anybody that thinks nobody owns Lagos, that person needs to take a nap and then wake up.
When the time comes, they will know.
But Baba, are you stretching your largesse to extend that Chinedu is a Yoruba man?
He is a Yoruba man.
Let's not start this.
He is our son.
Let's not go. Let's not go.
Okay, all right.
Because the other day I was here. I wanted to even call your attention to that when you were talking about making comments about Rufai's co-host there on that platform. The Zimbabwe, I think she's a Zambian or Zimbabwean lady. That beautiful dark ebony.
No, I object to that.
Yeah. So when you were saying, why would we allow people that are not Nigerians?
Why exactly will you object to that? She's our wife. She's
I object to that because we have Tudno Abiola, who is vastly.
Why is she not sitting there? Why is she not sitting there?
That's the question. Because she's not hearkening to the propaganda. That's why.
Woman, let's stop stoking this hammer of disunity among ourselves. As long as we're Africans, as long as even be it you're white, you're black, as long as you feel belonged, maybe through marriage or however, or through maybe stepfather or stepmother. At least you see. Let's stop this. We're not creating unity here. When we start making comments like this, like, oh, how can a Zimbabwean be talking about Nigeria? Why would they let us sit down there and be talking about Nigeria? Come on. He's married to a Nigerian. Our kids are all Nigerians. So what are we doing here? Let's not do this. Let's stop. I mean, I'm not saying you, woman, but you see, when people, say I know you very well, I would have maybe assumed like some other people in the comment section who doesn't know you probably hearing for the first time. This guy is stupid. This guy is bigoted. Why is he talking like this? So yeah, I just want to bring that to your attention. Having said that, now let me just talk about what is going on in Lagos State. You see, until Tinubu expires, I'm not going to kill him. I don't wish death on him, but Lagos will not be free. Because if you listen to one of his when he was talking during that commissioning of that Lagos road to nowhere, highway to nowhere that they were building, you can understand something. I think when he was referring to, I think he was talking to Abzat, and then he said something about certain permits that they issued out. That those permits or something about some road, some land that they issued permits for, or they issued C of O for. That
is for reclaimed land, reclamation.
Okay, whatever it is, that he would override it. I was like, what?
Rational mind.
That's because the federal government owns all the waterways.
Okay, all right. You see, that I will need clarity on that.
Yeah.
Because hold on. By virtue of the Land Use Act,
Supreme Court judgment.
By virtue of the Land Use Act that Obasanjo created in the 1970s, the whole use of land is vested. I don't know what Fulan is talking about, but then if we were to go by what he's saying, then when he was building that, reclaiming that soil, that land, that what's it called, that the former Babish there, that place with the U.S. Consulate.
Sorry, Rational Man. It did not say land. It said island, which is reclamation.
Whatever. Yeah. But I want to bring you. You see, when we point out hypocrisy of this Tinubu and his inconsistent criminal politics that he plays. When Obasanjo was there, when this guy was there, the good luck, did he not reclaim the ocean there? That island, if we were to look at it, that island would belong to the federal government. But he played politics around it. He got his way, and they were able to get that place, Sandfield, and they are selling lots there.
Listen, calm down. He asked of OBJ. He asked OBJ for money because most of those houses in front at Amalu Bellowe, they are all mostly owned by states and federal government. So he asked OBJ. OBJ said no money. And he asked permission, can I go ahead and do it? OBJ gave him the permission.
Well, I cannot verify that very well if OBJ did or not. But
I can't bullshit you.
No, yes, I mean, you can bullshit me, but
Rational mind.
I know there
No,
must be
my
some-
word, actually. Sorry.
So no. I mean, I'm just saying that I
Rational
believe there's
mind.
some politics around there. But John Mabinu, Larry, Jacqueline points because on the people are timing me already in that comment section, and I know one of them is here in the comments. I mean, is here in the room with us. She's timing us. She's timing me already. Let me
No,
just.
they don't want you to use your cartoon 9 on
Yeah,
today.
Yeah. So my point is this: is that your Mabinu, Larry will come in. Let me just say this real quick.
Let me reset your time actually. So 5 minutes.
Right. 5
No,
minutes.
I'm saying because you are being chopped up, so you are not. So 5 minutes and then you.
All right. So real quick. So I mean, I know federal governments, anything from the coast down, from the edge of Lagos to the coast, there is owned by the federal government. But that is the one area aspect. I don't know what land was he referring to. Is it island or what? I don't know. But the point is this: that
no, the one actually they are talking is on the lagoon, the Lagos body water.
Okay, maybe I'm gonna have to go and rewatch it. Maybe let me say my comment. But the way this guy is going, the way he's talking, like I mean, I don't blame. In fact, I don't blame him at all those sycophants around him that pedestalize him. They make it look like it's. I mean, now I hear people even on the Oni office. I hear him the other day. As long as he's on his throne, I'm not going through a long throne. Is he a monarch now? Like the other day, I was listening to that idiot, the Senate president.
That was a metaphor. Now I'm sure
no, don't give it that. So the point I'm trying to make here is that you people just you identify this guy. This guy, no one feels so important. Like Benny Pay is some kind of a monarch of its own. Like you use words like a throne, as long as he's on his throne. Like kill people, you know. Sure, assassinate for people. I mean, let me just leave that. But so Larry, just quickly ask a question because I'm just looking at that question, that thing you want to say. Just go on, please. Go on.
No. You can continue.
Okay, so for me, it's just the way this guy is just carrying himself and he's saying he's going to override it, blah blah blah. Like, who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? But I might need to verify very well. Because I know that he was talking about
the president of the Federal Republic.
He's the president of the
Don't give me
Federal
that BS
Republic
of his president.
Nigeria.
We need to.
You might not like his.
This is the same crap that he did.
But you should like the seat.
What
are two different things.
What seat is?
He's not carrying himself. He's carrying a seat.
What
and
seat?
that seat is the seat of the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Does the constitution not limit his
the most powerful black man?
No, don't give me that BS of
emotion. Rational mind.
Hey, people here,
rational mind.
Me so mad with this.
Rational mind. Wait.
Yeah, go on.
In this context, he's right.
That
because there is a Supreme Court judgment in 2022. So prior to that time, there has been back and forth, state government versus federal government. But in 2022, there was a Supreme Court judgment that says 250 meters from the shoreline belongs to federal government. And basically what's happening in Lagos is people have encroached into that. There are a lot of back on the G papers and everything. And it's basically telling them that in the future, there will be instance of extension.
Doing something illegally.
Yes, people are beginning to sample illegally. And I don't know if it's Lagos that is giving them all those papers. It's so unfortunate because Lagos itself, it's still underwater. And with this one day, I hope what happened in Mokwa does not happen in Lagos.
You see, we can make cases. I mean, I don't know. I mean, this thing you're saying now is new to me. I'm gonna have to go verify it.
Try and verify.
Yeah. But my point is that you see, what one man is saying what was that person telling me earlier when they were talking? What federal government? Because I know Babich has always been an issue without water overflowing its banks and it's going into inland up to even all those places where we used to have those former civil. I mean, I can't even. My geography don't like it's failing me right now.
Where is that?
I mean, when the water enters on Ahmadu Bello Way and it flows inland to those houses close by.
Even a hotel everywhere, the naval base.
It's all inundated. It gets
all the rest, all those houses in the waterfront.
I remember what federal government gave him was if you want to reclaim the land or if you want to like shore up that place so that the erosion or whatever control they're trying to do there, so as for that water don't to overflow its banks again. Maybe that was it, but that reclaiming of that land there, because there was never a land there before. There was never a land there, but they reclaimed that place and then they start selling it. So I'm here to confirm, and whoever comes in after this guy, they should probe that thing. Because for me, how could you be building an island there? What kind of concession did you get from the federal government for you to do that? Because the federal, that thing was said to be Lagos State project in conjunction with Shagori and all of that. We know who was behind it. We know Tinubu and his minions and all of them. They are all doing business with it. So my point is this: that now, you see, this guy, until this guy expires, I don't think we are going to have peace in that country, politically and economically and otherwise, especially in Yoruba land. I don't wish him dead, but the way that guy is just having control, it's I don't know if you people see what I'm seeing. It doesn't lead us to that prosperity or that place we should be as a person, as people, because one man cannot be calling the shots. You cannot have some kind of a mafia group whereby it is your way or no way. So for me, I begin to look like, okay, look at what he said. They had to go and beg him before they could really, you can see the enthusiasm in the face of this guy. Sanwo-Olu, when they came out, he was answering a question. With everybody that shit their soul. And this, he brought maybe a new officer. All of them, they came to beg him. Like, who do you think you are? A governor? Am I surprised? Don't play a governor of Ogun State, LA of Ogun State. Like, who do you think you are? This is the same thing I'm talking about. When people deify a man, start thinking of himself, start believing himself to be like a god, a godlike person. That is what you get. So when I come here, I talk the way I talk about this guy. I can't talk in peace about this guy. Not that I hate him, but I know the consequence of such this kind of politics. How it ridicules a society, how it brings a society down, how it leads to a lot of social ills and political ills and whatever ills you want to talk about in that society. Because one man cannot be so powerful that nobody can challenge it. Now, just so I know I have so many things I want to talk about, but I know we touched a little bit about this Rufai Oseni thing. I think Kenya and some other people, they did a very good, maybe Pato, even though Pato was just a pretense. I know he was just bringing pretension. I don't know where he was going with that. He was trying to, he wanted to praise Tinubu, but he knows that if he has to praise, if he just doesn't praise, what's his name? Obi, he just goes ahead and praising Tinubu. People like me will attack him. That was why he was, according to one man, is being balanced, but that's not for me. I know where he stands. But my point is that I don't know what one man is going to do an expose on Tinubu. The way you're doing an expose on that this.
Where were you when Abati did that interview with him? Was it the New Year holiday or Easter period? I don't know. I can't remember now.
Abati did that one.
They did 1 hour interview with him in Lagos. Have you forgotten?
Let me ask a question. She interview in Nigeria.
Can I say something?
Hold on. Let me land. They will call five journalists to be sitting down. Our president here in America. Did they do that kind of a panel interview with him?
They do.
You see,
what about the White House press corps? Have you heard of the White House press corps?
There you go again. You see,
what about 60 minutes?
Rational, give me a second, please. I think Baba is being disingenuous. I mean, Baba has disappeared. Now, when it comes to he has a war. When it comes to a big matter, he just appear.
No, I was here 2 days ago.
It doesn't matter. Let Tinubu come and talk to the press. I mean, what are you talking about? Tinubu doesn't even speak. I don't know why you're making an excuse for this rascality in the office over there.
This guy gave an interview a few months ago.
It's becoming very annoying.
No. Listen. These are facts. Did he give an interview a few months ago?
Let him come and give an interview, not what he said. I don't know.
I can't remember, but I can remember really well that
I have a dossier. I have a dossier on Tinubu, and I'm going to tell you everything you need to know about Tinubu.
There is nothing. He's a thief. He's a drug addict. He's a crook. He's a balablu.
Let's talk about Tinubu like personal man.
Or do you know whether he's a human?
One man. When are we going to balance it? Talk about Atiku. Talk about Tinubu. Why Obi all the time?
We talk about everybody, but
no, you don't. You don't.
Baba, on just on what you said, is a drug addict, etc., etc.
You want me play your tape?
Oh, no,
Dr. Damage.
Yeah,
nobody cares if
Dr. Damage.
nobody cares if the dog hit a man. A lot of people care about when a man bites a dog. So Peter Obi is.
Yeah, you know when you are saying it's a drug dealer, etc., the next expose that I'm going to be doing on Peter Obi, maybe sometime this week or maybe sometime next week, I'm going to be weighing him against Tinubu with evidence to see who the drug dealer actually is.
No, I have a dossier. You bring me here. Well, I can't tell you everything. Let's do it together. Don't just.
But Peter's a drug dealer. There's several people.
I have a fact-based dossier on him. Forget about all this nonsense you're talking about.
All right, that's fine. But as I was saying to Baba, I'm going to be doing an expose maybe sometime this week, no longer than next week, to wait because they keep saying Tinubu is a drug dealer, Tinubu is a drug dealer. But Peter Obi has a long and very deep history in drug dealing. And
okay, can we balance it?
Can you hold on, please? Let me speak now, guys. Please now. I beg your pardon, but please, just let me speak. Peter Obi has a long history in drug dealing, and I've been collating a lot of that evidence. So we'll be waiting against that, so Prestige, say what you have to say, and the rest of them I bring it home, and then we move it around.
Yeah, what I'm saying, let's balance it. Not just you coming here concocting something that drug dealing and all that kind of nonsense you'll be talking about. Let's balance it. You come here and talk about Tinubu purity, how Tinubu is a saint or a god. Then we talk about it. Let's
I've never had anybody say that, MOP. I've never had anybody say that.
Including you, Baba. I mean, Tinubu, I don't know what's your relationship
talk on
with
policy. Tinubu. I talk on project infrastructure. I never called Tinubu a saint.
Let's not go down. When it's my turn, I'm going to talk about Tinubu.
Obi saint. Tinubu himself has never called himself a saint.
When it comes to my turn, can I ask
has never called himself a saint.
What has people like Wike, Tinubu, what have they built in that country? Wike is the one riding Rolls Royce and Bentley. Can anybody tell me how he made his money? Wike has never had a job, has never built anything. All he is a politician. And he was able to be driving Bentley,
and
driving
Wike
Rolls
is not
Royce.
telling you he's holy. Has he told you he's holy?
He even built a state anyway, and Tinubu built Lagos, as we all know.
Siphoning state money, siphoning the country money. That's how you live.
So you don't get it, MOP.
No, I'm not going to get it because you're lying to us. People can't just keep quiet. You keep on propagating all this nonsense. It doesn't make any sense.
You don't get it. You don't
I'm
get
not going to get it.
Yeah.
Prestige. Let me reclaim my space.
Okay, carry on, RM.
People did not even let me even flesh out some of the things I wanted to say. It's just sometimes when I have a constant flow like that, I'm able to recall some of the things I wanted to say within that short paper. I know one man wants me to wrap up, but anyways, for me, you see this Lagos thing. For me, it's not just Lagos. I know for me, it's just Lagos is that thing, that place I feel most of us can really operate. But with this guy, I mean, I was with some friends over the weekend, and I was hearing stories about Sheyi Tinubu, how he has gotten so many contracts with they've been installing Olubunmi Ojo, Interior Minister. There's this contract about installing data centers around Nigeria for the Nigerian immigration passport and all of those things. Sheyi Tinubu is the one who has the contract. That's what I heard. I heard from a reliable source here over the weekend. Some of my friends who are in IT here, we were out together, and then they mentioned something like that to me. So you can understand what we're saying here, but this we will not know the scale of what this guy has done until when he lives there. That is, if he ever lives there, because I know if he ever lives there, he's going to put a suji there and somebody that will cover his ass up so that way he doesn't go to jail, or his son or anybody close to him will never go to jail. But we see how that's why I'm saying to you that when you people come here, you create a monster in the person of one man. Not you one man, not you as a one man that owns this one man show here. I'm talking about one man in Tinubu. You people don't see behind. I mean, see far enough to see the consequence of such actions. You are creating a monster. When somebody is so powerful that he can do and undo in a space, that is what we get. That is why I don't like Tinubu and his politics, because for me it's inimical to the growth of a country or to the progress of a country. Even you people say it's a growth. I don't know what the crap of a growth you people are talking about. You claim you wanted to build a 700 kilometer of a space. You're doing about 30 kilometers. People are coming here and throwing all kinds of crap and saying that, oh, they want to confirm it, and they'll go call TV stations and this. I mean, like, come on, it's not rocket science. If you do something, you do something. Why should that be back? Why should that be this back and forth? Why should even somebody that even have brain? If Tinubu really have brain, why would you even commission something that, I mean, we even inaugurate, or what are we going to call it? Is it commissioning or what? What are you even commissioning? You commission something that is ready to be used. Now, are they going to use that road, that portion of that road? How many are they going to use from that portion of that road? Something that you did haphazardly. You did one here, you did another one here, you break it, and go another almost several kilometers, you beat another one. Is that how to? You see, when we say this guy is just a phony guy, he's this kind of a person who does.
But it's you people that has been here telling us that nothing is being done there. Just like somebody told us Dangote refinery never existed.
I still hold on to
So
that. Nothing's been
he
done.
has to show something. It's called
there's nothing showing. You're not showing anything. You're not showing anything. There's nothing
It's
showing.
symbolism.
There's no symbol. See, so grandma in there.
Baba, what is the relevant of showing something?
No, Prestige, just stop it. Let
Prestige, you have your time,
Lance,
yeah.
It's just getting a bit too all over the place. Just
Yeah, so it's because, like I said, I have some things I want to say. But anyways, for me, it's just well, I just want to say this in conclusion. Wike should watch his back, because what's that? Is it woman remind me that book, 10 Law of Power? What's they call it?
48. Is it 48?
48. I mean 10 laws.
Sorry, Prestige. By the way, if I was a bit abrupt, but it was just getting a bit too. Yeah.
So my point is that this guy is seems like he wants to outshine his boss. See what is going on with Elon Musk and his boss. He wants to outshine his boss, right? And then they will put him in his right place. I see Wike downfall very soon, very, very soon. I'm looking at it. I'm just imagining what might happen to him. So, but then we are going to see how that plays out. I know Tinubu is this kind of a person. He doesn't care. He will use you, throw you, discard you whenever he's done with you. But Wike should be careful. So, woman, I have some other things I want to say, but I'll just leave it at that so that other people can talk. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, brilliant.
Thank you, RM.
All right, brilliant. We look it around fairly quick. Get back to you again. So, Arogi Deba, you're up next. Arogi Deba, Patoske has built. I was hoping to.
Ladies and gentlemen, good day. One man, thank you very much for this opportunity. Right, I'll get to it. Peter Obi is a fantastic thief. And it's a shame that he's getting away with it. He's quite an intelligent man. And he's intelligent because he knows and understands Nigerians. He understands Nigerians are gullible, Nigerians are stupid. Nigerians will see the fact right before them, and they will close their eyes and close their minds and pretend not to see it. He's an hypocrite. It's not difficult to understand the nature of criminality that the man is involved in. So, Peter Obi claims to not own any properties outside the one he owns in Anambra. However, sometimes in 1996, he bought a property in 53 Clydes Road in Croydon, in Surrey, CR065Y. I'm looking at the property now. It's a townhouse, 4 stories high, 3 stories actually, and basement level. One man, those kind of houses.
Can you drop the link actually? See if we can. Maybe we can put it on Google Map even now.
Wow! In fact, one man, give me just 1 second. I will send it to you. So it's 53 Clyde Road in Surrey. I'll give you the code there. CR06SY. So Charlie, Ricky 06, S, I don't know what S and SY. CR066SY. So that's the code. It was bought sometimes in May 1996. Which coincides with around the same time he first registered. He made a request for a registration of a BVI in actually not it's I'll tell you, it wasn't the Virgin Islands. The BVI was in I think it's not Panama. I'm trying to confirm, because the man has been involved across the British Virgin Islands, actually, yeah. Named Gabriella Investments. I believe that was done sometime in 1996. But he claims that he took a loan sometime in 2000 and won to purchase this property. So I went and I had a look at the property history, and it tells me that the property has not changed hands since May 1996. The property is now valued at over £600,000. So tell me this: is the man lying or is the man lying?
Sorry, what's the house? Sorry, what's the house number again? Did you say
6R0?
No, I've got the postcode. Do you know the door number?
Oh, 53.
53.
It's a white building.
So can I answer your question for you? The question you asked: is he lying? So if you listen to what
he's lying. He said he doesn't own a property, and we're proving that he doesn't own a property.
He doesn't have any property within Nigeria outside of where the one he has in his home state.
But I know for a fact that Peter Obi has an apartment in Ikoyi. I know because I know his neighbors and I know he owns it.
They said it's a rented flat.
It's not a rented flat. I can tell that for a fact.
So what? So
the man's footprint is all over the shop.
Is it in his name?
It's not his name. It's what he has done. Peter Obi is quite interesting.
There's a difference.
Wait, Peter Obi is quite an interesting character. Okay. Peter Obi is an interesting character. Okay. I think the man. I mean, he's not really. When we look at his, if a man that got third class, a barely got third class in philosophy, he's quite very. It's very quite. He understands the financial systems and he understands evasion. You know. So Peter Obi seems to. So, for instance, in 2008, upon becoming governor, after a lengthy period, he divested himself from Next International UK Limited, which is his holding company in the UK. However, I'm looking at 2010 and 2000, even the years up to 2021, and I'm looking at their yearly gazettes, okay? And guess what? I'm looking here, and Peter Obi has one share of Next International UK, of which there are 10,000 shares, or 1,000 shares. He has 1 unit of shares, and 999 shares are owned by who? Next Nigeria Limited, of which Next Nigeria Limited belongs to Peter Obi, is the primary beneficiary. So really, what he's done is not divested himself. He has not. Peter Obi is
you're just reading out this information.
He's quite a sharp man. He's quite a very intelligent man. What is
Arrow? We're trying to follow you as you're reeling out this whatever.
He's a thief. That's what he is. He's a thief.
No. You said it was something.
He's using the instrumentality.
A little bit. You said something about 1998 or 1996.
Yes.
It was a Genevieve something you said about some kind of trust. He set up in 1996. So, but hold on. In that interview,
in his daughter's name.
Okay, good. We know who Genevieve is. At least we know that his daughter's
name. Not Genevieve. I'll tell you the daughter's name.
Whatever his name, whatever her name is.
Gabriela.
Trust. Yes.
Genevieve. Gabriela. I'm sorry, guys. So my point is that you said the date in which he set up that trust in that Gabriela's name. Now, mind you, woman, keep in mind. He said earlier during that interview, and I heard you when you made your comment, woman. He said, "You see." You said he opened that thing, he started operating, because you were making reference to that Pandora paper that he operated that account starting when he was in office. But now this guy is confirming to us that this next hold on, let me let you continue. But you were confirming to us now that thing was set up in 1996, which confirmed what he said during that interview, that it has been existing even before he became a governor.
Oh, Mr. Obi has been involved in crime before he became a governor.
Yeah.
The man first started appearing in documentation in 1991.
And it's in the UK there.
No, not in the UK. The man has been all over the world. I think the man has arrested some people in Singapore as well.
Just give a dog a bad.
Yeah, but he was arrested at the airport.
Arrested for what? What was he arrested?
You don't remember? We discussed it here. Now, when he was arrested at Heathrow
we heard.
So let me give you some clarity. Okay, I made a mistake.
It's my turn. I want to talk. It's my turn.
Let me make a quick correction. Okay, Next International was incorporated in 1996, so that's where the 1996 is. However, the BVI was set up in 2010 after I became a governor. Okay, so but Next International was incorporated in 1996, which coincides with when a property was purchased. So it would seem that is what he's been doing is incorporating a company in the UK for the purpose of purchasing a company.
Can you give one this all this information so I can put it up?
It's publicly available. I mean, I didn't have to do any difficult job to find it. It's literally there. I mean, the UK registration is. I mean, you can literally look at the registration of any property in the UK, your yearly returns, everything. I'm looking at this almost 100 pages of documents, of PDF files over here for Next International UK. I mean, for a man that claims to be a billionaire, Next International UK in the year 2019, current assets £33,000.
That's tax dodging. Did you know that they shut that company down for tax evasion?
Yeah, I mean, come on, £33,000. This is his primary. This was meant to be. So it looks like he set that company up. That was what he used for several years. It seems moved on from there, and is using his several.
But Virgin Island, British Virgin Island, is a territory of the Crown, right?
Everybody knows.
What are you talking about?
Everybody knows what. That's not mine. Every single individual in UK knows what Jersey Islands are used for. He knows, every single individual knows what the British Virgin Islands is used for. Everybody knows what happens in Monaco. So don't try and.
We know that is. But the point is that it's still under the Crown, and so the British government still has control over it.
According to law,
if what he's doing is illegal,
they are principalities like Monaco.
Whatever.
They are governed by a different set of laws.
Yeah, but it's under the Crown. It's under the British Crown, right?
You don't see.
Canada and Australia are under the British Crown. So what do you mean? Canada and Australia are under the British Crown, but I mean, it doesn't mean that they are governed by British.
Guys, the point I'm trying to make is, if this guy has committed any infraction or anything that money laundering, I tell you, they would. No, let me use Rufai word. I put it to you. Your MI5 or whatever they would have or Scotland Yard would have tracked him down.
Should I tell you some of the other individuals that contract infractions? Putin, the King of Jordan.
You don't get it.
You can't go after them.
You see, they whether they are aware or not, they are not going to go after them now. Places like Jersey Island, British Virgin Island,
Guernsey.
Those places are set up specifically to function in that sort of mannerism.
But the same individuals are meant to go after them.
Yeah, so they put in the laws to pad it out to isolate it as a principality.
All the Brits as well are involved in it. It's not like he's the only one involved in it. Even David Cameron was involved in the Panama Papers, him and his father. The king and the queen as well were involved in the Panama Papers. So who's gonna go after them? So why of the Panama Papers is to cheat? The thing about it is this, okay? The problem I have with Peter Obi is not that he's doing what other corrupt individuals are doing. The problem I have with Peter Obi is because he canonizes himself. That's the problem.
What? Say that again.
He's a thief.
Canonized.
Why would you say canonize himself? No, he's only trying to explain what you people are accusing him of doing. It's a legal thing. It's a legal thing.
Peter Obi has managed to. Even Nigeria is a useless country, really. Okay? I don't know why Peter Obi has managed to flout about 3 laws in Nigeria that will have him in Islam.
And so prosecute him.
He failed to declare his assets at least 3 or 4 times. The problem is there's other politicians in Nigeria that failed to declare their assets. There's other politicians in Nigeria that failed to declare their assets have not been gone after. The problem in Nigeria is all this matter of political solutions. I don't believe in political solutions. You commit a crime, you go to the slum. I don't care. And that's one thing about me. I don't care if you commit a crime. If you're my brother, you're going to the slum. If you're my mom and my father, you commit a crime, or I will be the first person sitting in front of me and giving witness against you. That's the problem with Nigerians. All this is my brother, is my sister, is my person. Okay, Peter Obi has committed a crime, and it's not difficult. Like Patoski said, it should not be difficult for individuals to just say that it's criminal. It's simple. You like him, you don't like him, that's a different matter. He's done something that is wrong. Let's just address the fact that he's done something that is wrong. And Peter Obi to me seems like a fantastic thief. Okay, I've lived in this country for far too long. Okay, and I've grown up around this country, and I've seen people. Okay, and I've operated with individuals in this country. I know when I'm looking at a dodgy character. I think Peter Obi looks to me like a very, very dodgy character. I mean, come on. I'm looking at the company's records, and it looks to me the same way. All these drug dealers, they always set up car sales companies, and they always set up companies that have that run. There's a lot of cash going through at the same time, and the balances don't look right. This everything just screams to me crime. I'm looking at the company records, and it just screams to me crime. And then look at the individuals that Peter Obi has a record with going to the 90s. Dube Obaze. Man served a term in jail for what? For drug dealing.
For drug dealing, yes. That's
His wife.
And I think his brother has
his brother-in-law, his wife as well. His wife as well actually was involved in a case where she was accused of being a mule. She has a record, although she never served a prison term, but she was involved in an investigation. His brother-in-law apparently is still serving a jail term in the United Kingdom. So tell me, I mean, the man, everything about the man screams.
Peter Obi has a closer association with drug dealing than Tinubu. That's beyond question.
I don't care. Tinubu could be a drug dealer as well, but it seems to me that Tinubu was an accountant for drug dealers.
So now is a druggie now like the druggie in Azeroth, right?
That's what the evidence tells us.
What evidence are you talking about?
Aro is telling you now. You're not
no, don't tell me. Put it on the screen for us. Because I mean,
don't worry. Like I said, I'm going to do an expose on it.
Yeah, right.
I did say now. Yeah.
The man's life is actually a mystery. Actually, the man's life is a mystery. I'm looking at the company's financial records, and he claims that Next International was what brought him to quite a lot, a lot of wealth when it was dealing with the Heinz, importing ketchup and the likes. But I'm looking at the company's records, and it does not reflect a multi-million dollar, euro, pound company. It doesn't at all. Not at any time do their records reflect that they were doing the amount of trade that he claims they were doing. I mean, it's there. It's one man. Just go to the gov.uk and search Next International UK Limited. There's 4 pages. And each of the pages would have at least 10 listings with PDF files each. There's 1996, the incorporation in 16th of May 1996, 17 pages long. The PDF file. I mean, it's all there. I'm looking at it right now. I've just opened this. I can see the man's signature right here. I mean, there's nothing about it that says to me that they were doing the volume of trade that he claims they were doing. But the problem in Nigeria is that we don't have a system that actually keeps track
of people. You have the balance sheet there in front of you. The balance sheet of everything. You have it in front of you.
In the UK, you have to publish your records every year. Otherwise, they'll close it. And I'm telling you, I'm looking at their company records. There's nothing in it that seems to tell me that that they were doing the amount of volume of trade that he claims they were doing. So he must have been making his money in somewhere else. He must have been.
It's
not that APP now. Stop all this APP stuff now. Come on, you're Nigerian now. Don't you have an interest in knowing about individuals, the public individuals in your country? Forget partisanship. Don't you have an interest? I'm looking at their annual returns for 2016 over here. I'm about to open it. It's just pages and pages of PDF files. There's over 120 pages of PDF files over here in total. I can see the addresses they used to register the company: 14 Oman Avenue, London, United Kingdom, NW26BG. I can see their list of directors. They've been using the company Centrum Securities Limited, and I think that's one of the companies they've been using. So I looked at that company. So that company looks like it provides kind of like it provides directors and secretaries for many companies. Okay, so it looks like it's one of those kind of it's one of those companies set up by these BVIs in the Jersey. So they then use this company listed in the UK to provide directors, and so they essentially that's their company secretary. Well, that's the company secretary for at least almost 200 other companies in the UK. So that looks like it's been used by their fund managers to provide secretaries in the UK as well. The Centrals Limited, the address. I mean, all this stuff looks absolutely dodgy. Now there are 99 ordinary shares held at the date of return by Next International Nigeria Limited, and one ordinary share held by Peter Obi. Well, Peter Obi is also the individual that owns Next International Nigeria Limited. So you might as well own all 1,000 shares. But I mean, the man is quite intelligent, I have to say. The man is quite intelligent, and the man, you know, he seems to me to be he's fashioned a false identity for himself, and he seems to have fashioned it going back to sometimes in the 1990s. And he's really kept the act. I have to really give it to him. He's really is living a double life for all intents and purposes. And
according to you, right?
This is what is being told me in documentation. The man is living a double identity as a saint in one hand, but his business dealings scream dodgy. Everything about his business dealings does not seem right, doesn't seem above board, given that the man claims to be the champion of morality. I mean, to me, like if this is the stuff that a lot of business people do around the world, okay? There's nothing he's doing that I'm not saying a lot of business individuals do, okay? But Peter Obi claims to be the exception. He claims to be the moral champion. He claims to be the defender of the masses, the individual that will pay every single cent of taxes that he is obligated to pay. It would not, even if the tax man forgot about 1 cent, Peter Obi will go to the tax man and say, you know what, I owe you 1 cent. This is your 1 cent. This is the way he talks about himself. But he's doing what every other criminal business individual does. A lot of business people, I've dealt with them. The one thing about it is this, okay? Everything about him is
two more minutes, Aro. 2 more minutes.
Everything about him is open, but it seems that Nigerians like to either be ignorant or we find it very difficult with all the data we have access to just do these more simple searches. So that's it. Best of luck, Nigeria. I really do hope Peter Obi becomes the Nigerian president because I really want to try something else. Okay. Thankfully, I don't live in Nigeria domain. I can escape Nigeria for 4 years while it's the president of Nigeria, and we can really see how things work out. I really wish he could become Nigerian president. Thank you, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So that's Oju Deba right there. Who brings evidence to back up his narrative? So well done, Aro. That was excellently put. Of course, the majestic Oju Deba. We go on from Aro to Man of Prestige. Prestige, you're up next. Prestige. All right. I don't think he's with us at the moment. So we go to Larry, from Larry to Zita, and Zita to Remy. Larry, you're up next.
Yeah, hello, woman.
How far? We hear from you today.
Sorry, Larry. Sorry.
No, it's no problem now. See, I don't even have a lot of things to say, right? Because, but the problem I have is this. Obi is a businessman, and nobody is clean, nobody is pure. Particularly, most of the people that left Nigeria went to UK, went to US, those early years. They did a lot of things that were shady, a lot of things that were not clean. So, but the problem I have is painting Obi as a saint. That's the problem, because for me, I have this notion that it's only gullible people that believe that Obi is a saint. He knows it himself. He knows he's not a saint. But, Nigeria, it's easy to brainwash Nigerians. And some things that, people tell you that you can, on your own, sit down and look at it. Does it really look right? That you can actually counter, but you still see people falling gullible and, which is normal. I think every politician know how to really deal with Nigerians. Tell them what they want to hear, they will always run with it. And that's just who Nigerians are. But it's no problem. As far as I'm concerned, right? Obi he will still, even if he contests, he will still get his people, and every other person will get their people. But the basic thing is this. as far as I'm concerned, I think I want to pick a little bit from what Patoski said, because one thing is for you to criticize the government. Another thing is for you to criticize the government with fact and data. One thing I can actually say for this Tinubu administration, compared ever since 1999 till date, right? Every administration in Nigeria, one way or the other, ASU strike has always been a thing. Every administration till date, it has always been a thing. And I think for me, I think Tinubu has really done a great job in that aspect, because he basically told us that he was going to ensure that 4 years is going to be 4 years for those kids, and which I think is actually great. Now, I was looking at some data, and I think, we've not really been doing well, with that ASU strike. I looked at data from 1999 to 2027 when Obasanjo was there. The kids were on strike for over 18 months. 2008 to 2015, 16 months. 2015 to 2020 to 2022, that was around 18 months again. So at least Tinubu has been able to really help those kids in that aspect. And I hope, he's able to really do it and, at least let those kids have, free calendars and stuff like that. And, economy, I've always said it here, right? It's only if you don't really want to face the reality. It's really looking at us, and we all know it. Somebody can tell you, oh, probably if I had got there, I would have done this, I would have. It's a lie. It's a lie. This is just like people will tell you they want to go write an exam, right? And they all prepare for that exam. And they tell you, oh, yeah, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And immediately, when they go write that exam, probably one person passes and, you've seen the scorecard, you've seen where the lapses are, and you're like, okay, fine, I will have done better. It's a lie. There's no way you will have done better. It will have even been worse. Because prior to 2023, everything everybody was saying was basically just, talking about things they want to do. Nobody really knew what was going to happen. Nobody really knew the aftermath of removal of subsidy. And that's the major thing. So people can always promise, oh, I want to build an empire. If I know Nigerians, right? You can always tell Nigerians, I want to build, I'm going to make Nigeria be like this place, blah, 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 and they'll follow you. But the reality is the reality. Once you get there, you see the reality. You see a lot of things that even you yourself might not even know. And I think that's exactly what happened. There's a lot of factors that you have to fight for you to be able to do anything for Nigeria. So for me,
so some of that happened to Tinubu as well. I think he was caught off guard with what he saw.
Yeah, that is why we said, you see, the reality of things, right? It's different from, it's just like, it's a normal thing about life, right? Before you get to something, you have a tall dream, you say you do this, you do that. Just like it's just a normal thing about life. Before we get married, right? Oh, yeah, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to do. Immediately, you as a man, you get married, you see the reality of things. Immediately, you start getting children, you see the reality of life. That's just it. So if somebody is now telling you, oh, probably if I had gone, I would have done that, I would have done this, because they've seen the shit. That's just it. So nobody should just come tell us that, oh, I would. No, it's not like that. We know this is a problem, and I've always said it on this platform. Nigeria was more like a cancer patient that was wearing good clothes, and everybody felt, Nigeria was doing great. When we knew that Nigeria had a cancer that could actually, Nigeria could actually break down one day. So what are we saying? So for me, I think it's good, and I think even if Tinubu leaves, it's really going to help coming governments, because subsidy is not a problem. We're taking care of it. So coming governments will definitely focus on other things. And people say, oh, Tinubu should do this. For me, I think the only problem I have with Tinubu is Nigeria has a lot of problems. And he wants to solve all the problems at the same time. He wants to solve all the problems at the same time. That's the problem I have with him. You can't solve the whole problem at the same time. You have the problem of subsidy, you want to solve that. You have the problem of the exchange rate, you want to solve that. There's security problem there. People want you to solve that. There's power issue there. They want you to solve that. There's problem within the educational sector. They want you to solve that. So it's a whole lot of things. And people are not being realistic. And sometimes when I listen to people that are educated, they talk and stuff, and I'm like, I just sit down, I just laugh. Most times, right? Most times, even in these places, that's why I don't talk most times, because I laugh. Because it's always easy for us to say things, right? It's always easy. Oh, we think it's going to be El Dorado. We think somebody should just come there and do magic. No. There's no magic anybody can do. It's a problem that has to be fixed. Oh, yeah, people are hungry, this and that. Yes, people are going to be hungry. If you have to fix a problem, people are going to be hungry. But the major thing is, how do we really tackle it? And there is no precedent. You see, if we still have this kind of mentality, nobody can fix Nigeria. Because we're just basically not focusing on what we should need to focus on. For crying out loud, we have 36 states in that country. We have over 700 local governments. And we just think one person will just come and bring the magic wand and just fix Nigeria. No. Until people that are educated begin to really speak to facts, then I think we're just playing. We come here, I'm telling you, if we still have this kind of mindset, we'll still always come to this platform in 4 years, 8 years, and it's still the same thing. Complain and complain. And Nigeria will always complain. Can you pinpoint one government in Nigeria that Nigerians did not criticize? And that has always been the problem. During Obasanjo, it was criticism all around. I got there, they said it was too slow, they said it was too this, it was too that, and Nigeria, as hypocrites as they are, immediately they said it's the best.
Jonathan, you see, Larry, what surprises me is about this poverty all the time. Even when Volkswagen was sold for 800 naira, brand new, there were poor people, plenty of poor people who can't even afford a tire sold for 27 naira then, an inner tube, 3 naira.
Yeah. I think it's more of a mindset thing, right? It's more of a mindset thing. When Jonathan got there...
When are we going to stop you doing this? What about I would like to do?
No.
It only shows that the poor will always be amongst us.
You see, it's not what about.
It is that's what it is.
No,
that's what people are doing.
Let me tell you. It's that mindset. We need to that mindset. And this is just to you too. You need to change your mindset and ask the right questions. Don't complain. You can complain and complain and complain. If you don't ask the right questions, you just keep complaining and nothing is going to change.
No, don't give me this. Come on, Larry, you are too educated to be doing this.
No, okay.
Hold on. Let me. I know you have your space. Let me say this to you.
Mm-hmm.
This same, because I want to go insultive now to this APC. This same APC, Tinubu.
Go ahead, no problem.
I'm not going to do that. I want to stop that.
Go ahead.
Let me just be civil tonight. I want to be civil tonight. These are the same people when they came in. Why didn't you tell them back then that they should look at themselves and ask themselves, what can we do? All this English local drinking you're talking now. Why didn't you tell them back in 2015 when they were coming in, that they should look at the whole picture and they should know that the Nigeria they war from the beginning. It is not Jonathan's fault. Everything is it was not Jonathan that created all these things you people come here and throw about every time. Why didn't you people tell them? Tell me, why did Tinubu and his minions back then and Bubu? Why did they think about it that way? Now, suddenly now that we are not questioning it now. You people cannot.
They were all afraid to do it, right? Even Baba OBG, who had the opportunity. They were all afraid to do this.
Okay, let me tell you something.
All right, hold on. I'm going to step to the back for a moment. After Larry, Prestige Zita Remy, Baba will keep you guys in line. I am still here, but I'll be in the back.
Okay, rational mind. You see, we've always said something. Oh, Tinubu and the likes of them. How many are these people? See, it is not even Tinubu or anybody. Everything that has always happened in Nigeria has been decision taken by Nigerians. Fine, Tinubu can, try to influence one or two people. It's Nigerian people. Tinubu is just, if you count all of them, all the politicians, count all of them together in Nigeria, they are not up to 200,000. So why are we saying, oh, okay, 200,000, all of them, 200,000. Look at the whole Nigeria. It's a Nigerian thing. I've seen people say, oh, Tinubu was against fuel subsidy, blah, 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 blah. And I asked myself, how many Tinubu and probably some of all these guys? And people forget that as at that time, everybody in Nigeria was against it. I was also against it. I also protested against it. And virtually everybody in Nigeria at that time protested against it, which is a normal thing for people to do. So, Tinubu or nothing, I don't even care. Because the major thing is this. Even if bring anybody, I'm telling you, bring anybody, Nigeria as a country, the way Nigeria is being set up, maximum 6 months, people will start complaining again. And it is even better for some of all these guys because, they know, because basically, people that were supposed to be looking at, I've always said it there, nobody's looking at them, and it's a win-win. That's all of them are going to Tinubu to pay homage. Because it's always been a windfall for them, right? They had, things are doing good for them. They have things, they are not even crying. And they see that, oh, everybody is focused on, oh, Tinubu do this, Tinubu do that, Tinubu do that. And for me, whatever people want to say, as far as I'm concerned, anybody can actually vote for whoever they want to vote for, right? Is it Obi? Is it Atiku? Is it Tinubu? Anybody, vote for anybody you want to vote for. But the basic thing is just that the problem is not going to leave. The only thing we'll just do is to postpone, probably change hands and postpone our normal lamentation. That's just what we're just going to do.
But question to you is this. With all these things, because I was listening to our friend Patoski, was saying that these Tinubu's policies, what is the fruit that this thing is yielding that you people are talking about as yielding? Because it is sounding to me like we should just let this guy continue and do another 4 years of pain that he's talking about, the baby step of pain. When is that baby step of pain going to end? Because keep hearing him always throwing that buzzword all around every time.
Rational mind.
When is this going to end? When are we going to see the light at the end of the
tunnel?
Wait,
let's talk now. Let's talk. As at today, Nigeria is not living a fake life. Right? We know where we are.
Correct, yeah.
We know where we are. Fuel, we know where we are. Exchange rate, we know where we are.
We are oil poor country.
So it's not like, oh, probably we know this is just who we are. This is how much we have, and this is what we can do.
Larry, you're listening. I continue. You see, I've never been insulted in my life. I'll never think of being insulted until this Oloibruku APC came in. Because you people make us believe that it is we that are living fake life. I mean, hold on, let me ask a question. When you are saying, you see, this APC, they've so much insulted the people of Nigeria. And they do that on a daily basis. And some of you will come here to Mama repeat the same thing. It's online, it's on people manche.
Larry, just give me 30 seconds to explain to RM what the fake life means.
Yeah. Well, but I know what you're talking about when you talk about fake life. Who is living fake life? You came in, barely, you send in a supplemental budget. You ask for billions of dollars, not billions of dollars or millions of dollars, for you to be able to get your fake life of buying a presidential jet, buying a beast of Escalade or whatever you call it. You open a shop for your husband, for your wife. You give the National Assembly, you give them money to go and be buying SUV. Who are the people living fake life? And you come here, you insult Nigerians, telling Nigerians that the people are living fake life. Nigerians say APC.
Calm down now. Wait, Larry, just indulge me, I beg. 30 seconds. When he says Nigerians, it includes the government. It is all of us. You understand? When you know definitely that the cost of even producing Nigeria's oil, lifting a barrel from the depth of the sea, is the costliest anywhere in the world. That on that alone, we are not making too much profit. Then you now sell that same oil at the cost of a bottle of water, not even beer. When your neighbors are selling for maybe 100 naira, you are now selling it to people at 20, projecting the country as a rich country. Is that not fake? When you open 6 windows for foreign exchange, there is one for school fees, one for importation, one for military hardware, about 6 windows where people will now go. You are now selling it for 450, between 450 and 700. And people will now go buy and then sell for 700, 800. At a fell swoop, overnight, somebody will make 300 million out of 100 million investment. Is that not fake life? Those are 2 key things that every president has been running away from. And even the ex-president living, they are in awe and admiration of this president, that they don't know that they can take that kind of risk and get away with it.
You don't address the issue that I'm talking about. You talk about, go about telling us about the oil drilling, this and that. But who are the people living this fake life?
Okay.
When when
you are buying fuel for far less than the cost.
That's the thing. You compare us to some of these big countries, even Russia. Of course.
What about my neighbor? Cotonou, Cameroon, Chad,
yeah, fine.
Niger.
We would like to do this. What about them? No,
it's not what about. I'm telling you, this is the reason why we squander our wealth. Rather than let us buy a razor for what a razor costs, and those that can afford that razor, subsidize it for them. They are not in great numbers.
Do you know the
whose turn is it?
Income?
Whose turn is it to speak?
Okay, Larry can bring it home and Zita can carry on.
And then it's Prestige, then Zita, then Remy.
I think Prestige has slept.
Okay, so rational mind. So let me just tell you something. This whole fake life of a thing that Nigeria as a country lives didn't start with Tinubu, right? And it didn't start with Buhari. During Jonathan, we were all here when Ngozi basically told us that there was a problem, that we were basically borrowing to cover our recurrent expenditure. We were all here. Everybody felt
every country borrows now to cover up now.
No country, when a country starts borrowing to cover recurrent expenditure, then that country is not a going concern. You can borrow for capital expenditure, but the moment you start borrowing for recurrent expenditure, that means that country can collapse. What it means is that if you don't get that loan, people are not going to get paid. Then it's not a functioning country. So look at that point, at that time. At that time, Nigeria stopped being a functioning country because we were just basically patching and patching and patching and patching. Until recently that we started this normal financial engine. Let's stop this, let's face our reality and let's know where we are. So if you say, oh, probably we'll have done something. Yeah, I agree. We'll have done something then during Jonathan when Okojo was saying it. But it's a Nigerian thing. Nobody was listening. We just felt we could still keep pushing. And when you keep pushing, it gets to a point that you can't even push again. And that's exactly what happened. So as at now, with this whole thing that Tinubu has done, we know where we are. We know how much our Naira the worth of our naira. We know how much we are buying for. We know how much we can afford. Now, if they want to go borrow money to take, at least we know that as at now, we can still function, even if we don't want to do, any capital expense, any capital projects, we can still run a country, which was not there before. So, Madam Zita, you can go.
I don't think it's Zita. Is it Zita or is it a Man of Prestige?
No, I think Madam.
I don't think Man of Prestige is available.
Madam Zita can go.
Man of Prestige, are you there? It's not there. Zita.
Baba, what's the topic?
It's about the interview granted by Obi and Rufai Oseni actually interviewed him. So most of us think it's a whitewash. Some people think it was the best thing that ever happened in this political season. And then there was the Tunumbu's and Lagos State Governor's reconciliation yesterday. And those are the two basic things.
I didn't listen to the interview now, and I didn't see the reconciliation. So can you tell me what the interview is all about, or what the reconciliation?
As usual, you know what Obi will say. Everybody is a criminal. He's a saint. He did achieve a lot in Anambra, so he claimed, and he left a lot of money for Obiano. And
they have started this campaign of calumny again.
Yeah, he said he left $50 million each in Access, in Diamond, and in Fidelity, and then 50 billion each, which Obiano debunked.
Okay. You see, why it seems as if there is a lot of push on Obi's, because we have 4 types of supporters. We have Atiku supporters, we have Peter Obi supporters, we have Tinubu supporters, we have Ponkanzo supporters, and the Showore, making it them 5. At least these are supporters I have met. When you talk to Ponkanzo supporters, they will start telling you the things he did, which are that is physical, you can see, that make them like him. You see those things. This one are not somewhere in the bank or somewhere and somebody's conduct. This is things he did in the state. You see with your 2 kuru eye. And he's still there. And those people are still there. They can speak for him. Then when you speak to Atiku supporters, they will start telling you what his policies are like. Policy here, policy there. They will remind you of what Atiku did when he was the vice president. When you speak to Tinubu supporters, they will tell you how Tinubu built Lagos and how he has a blueprint and all those things, and how he has been how he has been the godfather, engineering the emergence of better governors to continue carrying the legacy. You speak to Obi supporters, they will tell you wonderful things Peter Obi did in Anambra State. Now, what is the difference between all these people and their supporters? It's only Obi supporters that you push back. They get so angry and they start hating on you just because you argued about their member. In fact, for you alone having the effrontery to speak bad thing Obi did is enough for you to be their enemy. Then Tinubu supporters is ready to argue with their facts with you. somehow Atiku supporters are kind of dying down, they will still be telling you that they like his policy. Now, Atiku and Pampers, so let me remove them for now. Let me first Obi and Tinubu, although Obi and Tinubu are no match. He played that in 2023. Even as some people thought he will win, he didn't win. He didn't even come close to second. He didn't even come anywhere close to the man. So, but still, we still have to talk about him.
He didn't even tell Supreme Court he won. He didn't say that in courts. He didn't claim that.
If those people are deluded. You see, I don't know what he is saying. I don't really know. I don't know what he's telling people, but I know that if you keep Anambra and keep Lagos in the standard of cities, Lagos is Nigerian quintessential city. And that Lagos started changing after Tinubu. And if those people who hate Tinubu can comfortably say that he was the one that brought Fashola, brought Ambode, brought Showo, then give him the credit. If you think he's the godfather of a state, and skyscrapers are springing up everywhere in the state, and everybody see it at their own abroad in Nigeria.
The way they develop Lagos, is that how where you live? Is that how it is?
Excuse me, rational mind. I don't know how you think the way we develop wherever I am, but I can assure you that it is so bad here that you can't spend cash.
Come on, let's not card.
Hold on, let me finish. You ask me a question, no. You ask me a question.
Goodness.
The tax here, if you put it in Nigeria, Nigerians will say the whole place ablaze. So let's not even go there.
Talking about 40%.
Don't even go close. Because let that skyscraper be springing off in Lagos. Anyhow, it's springing up. Because if you tell Nigerians to pay the kind of tax we pay here, with the restricted micro monitoring, this is a global platform, I must say it. Here, you want to pay cash, you go first swap your card. Then when you swap your card, you go ask you cash or card. If you click on card, they collect the cash from you. Cash, they collect the card. If you click on card, then you put your PIN, the money will take. One, it will disappear from your card. But you must swipe that card. Why? Because they want to know how you run your money. They want to know how you spend your money, what you are spending it on, how your money, the water, how it's coming into your account, when you are withdrawing it, the cash that they cannot trace, how you're spending it. And one day, you might explain how you spend those cash that is more than your salary. I'm a cash person anyway, but they dealt with me here. I don't spend.
Now what is spending cash got to do with what I'm talking about? You talk about
what I'm saying is that the kind of things we experience, if you try it in Nigeria, fire go burn. Because of you that said, do I know how those skyscrapers are coming? And I'm telling you, it is easier for those skyscrapers
they
in
tell
Nigeria
the way they develop city. Is that how they develop Lagos? The way they develop city, like they develop Lagos.
I've told you now. I said it is easier developed in Nigeria than the way
they just too good at just
because most of us didn't even spend a dime on how they built Abuja. We didn't know. Our money is not there. But here, your money sure is going to be there. By force with fire.
I understand the way you talk like somebody who's who's exposed. I mean, I believe you're exposed, but I mean, do you understand that governance? We're talking about governance here. We're not talking about an individual here. Whatever any money, it's taxpayers' money. So don't talk. I mean, don't say it like as if.
Which taxpayer? How much will not the tax?
Hold on.
I'm giving you an example. How many taxpayers' money went into the construction of Abuja? Hold on, let me finish. Because you people come here to screw trap.
No, the way you just talk, you know, even the way you just talk, not even
how many Nigerians their tax in Abuja in the building and construction of Abuja?
What are you talking about? All the VAT where they collect.
I don't understand. What do you mean by when I'm talking? What am I talking about? When was Abuja created?
Come on, would you allow for a conversation?
Abuja started?
Would you allow
How many Nigerians were paying tax?
Would you? Okay, let me answer your question. You asked a question, right? Yeah. So we have oil. Federal government collects a tax. So all the money when they use sink into the Abuja there, where did they get the money?
Excuse me. What do you mean by
the money? Hold on.
What do you mean by
the military? The military. Hold on. The military started the development of Abuja. From Mutalasa.
What do you mean? I want to understand what you mean that we have oil.
Come on. Our common patrimony was what was used in developing Abuja. Or what are you talking about?
And this place I am, they don't have oil. Do you know where I am? When I get oil, you
know, sometimes the way to even argue, I mean, to even have a conversation with you, they very
no, now you said they have oil,
so
not
be small.
Money. Hold on.
Then I get oil. Yeah. So what's the argument? What's the argument?
They have oil, so Nigeria have oil. They use their oil money to build Abuja. Is that not what you're saying? Thank you. And I am telling you that this place they do have oil in quantum.
Okay.
But they're gonna use your tax to develop that thing.
So the oil money, where they the oil money do?
Are you asking me? You gonna
they keep them and America borrow some.
You people just argue.
You're gonna pay the tax.
They argue like I don't just know your argument here. I don't just understand.
You must pay the tax anyway. Whether they keep it or
they tax them, they throw
it. But the important thing is that building of cities is a communal something.
No, it's not. It's not.
It's
not. That's not what it's all about. It's not what it's all about. Go on.
How many Nigerians are paying tax?
Oh my goodness.
Whose fault is that? How many Nigerians? Let me answer you. Let me answer
your question.
Let me answer
your question. You ask me.
You ask the question now. You say how many Nigerians are paying tax?
You say, whose fault is that? Is that not the question?
How many Nigerians are paying tax?
Yes, and you said whose fault is
13%.
Nigerians. Whose fault is the father? 30%.
You are asking whose fault is it that they are not paying as much? Everybody in everything you spend, you pay tax. You are asking whose fault is it? I will answer you the way I usually answer such questions. When you ask of good leadership, good administration, everything working, remember that it has consequences. The consequences of the West, are you ready to bear it?
I say whose fault now? You don't answer the question.
I've answered the question.
You're answering the question like
you said whose fault, and I'm
yes, whose fault is that they are not capturing it?
That's why I just answered the question. But let me come down. Since
if I mark your answer, you score 0.
Hold on now. Let me come down since you didn't understand.
You didn't answer it. I understand.
Hold on.
You didn't understand it.
Okay.
You answer the question.
Can I answer now?
Yes.
It is the fault of the government, and Nigerians are benefiting from the maladministration.
You just answered, so that's the point.
Thank you. That's what I explained to you. I said, the consequences of good governance, are you ready to face it? You want good governance. Those good
we are facing consequences of bad governance. Why can't we face consequences of good governance?
It has strong consequences.
It has benefits.
It's not benefit. It's consequences.
It is beneficial.
And it's that consequences that result to the benefits of good governance.
We are
First
facing
of all,
consequences now, but
before
not
a
benefit.
good governance will bring a benefit, you must face the consequences when it is introduced. And when you face those consequences, then the benefit will start unfolding.
Madam, you see, since we have
It's
they
my
have a
turn.
government.
Let me finish because Baba. So
Yeah, Zita.
what am I saying in essence? I don't know what he's saying. But since 2023, in fact, since 2019, when they made that man vice president, I've been telling people to take a stroll to Anambra. Nigerians don't need visa to go to Anambra State. Even as Solution is still there working hard in his own capacity, I will still tell you to go and visit that place. And then please, when you are visiting Anambra, make sure the capital of Anambra State is Oka. When you land in Port Harcourt Airport, please drive into the capital of Imo State that is called Owerri. Look around it. Then you take a ride to Oka. Even as Soludo is still there, Soludo is the second person after Peter Obi. Then you see whether what he's telling you is true or not. But that's not the important thing. Anybody has the right to vote. Anybody who wants to vote, you can support anybody you want to support. I don't care. You can argue and tell me how wonderful that person is. I don't really do care. And I reserve the right as a human being to tell you how terrible the person is. Hating on me is not going to solve the problem. Because as I said before, people like Peter Obi and some people I know like Showore, I can never support those people to be the president of Nigeria. Never. Never. Even in my dream, if I'm in the dream, I saw myself campaigning for them, I go wake up, go see doctor for malaria. I will not. Because let me say this, I don't know the story. According to Baba said he was saying everything he was saying. But I for one, I do have problem with Nigerians. Nigerians complain a lot about their country. I give it to them. That's fine. It's not working very fine the way they want to be. Yeah, you have right to complain. But after complaining, they complain. Then somebody said, okay, election is coming. Who do you want to support to be the president? You say Peter Obi. A man who locked down emergency for 30 months. Without giving a hook. 13 good months. I repeat myself. You see this one, Peter Obi, they always they talk for here every time. With you show where the palabolo in Yash for here. Those two, I don't want to call others because those others are not running for president. Let me call the ones raising their ugly head that they want to be president. I call these two, and I repeat, if I'm in a dream and I find myself campaigning for them, the moment I wake up, I won't even have my back. I will.
But we don't hear you. You don't repeat that second time now.
Excuse me, let me finish. I can repeat. It's my turn. I can repeat it 300 times if I care until my time is up. In fact, I can even be saying it like a broken record till my time is up. So don't shishi me, please. I love saying it. Don't shishi me. I love repeating I can sing it. I can be a broken record on it because this is who I am and this is what I stand for. Let me repeat myself again, and please don't interrupt me. I said, if I am in my dream, that's how bad it is for those who are hating me because of Obi. I'm trying to tell them it's not even Obi. Among all of them that are contesting, you see Showore, you see Peter Obi. If I daydream, I mean the dream, here where's it that they say vote for, if I wake up, in fact, as I'm waking up, I'm calling for emergency. And when I get there, I will tell doctor, put me in the ICU because something is definitely wrong with me.
About 1 more minute.
I can, you the one coordinator, you that have been speaking for 1 hour now.
Baba, 1 more minute.
Okay, Baba, what's the next? Forget that. What's the next topic?
It's Pato.
Pato, 1 more minute. 1 minute. I mean, she
Baba, what's the next one?
Is the reconciliation in that happened and the number of people that have been trooping down to Bodilon Road to pay obeisance to the president.
Thank God you used the right
roll
word.
call of who is who, actually.
You see, that's why I say you are smart. You use the right word. They are going to see the president. Then we are not going to see Tinubu. Who understand will understand. They were trooping there to go and see the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. What am I saying in essence? If it happened to be another person, that's the way they will troop in there. So it's not a Tinubu thing. They're respecting the seat. Just like that black ego boy in the United States. When haters were telling him he's a black boy, he's playing golf with Donald Trump. He said, don't do my mention. It's called for to respect the seat. And who wouldn't want to play golf with the president of the United States? I rest my case.
It's remedied.
Let your case be rested.
Yeah, I will rest now. We need that rest. We need that rest.
We
need that rest.
Case is rested.
Yeah, is Remy there?
I don't think Remy is there.
I think you're mute already. You're already on mute.
Let me bring in Sumasu.
Kerewa, now my turn. I want to talk. Let me
All
talk.
the propaganda stuff, man. I beg.
Let me talk. Let me say something.
Somebody is there before you. Remy has to talk first. You can't just come in and just barge in and say you want to talk.
I want to tackle this woman here. I want to put this woman to corner now. I want to put him to corner now. This woman Zita. I know him.
What's going on now? This guy. What is wrong with this guy? Somebody who has to talk before.
I know this woman. I want to put him.
Patoski, can you hear me now?
Yes, you can hear.
Can I go ahead, or somebody is before me?
You can go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Good morning, and nice to be here once again. I will start my analysis on the separation of power. And I know in Nigeria that the executive, the judiciary, and also the legislative, they have first charge of money directly from the federal allocation. I'm starting from this place because people are accusing the president that why do you allow the legislator to buy expensive vehicle or whatever. I just want people to go and read Nigerian constitution very well. So the money goes directly to the legislative, and they have the prerogative to use they have the principal officer to use the money as all the members of the house agree to. And after buying this expensive vehicle, none of these are our representatives. Remember, they are all our representatives in the house. None of them rejected the vehicle. None of them said, I don't want it. Put the money back to the treasury of the Nigerian government. None of them said so. So when you are apportioning blame, you should try and read the constitution and see the separation of powers. Separation of power. So that one, I think I've dealt with that one. I did not listen to be interviewed, but from his word, people that lied a lot, they always come around and lie on top of it to cover the one they have lied before. It's always difficult to. They always forget. They don't know what they said maybe last year. But what I see in that is that I will give it to him in the last election. He saw an opportunity, an opening, and he gathered that kind of vote. He has the local sentiment, especially from the Southeast, who have been yearning for presidency from their side. So traditionally, people will fall in line and they voted for him. That's good plus. And because of the Muslim ticket, he also see an opportunity. And he said his own way, church, take back your country. Fine. And when you look at the pattern of the vote in Ghana, you can see that in the North Central, we have some states are predominantly Christians, like Plateau and Nasarawa State, and in Taraba, where some sections are Christians, and in Kaduna, where some sections are Christian. They voted for his party and invariably voted for him also. But the beauty of democracy is this. This is 2027 knocking. I hope he can find a political party so that he can contest under that political party. So at least we will now know exactly whether the last 2023 is a fluke or not a fluke. Because his supporters are still yelling that, oh, he's the winner. A person that came third and he wanted to jump from third to the first position, not even telling I defeated Atiku, who came second. The person that came second never claimed they are the winner. And you are third, and you are saying you are the winner. And when you look at the vote from the Northeast and Northwest, you didn't garner a lot of votes, no presence, no a lot of political agent. So in a nutshell, all this, what you guys have been talking about, having an asset over there, having an asset here, all politicians or people that are extremely wealthy, sometimes they said the road to success is very rough. And sometimes some people, sometimes the way they make their money, you might never know. And when you are looking at in the Nigerian context, where everything is not totally cleared, so you can see that some of these guys make their money somehow, even including all of us that were in this platform, including those ones that are making comments. If we try to dig, we find that
you are very interested in these comment people.
Yeah. So if we try to, no, I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm saying everybody in the platform.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
When they abuse Tinubu, you will see Tinubu supporters being so wild about it. But I just said one thing, the doctors, and then I said, I will never support him. And they're going so mad. It's not going to change anything. You know, Remy? I won't support that.
So
Can never support him.
My own thing about him is this. I think people should build on their successes. When you are so successful with that kind of 6 million vote, and you are the presidential candidate of a party, and then you are now coming out now that it is the incumbency that is fomenting trouble in your party. It's very funny. That shows that if you cannot manage a party, you cannot manage a country, a complex country like Nigeria, why various interests are at stake. And you are coming out that blah, 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 blah. So if you are the president of a country and things were not going well, then you say it is Remy, Zita, AI, and Arogudand. They are the one fomenting trouble. They are the one not making your government to do the right thing. I don't think that is a right excuse for a politician that is yearning to become the leader of a country. I think that excuse is very lame, to be frank, and it's very weak. So in that aspect, I also see him that he does not really want to build from the scratch. And if you don't want to build from the scratch, at the end of the day, failure is right there in front of you. Because if you just want to jump in the middle or at the end, what about the people that have been building from the scratch, that have been there for a long time? Do you think they will be happy, even if you have all the money in this world? And the person we're talking about is a billionaire in Nigerian context that is not in the Forbes list, that we don't know how he gets his money. A lot of people accuse him that in the 90s, he's a bagman for the Abacha. So we do not have whatever he had to say make the money. And when we talk, some people say, he's a trader. I forgot, what are you trading on that makes you that kind of money? So in a nutshell, I see him as a liar, and I see him as somebody that is not ready to sacrifice and prepared very well. He just he's an opportunist, as I see him. But as an opportunist, you can only score one goal at a time. When it comes to real issue, you will fade out. And I think Obi also knew that the time has come for him to fade out. And if you are still thinking that the coalition of Atiku are going to hand him that ticket, please, you are dreaming in Lala's land. They're not going to give him. And he knew, and they too also knew that his success of 2023 is not going to repeat itself in 2027, because election is not the same thing. Year in, year out, different time. So in conclusion, I would say that if I were him, if he can float his own party, it's never too late. Let's see your strength. At least you say you have a lot of supporters all over the country. Float your own party. Push a lot of people there, or a lot of people that are supporting you, push them to House of Representatives. Push them to the senatorial seat. Mind you, even if you had won in 2023, with how many people in the Labour Party? So you don't have the strength. So I think it's not somebody that people should, of course, for all politicians, we should not die for them. You can have a kind of sentiment, or you can have the kind of love for them, but it does not really mean. And if Nigeria rejected you in 2023 and you came third, are you sure you can come first this time around? I don't think so. So in conclusion, I think, to me personally, this is just my own opinion, I think it's not the right leader for a complex country like Nigeria, where you have to balance a lot of interests.
I don't care. My own is that I will never support him.
But yeah, of course, everybody have a choice. They are not forcing you to support him. Those people that love him and like him, they also support him, and they can also say, okay, we are trying to, make him become. They put all their support in. But to most Nigerians, after the 2023 election, there's one thing I've learned: if your cho is too much, you are going to, in fact, because he talked too much, and at the end of the day, everything can see who he is now. He is not the right leader. He does not have the wherewithal to lead a complex country like Nigeria. Too many lies.
They don't need to see what he's saying. They should go to Anambra. That's where I live my own. It's not
even when I was
to Anambra.
To be frank, when I said that they were commissioning government house by Soludo, I was disappointed. I thought that how come most of the states that they created, or probably for a long time ago, you still don't have a state house? How many years ago? That's a long time. And they were commissioned. Where does he operate for? And when he said he always carry cash around to pay contractor, that's no accountability. That means you are.
Did you listen, Remy? You didn't listen to that interview. You would have heard his response to that.
Okay,
see, that's what we say. Somebody said he does not. Let
me explain to you. Let me explain to you.
Not even listen to what he said.
Let me explain to you his response, and you will discover that if it had been you, let me not say even to know, if it had been you, I know you would have done the same thing. I would have done that. When it came, he came after Ngigi and the people. That time, the place they were used for government house, they burnt it. They burnt some of government assets. So when he came, and when he was sworn in, he said it in public TV, and nobody disputed that. We all knew what happened in that state then. He said the day he came, there was no government house. In short, there was no governor's office. He had to tell the SSG to excuse him. So he was sharing the office with the SSG. And he was going to the office from Onitsha. So the place that they call government house now, Soludo was living somewhere before they built this one. He said, so the place where Soludo was living before they now built a permanent government house was built by him. And as at that time, he was not ready to spend all the money to build a big house for the governor. He felt there were more important things to do in the state. So he built a small place where he was managing and governing while he tried to do other things. And that was the same place he lived. That was the same place Obiano lived.
Can I answer your question?
I'm not.
Can I ask you a question?
That my statement is not a question. I'm just telling you what
Yeah,
what the
I
guy said.
understand you, Patoski.
And
I
that's,
want to
I'm
ask you
telling
a
you, if
question.
Lamia
No,
and you.
Remy, I want to ask
Wait
him a
now.
question.
Don't answer me. I didn't ask a question. So there's no need answering a question that I didn't ask now.
No, you were telling a story he told,
I
and I
said,
want to ask
I
you a
said that
question.
you can ask me a question, but you can't answer my question because I didn't ask a question.
No, I'm not answering your question. I want to ask you a question based on
that
the
was
story.
the analysis. That was the analysis that I gave in that interview.
Yeah, I want to ask
I
you
was
a
trying to tell
question
you
based on
that's
that
what you said.
analysis. Yeah, because me, I like doing a expose. That's why they don't like me. Here is Patoski that is speaking.
Yes.
Patoski, you know that when a new state is created, a lot of money is given to that state. It's like a mobilization money. You know that?
This humanity, just say Peter
Hold
Obi
on
built
now. I
Anambra
asked a
Secretariat.
question now, yes
Peter
or
Obi
no?
built Anambra government launch. Peter Obi
Hold
built.
on.
Why did
How much did the Anambra government lodge cost? So why do you have to build a lodge? Then after, they will build a state house. I don't, is
Let me
it the
explain
way
to
we
you.
are?
No, that's the way.
Is it who we are?
No, let's explain now. You see, in every state, I don't know your own, in the River State where you lived, every state has a lodge. That lodge is usually called presidential lodge. That lodge is where the president stays when he comes on a state visit. So even if you had built a government house, you would still have built a presidential lodge. So what Obi did in that case was build a lodge. After all, president comes there and goes. President does not permanently stay there. So if I build this lodge, I will stay there. Any president that comes, I will excuse. And I remember Obi granting one interview, say, when Obasanjo came, he told Obasanjo, come and stay in my house, in this lodge. Me, I will move to another place. So everybody knows how you manage.
So he ruled,
Okay, let me
ruled
conclude.
Anambra State without the seat
So you
of
can
power.
build, every state builds a lodge and a government house.
Yeah, we
so
know
in
that.
this case, it's not doing something that's
sorry,
out of place.
AI. So let me conclude.
Remy,
apparently you don't know that. You don't know that. Don't say you know that.
The state has a
Apparently you don't know that.
presidential lodge. Sorry, Yemi. You know, State has presidential lodge in Ibara. Sure, you
Yes,
know,
I know.
that GRA. So it's not.
Yeah,
was
every
built
state
by
has
Lawa.
presidential law.
Every state does that. So
But what
don't blame the
what
state.
we are saying here is this: as a governor, he does not lead a lot of institution. If you look, if they are telling you that he built a lot of things in Anambra should be an El Dorado. You cannot even compare Oka with Owerri or with what do you call it, the capital of Ebonyi State.
How many states were viable during that time? How many states were viable during those times? How many states were viable?
Sorry, I don't want to answer your question.
Well, you cannot answer the question now. Why would you?
So, and apart from that,
don't start this Obi problem again.
So as a governor of a state, if you do not build that government house in that time, can we now say if you have built that that house in that time, it should not be so expensive building it at today? To be frank with you, it's just a proper. They just package this guy. If he is so super good, and he is also a godfather, he put a piano there, and if he can't control him, and if you now accuse Tinubu being a godfather, at least his godfatherism have made Lagos to be where they are today. If he has been a godfather in Anambra too, and he has performed very incredibly well, maybe by today now, a lot of people in Anambra would have stayed back in Anambra and even have Anambra dream instead of coming to Lagos or going to Rivers or going to everywhere in the country. When you go to YouTube, you see what this guy have done in Ebonyi State in 8 years. Can you even compare Umari performance with that of Obi?
At least the people that contested with him, they all sat in their state after ruling.
Can you even compare Oshobo or the way Aregbesola turn around things there in the state capital?
What is this guy talking about? Have you been to Aqua? Have you been to
Okay,
Aqua?
I will.
It's not called Aqua, it's called Oka. It's called Oka. Everything will be
Sorry, I said Aqua. Oka,
That
sorry.
is actually the problem I have
You're right,
with these
Oka.
supporters.
Have you ever been to Oka
You
before?
see the way he's getting irritated, but this guy stay here and screw all manner of trash about Tinubu. I mean, I don't get it. You are getting irritated because somebody is calling out to be really.
It's a reporter. I'm putting up a reporter. Why do you know I'm irritated?
Remy?
You can see me. I'm laughing here at the same time. I'm giggling here. So do you know the meaning of irritated? Do you know the definition of irritated? I believe you know what it is. You're trying to be smart ass, right? That what you're trying to be? Voice. What is voice? Tone. You hear my voice, and you can tell from voice that I'm irritated. Come on, AI. I believe you're too intelligent more than this for this kind of thing you're doing. What is the meaning of this?
Patoski, you can take over. I think I'm done. Another person can talk.
Patoski, please let me quickly talk. Please.
Patoski, let me just say something. You see, in everything, there's context in everything. I'm not here to come and defend Peter Obi. I'm not a diehard fan of Peter Obi.
You do it all the time, so don't claim you don't.
It's okay. It's okay.
There's nothing wrong with it, actually. There's really nothing wrong.
It's okay. It's okay. It's just that when people want to spin the narratives around the guy, that is when I would not allow that. Does not mean that.
But Otin sọ̀rọ̀ látàárọ̀ now. National mic.
I just need that 1 minute to just say something, and then you talk. I mean, okay, go on. You just go ahead, talk.
Okay,
I'm done.
Thank you, Jerry. See, one thing I want to say, it's not too much. I won't take much time. You see, Obi is as dull as his followers. They are so.
No, I wouldn't call him man dull. Looking at what I've seen of him today, I wouldn't call him dull.
Okay.
The man is quite a.
See, the interview was okay. What would you have done different? He said he will remove the subsidy. Meanwhile, in the campaign, okay, he said it will not even last the first day. So the person there now, he has done it the first day. So he's like, okay, I will remove it, but I will remove it in an organized manner. What is the organized manner? Rufai, blah, 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 blah. Okay. If you now removed it, what will I have done different? I will put the money in critical infrastructure. What is this critical infrastructure? I put in education. I put it. Is it your home money? Is it only the federal government money? The guy was even telling him, but the governor are getting increased FAC allocation. Rufai, you see, I will put the money in education. Okay, this same person that is there is putting the money in education. Is putting the money in infrastructure. Is the road more important than security? See, there's nothing under this sun anybody is in that seat can do that will be different than what this man is doing. For anybody that have the mindset to set this country on the path of greatness, nothing you can do. Definitely, you have to remove subsidy. You have to remove arbitrage forest. So, if you are going to do these two things, what is the miracle that you are going to do that everybody will not feel this pain? You keep on talking about why is the president driving SKD? I don't even know whether you know the position of Nigeria. You talk as if Nigeria is just one small village, one small business of a man. Yeah.
To them, it's a poverty-ridden country.
You see one thing about
the poverty-ridden country, and somebody is paying contractor with 250 million cash in a bag.
there are some supporters, you understand, they just want Obi for the sake of.
But they are dumb. They are dumb.
No, wait now.
In fact, I don't like to insult them. I don't like to insult them. But
you don't like to insult them, but you're insulting them already. What are you doing?
The way they present matter, the way because now
you're insulting them. You say you're not insulting them.
no rational mind. Momo settlement if be okay. But here's my point. Here's my point. Here's my point. Here's my point.
The speaker, excuse me, no verse, because if you say that a contractor said you needed to pay him cash, do you actually need to transport that cash from Anambra to Lagos? There are banks in Lagos. You would have gone with the check. When you get there, you withdraw the money and give to the contractor.
Before I was thinking this man is intelligent. You see the interview I listened to, it shows that in fact, it does not even in any way qualify in the list of Tinubu guys.
No, that man is intelligent. I'm telling you. That man covers all his tracks. I'm telling you, that man is intelligent. He lives a double life. My own opinion of the man is that man.
No. That is not intelligent. That is dubious. That is dubious. It's dubious.
What else do you call intelligence? And the man covers his tracks.
Listen. That is not intelligent. Listen.
No.
He did that is not intelligent. You live life that is different from what you portray. That is not intelligent. That is dubious.
No. He did not cover his tracks. It was PDP that covered that tracks in 2019. When they insisted they have to make him the vice president for them to support whosoever your Obasanjo, it was PDP. Those things are still in the cloud. He did not throw away. It was PDP that was using reputation erasers. But if you can pull it out from the crowd, so he never covered his track. It was PDP that covered it in 2019.
Madam, just listen. If you remove subsidy, you want to put the money in the infrastructure. So it means you will not give the governors their dues. Because you are the one that removes subsidy. It is only...
That is exactly where I'm going to speak to. You see, one thing is this. If not because of tribal sentiments and the lack of rational mind, that they are not really supporting Obi, but just because they dislike Tinubu. Because
and if rational mind is going that way, it will be counted as dumb.
Wait. No. I will know, Baba. I'm coming. I'm coming. This is challenge. Even the obedient, they are indicting themselves, because I will tell you what, because it's either you are deceiving yourself or you know the truth, you don't want to obey the truth. Everything that Obi has told you right from the beginning of his campaign is pointing to micromanagement. Now, what does micromanager do? What will a micromanager do? Is that they don't trust.
He's not a manager, please.
They don't trust their follower. Now, you want to pay a contractor. You can't trust your Ministry of Finance, your finance commissioner.
As if Nigeria is a village.
You understand? Now,
woman's business.
You don't trust your follower to the point that you have to buy fuel only when you are inside your car. You understand?
See this.
So that's at the level of state. Now, you want to govern the entire country to the extent that you have to shape those people that are not an umbrarian away from the civil service. That is the kind of people that you want to hand over the federal system, because everything this guy has done, number one, you display lack of leadership. And secondly, you've shown that you are not operating within the federal character. Because as far as you're concerned, Anambra State, as at that time, was for only an Iberian and no other person but an Iberian. And you are now, assuming I was working in Anambra at that time, you asked me to leave your state, and you are now coming to me in 2022 to come and vote for you. How does it synchronize? And I'm still shocked. I'm still shocked that we have people that are not Anambarian that are still campaigning for this man. Only one thing can explain this thing is that the hatred you have for the person that is governing now cannot even let you see, number one, bigotry, and secondly, incompetence, and thirdly, because you when all these things that this guy are the brandishing as achievement, and for us to even believe and to start using that thing to even praise him and support him, is showing the level of the decay in our democracy. So
Can I say something to you? You see, one thing I agree with you is this. I never gave thought to that. No, let me say I didn't really give thought to that. I gave thought to that, but the way you put it make me kind of understand that yes, you cannot micromanage things, and I think Obi's politics is looking like you're going to micromanage. Like you gave an example of, oh, you want to buy gas, you have to be the one carrying money to pay for gas and those kind of things. So I agree with you on that. That I think he might need to work on certain things about himself if he
for the first time.
Oh no, you can go.
Thank God.
So, but then after having said that, I think he needs to work on that because Nigeria is a federal state. You cannot micromanage everything. There's a limit to your presidential power, except you want to become a dictator or authoritarian like Tinubu.
You are becoming rational now.
It's okay, man. So my point is this. Now, you said something a while ago. You said something about, oh, you must hate this guy in the office because anybody except Tinubu. Maybe I must have made that statement in the past. But when I said that, there's a context to that. I tell you that I'm not kidding anybody here. I have no hate for Tinubu. I've said it times without number here. I hate his politics. I hate his. I mean, if you say maybe I hate him that way, well, that's up to you. But I don't hate him as a person. I hate his politics. Maybe I hate him as a person because his politics and himself, you cannot differ. You cannot delineate. You cannot separate both of them because it's this persona that he has to be the kind of person he is, authoritarian, babasale, Akapon, like my former governor called him. He wants to be all and all. Maybe that's why that's his personality. But my point is that I just wanted to get it straight. You and I will be on this platform for so long. Can you? I said it here times without number. I do not hate him. I hate his politics, and I've said it. The reason why I go for I prefer to want to pitch tent with Obi, lean towards him, not really because it's not somebody I don't pedestalize him like other people do, like the obedient. But the point I'm trying to make is this: I see in him somebody who can empathize with the people around him. It's not about just being a tough man. Being a leader, leadership is not about being a tough man. It's being able to understand with the people you're leading, and see how you can lessen their pain.
Empathize with people being at home for.
It's okay,
people being at home
let me expand my thoughts
months. That's
let me land
right?
my thoughts. Sorry, I won't forget what I'm trying to say. So empathize with the people. Bring yourself so low to the people. Go see the people. See what they are doing. There was one clip that I saw recently of former governor of Rivers State, Rotimi Amechi. I mean, I was like impressed when I saw that guy. I mean, I'm beginning to like wanting to start changing my view of him. But I see that kind of person in Obi as well. In the sense that I know while you were talking about the same micro, you see, again, when I say I agree with you on saying micromanaging, like you said, but again, there's a context to everything. Even why I'm citing Rotimi Amechi's as example is because he himself, as a governor, it was micromanaging kind of. Go and watch Symphony. I think they have. I don't know. Maybe one might allow me to mention that platform here on this platform. Go and watch one of their recent video on Rotimi, and I know why they put that in. Maybe they're trying to campaign for him and try to shape people's view. He was having a town hall session with some people. I think people of Opobo. I mean, one of those. I don't know.
Is it your turn or is it just interjecting?
So, having said that, he was talking to them, asking them what they need. But I was asking myself question like, where are your commission? I mean, where are your chairmen, the councillors? This should be. So the point I'm trying to make here is that why it seems like people were micromanaging back then. was because I don't think they understand governance, or maybe we're just coming out of the military era and they're still trying to get their shit together. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to make a case for them. I'm all for local governments, autonomy, and them to be able to function on their own. But it's like it's a pattern back then. Even when they have, even the one that we have here today, even the Tinubu you're talking about, how many of his governors, how many of his councillors and chairmen were functioning independent of it? How many of them? Even though they were all just people.
They were functioning.
It was a pattern. No, they were not. They were not.
Wait now. Osinbajo. Wait now. There's no way Tinubu will have supervised Osinbajo to turn the Lagos State judiciary around.
I'm talking about chairmen of local governments. Local governments. We're not talking about commissioners. We're talking about chairmen of local governments. Because they are government of their own, on their own. They should be a government of their own, to govern their own space. So it's a pattern. So I must give it to you.
Let me respond to you on that.
Okay, go on, please.
Quickly. No, just a response there. You can't escape. Tinubu, you say how many local government chairmen were functioning? You have forgotten one of the reasons why Lagos State fund allocation was withheld was as a result of Tinubu's effort to empower local government, and even went further to create LCDA. And so many other states has emulated that. So that's not a good argument against someone like Tinubu.
Look for another argument. You're not giving the whole context of it. So when he was fighting,
look for another.
Yeah. So apparently you didn't understand. You don't even understand what I was driving at. Even when Tinubu had those when he has those local governments, how many of them were really functioning in the sense of truth? I tell you, during Tinubu's time, I was in Lagos constantly. I was always in Lagos, go on visits. I know very well what Tinubu did. Those chairmen, they were just there as Muse was my under Tinubu. Muse was my local government chairman of Apapa local government at that time. What can Muse do without Tinubu's input? He needs to get from Alausa before he can do anything. So where's the autonomy there? So let's forget that. But I know I must give it to him that he did some good. I mean, he might have done some good by creating the local government. But Bukini is just
whose turn is it? I beg.
Like we say here, it's just all just for the show of it. They don't have it. Like look at what they did recently.
Rational mind.
If he's doing it back then, I'm not sanctioning it as a good way of governance. What Obi did back then, I agree with you that yes, they should be functioning. You should not micromanage everything. Why didn't you conduct a local government election like he did not do during his time? I think Rufai Oseni asked him that question, and I think he danced around that topic a little bit. He didn't really even go giving substance as to why he did not do that. But I can understand. But for me, it's just the empathy. It's the empathy part of it.
You see, the problem we have is this. You see, the problem we have is on that local government that you just mentioned. You understand? Tinubu actually gave them autonomy.
Where?
Wait now. He was among, if not the only governor that conducted local government elections during his own time. And I know when they
conducting local government elections does not mean you're allowing them to function. All the ones that they are doing today. Don't they have local government elections? How many of them are functioning?
The point there is this. At least he recognized the constitution. He recognized that as constitutional duty. He did not go against the constitution like Obi and other governors. Give him that one. Because let me tell you one thing. In a normal country, a person like Obi is supposed to be in jail for violating our constitution.
God bless you.
So, be in jail. How would he be in jail? Why would he be in jail? Why?
Okay. You were supposed to conduct the local government election. You violated the constitution.
The INEC is supposed to conduct it. INEC is supposed to conduct it. He cannot conduct the local government election. He cannot.
Let me for
that is where you even to your ignorance. The states conduct local government elections. The states electoral bodies conduct local government elections. INEC do not conduct local government elections.
Come on, dude. We should go to school. We went to school. We went to school.
You don't have to.
That is the way it works. The states conduct local government elections. The INEC does not conduct local government elections. INEC is everybody knows this.
No. Yeah, you're wrong. You're wrong.
This is not strategic.
INEC has a state version of INEC that conduct election.
It is
It's not the federal INEC. I understand that.
Rational mind.
Don't be too.
What to be did?
Don't try to.
What to be did by not conducting.
Oh God, that's what I'm idea. Really,
INEC does not conduct local government. Aro is right now.
What to be did by not. What to be did by not conducting local government election was an impeachable offense.
Okay,
you violated our constitution. That was a treason. So see, guys, when we are playing politics, that's where politics is dangerous, because we are really setting bad precedent.
But did you hear his response to that?
Obi is the kind of candidate that's supposed to come out and everybody shout down that no, you lawbreaker, you shouldn't even be coming now to even say anything. But look at us now. We are here trying to celebrate illegality.
I'm not celebrating illegality. I'm not for it.
Of
I'm not for
course,
that.
for everybody.
But I'm giving you context. There's a context to it.
Everybody that voted for Obi. Did you listen to his
please, let me ask you a question.
Did you listen to his response? Did you listen to his response to that?
Please, can I ask a question?
So what was his response? What was his response?
Can I ask a question?
There's no argument for that now.
All those people, wherever, I want to say something, Biko, before I leave. I could understand that most of us here are not living in Nigeria. And I asked a question, and I will continue asking this question. In the states where you were living abroad, if a state governor in that state finds it very difficult to settle whatever might be the case between him and the doctors, what will be the next thing? Is for him to resign.
We just jump around.
Hold on, let me finish.
We're just jumping around. We're talking about not conducting election. We're talking about
resign, and that
I mean,
hold on, let me finish.
All because of this guy.
And that will be the end of his. Just like you said. You said the last speaker said, if he's in a Western country, he has committed an. He should be in jail for not conducting.
He cannot be in jail. He does not conduct. That's what I'm saying. He does not conduct. That's the funny thing about your.
Let me finish. Don't talk over me, please. I didn't take your time.
You cannot hold him to that.
I didn't take your time. I took another person's time. If it is where you are sitting, I'm just talking to the speaker. A governor in that place you are now could not resolve the issue between him and the doctors. The next thing he will do is to resign, and that will be the end of his political career. And this one sat on it for 13 months. They have the guts to come and contest for the president of Nigeria. And some people are hating me because I say I won't vote for him. I won't support him.
Nobody hates you now. Only one vote.
Don't worry, make it 20.
Nobody will hate you.
You have the only one, Padoski, the only one.
Only one vote now.
No mind now.
It's not equal to 2 now.
No mind now.
For those of you that we now want to justify that he explained why he didn't conduct that election. When did Obi leave office? He left office in 2014 and conducted election in January 2014, just as at the time he was going. Just the same way he told us that he left money in the account, and already the same money you've already paid contractor against those money. The thing you didn't do during your own regime. Well, you see kind of corny characters, and you can still not get the signal. I don't know.
Don't mind them.
But these are the people that did what all the other governors did.
I understand.
It's nothing unique in Nigeria. What he did is actually
I understand where you're coming from.
You don't understand.
No, I do.
He set up the next governor. What he didn't do for himself. All of a sudden he knew that it was the right thing. So for him to conduct that election just few months, just cause some 3 months or couple of months for him to leave, was so telling.
It's a way to control the apparatus of the states. That's what you do. Once you are one that put the local government elected chairman, you then have their loyalty.
You see, this is the problem we're having in that country. We don't argue point like we should be arguing, but I get your point.
But you're the one that's not arguing the point.
Hold on. Somebody was trying to use here if a governor. How about here? We talk about here. That the governor does not conduct or does not order the running of an election here in America. They know that it's the status bound that when it's time for that such election, it will be done. You don't need the ordering of the president or the lawyer or the mayor to do that. It will be done. Because there's a process to that. So why can't we?
Yeah, but that's what we are saying now. Is there something else that we are saying?
Why are you trying to pin? I understand why you're pinning it on him, because that's how they run that criminal enterprise called Nigeria. Because
yes, but what we are saying that he's a criminal along with the others. That's what we are saying.
Well, if you can call it, that's a problem. I mean, that's up to you. But my point is that we do not have to wait for a government to conduct an election. We do not have to wait for a government to conduct an election. It should be status. Status is like it's something that should be done. You don't need the governor to tell you that you have to hold an election. That's part of the point I'm saying.
I need to make one statement. Sorry about that. You are in the United States. The kind of criminality and rubbish that goes on in the government there is so terrible, and you'd never called it a criminal enterprise. You are sitting there and calling your country a criminal enterprise. What kind of a Nigerian are you?
Okay, thank you very much. So now you want to question my citizenship of being in Nigeria, right?
You know why you're not referring to the government? You were referring to the country. You said that criminal enterprise they call Nigeria. That's wrong now. I know it's
it's okay. It's okay. You are okay to feel however you want to feel.
That's not the meaning. That's not what you intend.
Well, that's what I meant. I really meant it that way. I really meant it. It's a criminal enterprise.
Your country is not a country.
It is a criminal. Yeah, it is a criminal enterprise.
If you say they run it, like criminal enterprise, listen. But you call your country a criminal enterprise.
Yeah, I called it because it's run by a bunch of criminals. So it's an enterprise.
Nigeria is not a criminal enterprise.
It is. Well, it's up to you. That's my own opinion. That it's a criminal enterprise.
No. If Nigeria is a criminal enterprise,
should it be so?
You as a Nigerian,
the country where you have your father's
house. Hold on. Yeah, you go. You people just hop on words that's being used. You don't really understand. Yeah, I did say that. I did say that, but there's a context to what I meant when I said it's a criminal enterprise. Because it's wrong. Respect to you.
You can say they run it like a criminal enterprise, but to call the country itself a criminal enterprise.
It is. Whatever you run, that is run by some people, if it's a business, even though that business was not supposed to be a criminal enterprise, but it's run by those criminals, then it's a criminal enterprise.
Let me tell you what you just said now, right? A rational mind. A product of a criminal system is a criminal.
Yeah, now, that's what it is.
Wait now, if you're in Nigeria, coming from Nigeria, using Nigeria document, using Nigeria certificate, because it's a criminal enterprise, it simply means that you coming from down Nigeria, you're a criminal. Because
I'm not a criminal.
This is what we say. This is what we do to ourselves
the running.
Wait.
You should understand. Don't go enterprise. I don't want to enterprise.
When you say the
running, it's the running of an affair.
Wait now.
It's the running of an affair.
That system. No, I understand what you are saying, but then we should be very careful. That system produced the likes of you and myself and everybody. So a product of a criminal enterprise cannot be innocent. A product of a criminal enterprise is a criminal. So except you are saying national mind is a criminal from the criminal enterprise like Nigeria, and I'm not a criminal, and I will not accept that.
If you want to like refer to it that way, it's up to you. But all I'm saying,
that is really what you said now.
However, you guys want to spin it.
Stop listening to Dele, Farotimi, and Koda.
No. Come on. Stop listening to Kenny. I'm a person of my own. I have my own mind. I can think for myself. My point is this: when I refer to it as a criminal enterprise,
just go and tell an American now that American system is
up to you.
Enterprise.
There are people of course, the Americans are referred to it as a criminal enterprise.
No, I think you are.
There are. Oh, you don't know? There are.
Rational mind. Don't miss my point. If you say the system is a criminal enterprise,
what to say. I don't need you to tell me.
Hold on. Come on. If you say they run it like criminal enterprise, it's different from you saying the country itself is a criminal enterprise. It means that even the innocent people that are suffering that you are fighting for, you are saying they are criminals.
Come on. See, you people.
That's what you have said, and
I
said it, and you said you meant it. That's what you meant.
Rational mind. Just rational mind. Just say it's run by criminals and focus
Mama down low. Mama down low.
They know what you mean. So just focus on your topic. They know what you mean.
Well, however they
no, solely. Even you see when someone is being cautioned that okay, language matters. It's just like someone comes out and say Nigerians are 419, Nigerians are fraudsters. Do you think I will ever be happy when someone says that? Because indirectly, if you are telling me that, you are already pushing me aside, you are calling me a criminal. And do you think I will take it lightly with you?
But if the person is trying to let you know what it means,
no, yes, I will not even entertain it.
Ola, who is moderating? Sorry. Who is moderating?
I just have a very simple question, and I'll be out in the next less than 5 minutes, if you don't mind.
Who has the floor? Hold on, Enigmatic. Who has the floor?
Nobody has the floor.
I have the floor for now.
No, okay, maybe nobody has the floor. You're just talking out.
Yeah. Can we let's ask permission?
It is Awo that has the floor. Come on.
I was actually on the floor before.
Okay, thank you.
Interjecting. But I have one
question. Are you giving Enigmatic hold on?
Okay. Let me have the floor.
Yeah, Enigmatic, go on. Yeah. I will come back to you.
Okay.
Yeah. Enigmatic, you have the floor.
Yeah, my question is quite very, very, very short. And the thing is, I believe a lot of people, they've tried. I said it earlier that it's very good to defend your own thief, right? But when Mr. A is defending his own thief, don't try to harmonize and think you have a better thief. Because everything that will land anyone in jail, right? Anything that would have landed anybody in jail is what some people are actually defending here. And only one question I will ask, because I say until 2031, I'm on the chilling mode. I'm not trying to go back and forth with obedience. They want an Igbo president, and Peter Obi has represented that, and nothing will change their mind. But my question, only one question, is on this platform, has any one of you, anyone at all, visited Anambra State before? Has anyone visited Anambra State before? Anyone?
I've never been to the South before.
Okay. Either present or past. If you've not been, and I've tried to challenge a lot of people, and Madam Zita actually even echoed that this evening. Try as much as possible when next you go to Nigeria, make sure you visit Anambra State, and then you will come back to the platform and look at and try to examine the brains of people who have visited that place and they still want to talk about Nigeria. A place that cannot even compete with Enugu State, or even Imo State, or even Ebonyi State, right? And they've had leaders, and one of those leaders is one of the person that they are defending every time. Oh, Pandora!
Enigmatic, Enigmatic. Obidai can tell you when Peter Obi was there, he did the perfect job. But when he left, the incoming government bastardized everything. They can be on defense of that, isn't it?
But the same thing remains, that visit that place and you can judge by. Don't even go too far. Just go to the state capital, Oka. That Oka right there. Go there, right? And then the entire story will be over to you, and then you make your decision. Once again, I'm not saying visit entire Nigeria. I say visit Anambra. Right, but before you visit Anambra State, ensure you visit Imo State, ensure you visit Ebonyi State, and ensure you visit Enugu State. Then finish your visit in Anambra State. And then you come and look at the people who are actually trying to sermonize about, even it is an embarrassment that in the entire Southeast, this is the dollar that they can present as president.
Wait, but it wouldn't be fair, really, if in 2025 anyone uses the current 25 situation of Anambra to judge Peter Obi's tenure.
I'm saying even in 2025, as it is, let's forget, even right now, as Soludo is rebranding, is trying to do a little thing. But as it is, even the current state of the state now, even in 2025, visit that place, right? And I've said one thing before. When this guy was governor, go and look at the list of governors that in his class. Are you aware of the fact that Akpabio was his class?
Oh, I know that very well.
Imole was his class. Fashola was his class, right? Ohakim, Ikedi Ohakim
Fashola,
was his class. Shetima was his class.
The list goes on. It's a very long list.
So the list is exhaustive. Even in the Southeast, it was the worst
I think
performing.
Amechi was in his class as well for a period.
Amechi was his class. In the Southeast, he was the worst performing governor.
Exactly. Can you compare what Shetima did?
No, you are going.
Can you compare what Shetima did in education?
You guys are going too far. That's why I restricted it to the Southeast alone. In the Southeast, they were praying to have Sullivan Shime as governor of Anambra State. Go and look at what he wrote before 2023. The footprint.
So where is that Sullivan Shime you're talking about now? Where is it now? Where's it? So how did they end up? How did they end up?
Please, I'm not talking to you. Please. So that's why I'm restricting it to the entire Southeast. The entire Southeast, right? Everybody, if you live in Anambra, if you have properties, if you have anything doing in Anambra State, in the Southeast, they will not choose Obi number 1 to 30 as somebody who will lead them. But of course, even in 2019, until Atiku brought him to national prominence, nobody still knew him. It was in 2023 when he switched from PDP to LP that they knew, okay, this is a chance for Igbo to have a president. And they have him there. So people know what Obi represents in the Southeast. It was a failure, complete failure of the governor. So look at these indices are there. You cannot lie with the data. The data are actually there. So they are defending. Like we said, in 2027, they will be on the defense because everything is out. And I say it once again before I leave. Thomas, thank you for the time. Once again,
no worries.
When you go to Nigeria, go to Anambra State. I'm not even saying, I say now as it is now, right? It's a glorified village. Go to that place and you'll see what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Wait, I want to ask you a question before you go.
Sorry,
Sorry, go on.
Yes, me, I don't even argue with obedience anymore. I just feel like it's a waste of my time.
Yeah,
but
imagine.
You know, it's very clear they are trying to play Tinubu's game and they don't even know anything. But my question is, why do you keep arguing with them? It's very clear they want Igbo presidents. They are trying to act smart. Even though most of them don't know anything, you know, I don't see the point in making all this. They are going to lose. What pains me is that they are just denying Nigerians the chance of good governance because they are pretenders, pretending to be good people. You know, so why do you keep on arguing with them?
If they really want, the sad thing is that if they really want an Igbo president, they have people like Bat Naji. They have Soludo. They are throwing all those people under the bus.
So how they deny, sorry, enigmatic, from Soli, how they deny Nigeria of good governance, Soli?
For this dollar.
Because
let's not the answer.
They are blocking you. They are acting like they are acting like fraudsters. You know, they are acting like
enigmatic.
Imagine they are defending this Pandora thing. Patoski, I know you are a financial person and you know much about this thing. Will land anybody in prison for almost 10 years.
You can't defend that.
They are defending that, and they are defending. Look, I say it again, and I will keep saying it anytime I come to one more platform. I will keep challenging everybody, please, because this is the analysis there, Patoski and everybody. If you stand 10 Nigerians, line them up. 7 out of that 10, they either have family or relatives in Lagos. 1. The remaining 3 that do not have relatives or family in Lagos, they've had one or two things to do in Lagos, either travel out of Nigeria through Lagos or go to sign a deal in Lagos, one thing or the other to do in Lagos. But when you have
Enigmatic, can you not have anything to do with Lagos and you are in Nigeria?
Hold on, let me just land it, Thomas. And then when you land 10, the same 10 people flip the coin. When you land 10 people up, there's every possibility that maybe just only two, maybe two, who don't even 2 out of 10, they won't even know their way to Southeast, let alone Anambra State. It means inadvertently 10 out of 2 out of 10 Nigerians, they probably travel through Anambra. They don't even know where Anambra is. But this guy will tell you, go and verify. That's why he can lie audaciously. Because he knows, are you going to take your trip from Lagos or from Kano or wherever and be going to Anambra to go and verify what? And I'm telling you, when you go to Anambra to say you want to go and verify, the moment you land in Anambra, you'll be cursing anybody that has been preaching this guy to you. You will curse them. And I keep saying it, visit Anambra, please. Anybody on this platform, even if you do not want to do anything again in your life, visit Anambra State. If you do not cause them, right?
Enigmatic, it can't be that bad now. It can't really be that bad.
Okay.
Wait. Enigmatic, is it worse than Oshun?
Make I keep quiet. I said make I keep quiet.
No, Enigmatic, is it worse than Oshun or Benin or Edo?
Do you know what it means for your capital city to be a glorified village?
Come on. We have seen pictures now. They have all these beautiful mansions there now.
Aro, you asked a question earlier. Aro, what was that question you asked?
I'm not exaggerating anything.
You said it is 2025, right?
Yes.
So when did this guy live there?
I think like almost almost 10 years. Over 10 years now. This thing.
So and then you somebody's telling us here we should go and check, we should go and confirm, and then
my point is
what we're doing here.
My point is this: when you go to Ebonyi State now, when you go to Ebonyi State, I know how Ebonyi look like before Umai got to that place. When Umai was living, I know how he left Ebonyi State. The governor who is there now, even if he has turned himself to Otom Pro Max, it can be worse than what it was before Umai got there.
Bro, wait your turn do you now?
No, because if not because of the silliness of these people lying about the silliness of their Igbo president, Peter Obi is in the level of Otom. If you are talking Nigerian politics, I'm telling you, in the entire Southeast, 5 states in the entire Southeast, if they declare Biafra today, none of them will agree.
But enigmatic, the Nigerian president is not necessarily the best candidate. Not the best candidate, but Nigerian president is not necessarily the best individual.
Listen to me, bro. In the Southeast, if not because of the silliness that we have in Nigeria now, if that 5 states, if they carve it out as a nation, they won't allow Obi to be their president. They will not allow.
They campaigned for him. I mean, he got 99% of their votes in 2023.
But you understand the caveat? There's a caveat there.
You know the funniest thing?
There's a caveat.
Majority of these Obi supporters were supporting Nnamdi Kanu, and Nnamdi Kanu hated Obi. When you tell them
go and Google Obi now before 2023 election. Everything is online. Go and look at what they wrote about him.
I know this. I know you don't need to tell me this, but I'm just saying they voted for him in 2023, so they must be satisfied with him.
Obi. That's what they call him with his quickie voice. They even taunt him with his voice. Okay. Anybody now go to YouTube and go and check. Hold on. Go and check Dan Ulasi. Dan Ulasi was the former PDP chairman in Anambra State. Go and look at the series of videos that this guy has made about Obi 6 years ago, 7 years ago, 5 years ago, how Obi looked at Anambra State. But when you look at his videos since last year now, it has changed. Because why? He represents the Igbo presidency that they want. So things have changed. But don't lie to Nigerians. Competency, character, and those buyers that you are talking about. Don't say we want an Igbo president and he's there now, so we'll walk around him.
Thomas, as the only person that is
So Thomas,
obeying
let
here, can I say
me
something? Can I say something?
Rational
It is
mind.
my turn now.
Rational mind, yeah.
Rational mind.
Rational mind.
I have something to say to you too.
Yeah, so I don't know. I would judge. Maybe no judge.
National mind don't they defend their own thief since you don't allow anybody to
Rational mind. You say
don't they
somebody
defend
won't
their own
flog you, I beg. Old body will somebody flog you well.
But you told me
rational mind, they defend thief. They defend indefensible.
You defend your own thief.
The problem is Tinubu knows he's a gangster. He has never told you that. He said Tinubu, even Wike will come on platform and say, "I'm not a pastor, I'm a politician, and I will do anything."
But we will never told you that.
Obi and his people are claiming he's a
we
saint.
Never told. I mean, well, at least me, I never told you that Obi is a saint. I never said that to you.
No.
So you admit
rational mind.
I never said that to you.
You don't need to say it. Rational mind.
Implicitly, that's what you say now.
I've said it many times here.
This is the
problem. That's what you imply.
We are not with the problem we have with Obi is people trying to make him a saint, and then he's claiming. I mean, look at this.
It's just how you people frame the whole thing. That's my problem. That's my problem.
You live in the US. Can you evade? Why the Wesley Snipes go to jail?
Let's not do this. Every case is unique. You cannot. You cannot.
Even Lauryn Hill as well went to jail. Lauryn Hill as well.
Hold on.
Rational mind. I can't believe you. Every case is unique. Why
every case is unique. So you cannot. No two cases are
criminal differently.
No two cases are identical. No, hold on.
Explain why this guy will be crying about. Hold on. One question to you, and I will leave you.
But you say you don't talk to me today. Now you say you don't talk to me today.
I beg. Explain to me like a 2-year-old kid why Obi is crying in 2025 that democracy has died in Nigeria, and he was in government for 7 years, 10 months. He did not hold local government election, and then 2 months before he left office, he held that election, and then he hired a number of civil servants, then piled up debt for his successor before he left. Explain that to me. But
he left money for the successor as well, like They said he left 20 billion for his successor.
So man, you like I say again, I'm challenging you to rational mind. You are obedient. Go to Anambra State when you go to Nigeria.
I'm not obedient.
You don't come back here and be forcing all these people out.
I've crossed that the Niger Bridge into Anambra.
I've not walked into. Go to Ibidi, go to Uli, go to Yala, go to all those, go to Oba, go to all those Anyamelum, go to Anambra State, man.
Hold on.
Enigmatic, I won't allow you to say this because I've seen videos of Oba, and I've seen. I mean, they have a lot of all these big mansions, and I've seen part of Oba that they have.
Can anybody see this? Even in the worst interiors of Nigeria, you have mansions now. What do they talk?
That's good.
Now, this is what
that's a gross say.
This is what
somebody should mute now. I'll be talking like this. Somebody should mute. I will. Can you mute?
Yeah, I'm there.
Can you mute? We can hear voice from your side. I don't know if it's your own side.
Yeah, sorry.
So look at what Enigmatic was saying.
So is it my turn now?
This is from ChatGPT. ChatGPT said the worst state capital in Nigeria depends on so many criteria. I was shocked that it's actually brought Umahia out. Maybe it's ChatGPT.
But what year is this? You see, again, you people go, you people do this.
No, up to now.
Come on. We've seen. Go to Kiev. I mean, go to Kiev today. Kiev is a shadow of itself. But I was Kiev before the war. Before the destruction, before the human activity. Hold on. Let me
is the capital of Abia, not Anambra.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay.
What do they call it? Is it Oka is But let's do that. But my point is this. Can I just say this real quick?
This one has notified the enigmatic point.
Can you hold on. I understand where enigmatic is coming from. Yes, Anambra is not as pretty as what one would imagine it to be. I agree with him on that. But you see, one thing about where Obi took Anambra after he received it from, what's his name, Igige, is different from where it is as when he left. He did his own part. Was that part good enough? Maybe not. I agree. Maybe not. Maybe it wasn't good enough. But based on the context of how things, the prevailing atmosphere back then, I think the guy had to go the route in which he went. But don't get me wrong. I'm not support say you should not allow that for other function, like they should function independently of you. I'm all for that. I agree with you. I'm not saying Obi is right in everything he did, or is just that saint or whatever. But the way people come here, you make it look like it's at the same level, as the same par with Tinubu when it comes to level of criminality.
They can land now. Is a criminal. Like, what are you defending? I don't always understand your defense.
It's not your typical criminal like the likes of Tinubu.
No. Wait, let me ask you a question. If they were supposed to
wait. I have answer for him on that.
I don't know what you people are arguing about.
Okay, what type of criminality?
Is just the Pandora. That's all you people just
okay.
What else again?
No.
We have a state that they capture.
Rational mind now.
Yeah, go on.
We are not fools. If these people were supposed to go to jail, they will go to the same jail. They will wear the same jail clothes. They will eat the same jail food. So what are you saying?
But apparently they will not get the same sentence, the same sentence in crime.
Osama bin Laden would have gone to the same jail with probably time. So is infuriating to the brain.
Let me even ask you a rational mind.
And a thinking capacity for a joke.
But
okay,
rational mind. Let me ask you. Is it because we are black? Is it because we are black?
Let me answer your question.
This argument with us. Would you make this kind of argument with a white person?
Hold on.
It's because we are black.
Hold on.
A
while ago, let me answer your question now. Can you over?
It's insulting now. It's insulting.
Sorry,
I was going to ask you.
It's insulting now.
What type of criminality that Tinubu committed that is
very insulting?
That of Obi. I want to know.
All right.
Criminal is a criminal. You live in USA, for goodness sake. What is this now?
We don't hear now.
We don't hear you now. Sure,
another person.
It's very frustrating.
Okay. Already
first of all, let me just quickly say this.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me quickly say this. First of all, I'll come to your question. I just want to answer one thing that some of you have been talking about here every time. Because I don't support Tinubu means that we want Igbo president.
No. You say you were going to answer
land
my
now.
question.
You can land.
Okay.
We want anything apart from Tinubu. My friends, what are we doing here? Did the Yoruba people, at least I would say the bulk of the Yoruba people, did they not vote for Tinubu? What were they thinking? When they're not saying Omawane Ekoshe. So if an Igbo man says Omawane Ekoshe,
rational mind. Tinubu did not even get up to 40% of the Yoruba vote. So why are you talking about the bulk of the Yoruba people?
At least the people
Tinubu only got about 36% of Yoruba votes now. So why are you talking about the bulk?
But come on, what are we doing here now?
36% is not much.
90%
oh, General Thomas, can you just please let me say this? However the percentage is, but at least he won the majority of the Yoruba states.
Which majority?
Hold on. He won Oyo. He won Ekiti. He won the Ondo. Hold on. The point I'm trying to make here is this: that Yoruba people say Omotiwane Yekoshe. That's what they did. So if an Igbo man says, okay,
no, I wouldn't. Rational mind, please don't do this.
Oh my goodness! I mean,
the Yoruba people did not say Omowane. Don't say the Yoruba people said Omowane. You say some people that decided to vote for him.
Wherever it is.
Tinubu did not win those states by a landslide. Tinubu did not win anywhere by a landslide.
At least the people that came to vote. Let me use this same word that you people.
But Peter Obi and Atiku also enjoyed a lot of Yoruba votes as well. You need to put that caveat there. Peter Obi enjoyed
how on earth can somebody win 98%?
Compared to
how on earth?
Rational mind, defend that.
Everybody. It's good night, everybody.
No, I don't want you to malign the Yoruba people by saying the Yoruba people said Omowane. No, that will malign the Yoruba people by saying that. Not all Yoruba people voted for Tinubu.
Hold on. Between the three candidates, Tinubu had the highest number of the Yoruba that voted.
By what margin? Don't make it seem like the Yoruba people were all of the Yoruba people said Tinubu. No.
Vote. Hold on.
Tinubu did not get up to that. He did get up to 40% of Yoruba votes.
Farabale. If the people that registered in Yoruba land to vote, let's say there are 2,000, at the end of the day, 1,000 came out. Okay, let's say 700 people came out. Out of the 700, Tinubu won 400. The remaining.
He didn't even up to 400. That's what I'm telling you.
No, yeah, let's see. But you are being disingenuous now. You can't.
The remaining 300. The remaining 300. You know, the remaining 300 was split between Obi and everything. So who are the highest?
What happened in the East? What happened in the East?
Again, I go back to it again. I go back to what he had a landslide in the
same
East.
way. Explain what
he
happened.
had a landslide. Hold on, he had a landslide. I agree with you guys. But
no,
my point
explain in percentage. Explain
maybe he had 90%. He had the majority of the.
What is your point?
Which people now voted on tribal?
Let's not look at it that way. The point is this.
So who now voted on tribal basis?
No.
Everybody
voted on tribal.
Don't run away from that.
No, run.
You have comparing two tribes now. Hold on, down. You have analyzed it. Tinubu got tribal vote because out of 700, 400 voted for him. But in Southeast, what happened? Out of 700, how many voted for B in Southeast?
700.
Hold on. Out of 700, let's say 650 voted for him.
About 690.
Okay, let's say 690.
So which of them got more?
Now,
the question.
It's almost midnight there. Because I can't shout. My point is this: in either way you look at it, either Tinubu did not get the majority of Yoruba votes, but at least Yoruba people voted for him, right?
Between the Southeast and Southwest,
my point is this. My point is this.
No, don't run away.
My point is this.
Between Southeast
everybody
and Southwest,
voted for their own.
Rational mind, very long. Answer the
Rational
question.
mind. Let me ask you the question.
There's nothing wrong in it either. There's actually nothing wrong in it either way.
There's nothing wrong in it. Yeah, there's nothing wrong in that. So
why are you bringing it up? Why are you
bringing it up? Because you people like to come here and
answer Patosky's question. Rational mind, please.
Between the two, which of the two tribes made a statement by their vote saying
that's what either they make a statement.
Which of
answer your question now. Either they make more statement than the Yorubas, but the point is
they were the one that made such statement.
And there's nothing wrong in such a statement, by the way.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you. In short, it's only in the Southwest that the voting was liberal and was even. I will explain to you. Tinubu lost Lagos to Obi. Tinubu lost Oshun to Atiku. Lagos State, Tinubu is from Lagos. His mother is from Oshun. He lost both. One to Obi, one to Atiku. So where is Yomowani there? The two places where he's from, he lost them.
But how many Yoruba still voted for him?
If you go to Ibadan, rational mind. If you go to Ibadan and see how they voted for Obi in Ibadan,
I was surprised I didn't even win Ibadan.
If you go to how they voted for, if you know how they voted for Obi in Ibadan, especially that UI and Bowo axis.
Tell me which which of the votes was Obi contesting vote? He was contesting that he's supposed to have more votes in Lagos and more votes in Ekiti.
Okay.
Is it from Ekiti? If it's Omowane Joshi, why is he contesting more?
Understand, so I understand. But the point is this:
Yoruba Dibo Omowane Joshi.
No, one Dibo.
The people that really did Omowane Joshi is South.
No. Rational mind. Your
rational mind.
This is why I don't. Rational mind. You are a prime example of why I don't trust obedience. The math is there. The stats is there. Everything is there. The proof is there. But you are still denying.
That's what now?
You are still denying.
Denying what?
Okay, let me tell you what you did. You came here, you tried to play it as if Yoruba people were supporting Tinubu. When we looked at the maths, it showed that the votes that you were talking about, the kind of movements that you were talking about, showed more presence in the Southeast. But you don't want to acknowledge that. You keep on talking about the Southwest.
He wants to, no, Rational Mind wants to malign the Yoruba people, and I don't like that Rational Mind. You don't need to do that.
You
don't need to malign us as a people, as tribal and as feckless. No, we're not like that. We are here now.
Rational Mind.
It doesn't matter if they are Igbo or wherever you are. You don't need to malign Yoruba people for the pleasure of anybody else.
I cannot malign my people. I cannot malign my people.
But you are describing us. But what you are doing is trying to describe us as tribal and as sentimental in our voting.
Can I please say something? See, Rational Mind.
You try to push
your defense is actually dangerous. Your argument is dangerous because
no, it's not dangerous. Don't say that.
I will tell you. I will tell you why it's dangerous. You can argue against someone's truth. If I say this is my truth, you can argue against my own truth because my own truth may be biased, may be my opinion. But you cannot argue against facts.
You sound like a racist.
Evening is evening, night is night. The question is this: Obi won 88% of the southeastern vote, and Tinubu never won anything. Tinubu won about 5% of that vote. Whereas Obi won Tinubu in his even stronghold in Lagos, and probably he won Osun State, right? I don't know, I can't remember. Or he has significant vote in Osun State. But
he won Atiku won Osun now.
Okay, he won about 20% in the southwest, whereas Tinubu managed 5% in the southeast. And you are accusing Yoruba of Omowane Jeoshe when Tinubu barely won 50% of Yoruba.
Tinubu didn't even get up to 50%. Tinubu only won about 36 to about 40% of Yoruba vote.
No, 50% is what I even see here. 50%.
More than half of the
54%.
So the
but Rational Mind.
When more than half of the
Rational Mind, it's even good that you're in the United States. If you score 50 in United States in any course, you are likely going to face that course.
No, let's not do what about. Let's not do what about.
No. Wait. That's not a pass. Compared to 88%, 88% is B plus.
Okay.
88% is B plus.
Okay.
So
why are you not addressing that, Rational Mind? Why are you not addressing that?
I am addressing it.
You did not.
Would you keep calm?
So by American standard,
without interrupting me.
By American standard, Tinubu actually failed in the southwest.
Well, however you want to look at it.
No, Tinubu made F. If I want to use your grading system,
that's your opinion. That's not a failure to me.
No, I said if I want to use American grading system, if I want to use America the way you grade in America, 50% is actually a failure.
Hold on. You see, here you go again. You see, when you in a suffrage, when we're doing suffrage, it said somebody wins more than 5.1%. I mean, 50 points.
Why don't you address the
South? In a presidential election in America, if there are two major candidates, let's just say 3 or 2, but at least if the first one, if any of them win more than 50.1, is declared winner. So if Tinubu can have more than 50%, hold on.
But we don't run electoral college in Nigeria now. So why are you using the United States system?
We
don't run electoral college now. We run a simple system now.
No, whatever it is, whatever system you're running, I'm saying that
he won
more than half of the people, they love him.
That's even my problem, because really we are talking about what is really not important anymore. But I don't want Rational Mind to accuse Yoruba people of being tribal.
They are. Some of them are. People like some of you.
How do you explain 88% vote of being in the southeast and that 54% of Tinubu in the southwest?
On this screen here.
Let
us play his game. Rational Mind, I want to play your game, right? Yoruba people voted for Tinubu because we are tribalistic, because we voted 50%. What about the 80%? Are they not super tribalistic?
88.
Are they not super tribalistic? Based on your own judgment. No, address it. No.
I will address it. Sure,
please.
Would you allow me to address it?
Address it. You are the one that brought up this
Would
topic.
you allow me to address it, or you want me to just bounce? I mean, just go.
Sorry. Let me put this to you. You know, when they ask Obi that you gonna at something percent, do you know what he said? He said, I'm surprised I didn't get 100%. That was what that dumb said.
Oh, yeah, you go again. Call him dumb.
What are you doing? Is that not a dumb statement?
What are you saying? Because he knows his people, that his people is going to vote for him.
I'm surprised that I didn't get 100%.
Yeah, because he knows his people are going to vote for him.
So somebody that can be telling Christian to take back their country, as if only Christian is in Nigeria.
Bigot again.
No, is it a lie?
Address it. Address
your
88
come on. If anybody played tribal card,
I will let people look at it. Rational mind.
They played it more than
Rational
anybody.
mind. You say how is the bigot? The person that is saying Obi said this, or the Obi himself that say Christian take your country, who is a bigot among them?
Okay, yeah. Would you allow me to talk
show more politics to play in Anambra láàrin àwọn Catholic and other Christians. Is it a lie? Why are you saying Shetingbo?
Policy will play.
That is why you are a blind follower. But Rational Mind claims is not obedient. But I mean, this your blind defense of him doesn't say otherwise.
I cannot stomach you people's falsehood here that you people come in.
You are a blind follower. You don't even know anything.
You want to spin narratives. That's why.
That's why spinning narratives now. This is historical record now that is proven
it. Because if anybody is bigoted, you APC people are the most bigoted people I've ever seen in my life.
I'm not APC, Rational Mind. Please don't accuse me of being APC. I'm not APC. I will not take that from you.
If you people are
Rational Mind, I am not APC, and I will not allow you to call me APC.
Okay,
take that back.
All right.
No, APC, you will take that back.
I'm not going to take anything back. But
you are going to take it back.
Don't mind him. When they insult him, you should not be angry too.
Sherry, but I don't care anymore about all of you.
How can you call Solly APC? Solly comes over here and he lambasts that country. He lambasts Tinubu, and you are here calling Solly APC. Come on.
Coded APC ni àgbàdo ni
APC.
Thomas wà lára wọn.
Even Obi know he is not intelligent. Even he knows, but because he has a dumb follower, he just continue on that path. He just continue. He know he's dumb.
Lára wọn coded APC.
Rational Mind.
Patosi wà lára
yín. Let's bring it up.
Ẹ máa pretend bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé ẹ ń ṣe APC.
Rational Mind. Let me bring this up. You see, I will say something, and I remember it was true. So I went to look it up. It's all over the news. When Obi was there, the Anglican Church complained that Obi was playing Catholic nepotism. And in Anambra, there are two major groups of churches there, the Anglican and the Catholics. The Anglicans are more in Southeast, as we know, and the Catholics are more in Southeast, as we know. But I know the Anglicans have very strong presence in Anambra and I think Imo State and maybe Abia. But when Obi was governor, all his appointees Catholic, and he was playing serious nepotism. In short, when in 2013 when he was leaving, if you look at the headlines and the news, was that he was leaving Anambra divided, ethno-religious division in Anambra.
You don't know that Nigeria really dodge bullets.
Newspaper on
all over, just Google newspaper.
Give me one example of one.
All the newspaper publications took it up.
Anglican.
Name one.
Just Google Obi Anglican crisis.
I beg you.
Rational Mind. This is
kò ní wo tí ẹ bigotry ni ṣe bí rational mind ni ẹni tí ò wà rational rárá.
Gbogbo yín
gbogbo argument ò kì í follow logic. It's always one-sided.
Why do we spend so much of our time discussing it, Obi? Can I ask us a question? Why do we dwell on this like this?
Rational Mind. Let me give you the paper. Vanguard. Vanguard
Mm.
B.
Okay.
I think Guardian also.
Okay, read it to us. Read it. Kill us again.
But I don't have time to read it out. I beg you.
You that you are even answering, you that you are answering him, you don't really have a job, because if it is not, you will not be answering him. He asks you to go and give me the paper. He doesn't have internet there.
I've given you paper. You say make I read them again.
As if he doesn't go to school. At least you say you are working with government. Is that the way your Messiah behave? Is that how they behave there? Very low IQ follower. Are you the only one? Are you the only one his followers?
No, I mean, low IQ, the one. Is that not what you said?
Low IQ now, because even Obi knows that he is not that a quality material. That is why he's living in Lagos. He cannot live where he built.
Really? Just
rational mind. Between Lagos and Anambra, where will you get property?
No, yet how can you be comparing? Lagos and
I will not allow you to say that our property is very expensive in Anambra. From what I've heard,
Lagos and Anambra.
Anambra property is not cake. Not on that one. No. Anambra property is not cake as well. No.
Maybe open.
So let's Anambra for one night. Can't get
there's hot property in Anambra. There's really some very hot property in Anambra. I beg, don't say that one.
People, if anybody's bigoted and you're LPC and you're not bad, it's just
my mama suck me and it's annoying now. Mama claim for DPC. Don't mama claim for DPC now. It's not kind. It's not a kind statement.
I know when you come here, you argue for Tinubu.
I do not argue for Tinubu. You will never see me argue for Tinubu. I don't.
Really?
I know.
That was good money.
I'm now. Am I where my surveillance?
I'm pretending here.
Good money.
Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm not here to attack anybody. I just want to make my own suggestion and submission.
You can attack. Don't worry. Attack rational minds.
Attack. You have a free word.
No, I'm not going to attack him. I just want to tell my Yoruba people that we should just open our eyes. Anybody listening on this platform, Rational Mind is a complete Igbo boy. For him calling Awolowo a bigot, Rational Mind, if I can see you face to face, I will go in for you. On light small like Lazila Hua. For you saying that Awolowo is a bigot, or Yoruba, and you now come around and you start telling us, you start telling us that you are Yoruba. Hello, I'm not talking. Hello, I'm not talking to you. Mufti Alukura Buratibari, I will go in for you. You are number one bigot. Stop pretending. Hello, yes. Omo Yoruba ni mi. I know Rishata say Yoruba. Everybody come from the place.
Let me just tell you this: whether you are Yoruba or not, okay. The point is, when you are making an argument, at least let your argument follow logic.
Yeah. What argument? What are you talking about?
Every time, rational mind talk. It doesn't have to like somebody who is rational.
You are so erratic. You don't have brain. Rational mind, you don't have brain. You saying Awolowo is a bigot.
Okay.
I know Obi is not a bigot.
No,
Obi is not a bigot. You say all Yoruba people are bigots. You say all Yoruba people are bigots. And you say you are Yoruba.
No, you can voice now.
No, we don't.
Tó bá tẹ̀jẹ̀ pé Yoruba wà bigot. Ìwọ yìí tó wá jáde láàrin Yorùbá ńkọ́.
We don't go for people here. You don't come in and say, if I see you, I go for it. Don't make that kind of statement.
No, I mean, I've learned to.
But Patoski, rational mind statements are inciting now.
No, you can't say you go for someone you.
I know, I agree with that. But rational mind, you don't incite. It does incite.
I won't like that.
The rational mind, you need to calm down. You do incite with some of your statements, and they're a bit outlandish and a bit.
Noted. It's just that sometimes I can't stand you people. This LAPC.
Yes, but national mind.
National mind do okay,
argument, you call everybody.
Who is your father in Nigeria? Who is your father?
You can't stop them from flogging national
Your
mind.
father doesn't have name. You calling Awolowo a bigot. Your father doesn't have name in Nigeria.
Saudi, no.
Taliban buy. Nigeria.
Saudi, I beg, don't do that one now.
Probably tó bá yẹ pé kò sí politics Awólọ́wọ̀ ni àwọn tó wà educated lágbolé yín bóyá náà máa wà educated.
Ṣé lágbolé wa?
National mind gan ní kàwé náà tí o bá ṣe ta Awólọ́wọ̀ náà tí o bá máa kàwé ní kò ní kàwé náà. Abúlé kan ló ti wá. You don't know where that white comes from.
Because one way or the other. Because one way or the other.
From the same place now,
because one way or the other. Mo sọ pé àwọn family rational mind wọ́n benefit nínú policy Awólọ́wọ̀.
Guarantee Ìsàlẹ̀ Odò. Did they have school in Ìsàlẹ̀ Odò before Awólọ́wọ̀ came along? If not for Awólọ́wọ̀, would they have been tó máa lajú níbẹ̀ yẹn ni?
Dúró.
Ṣé wọ́n máa lọ wẹ̀ wọ́n máa lọ pẹja níbẹ̀ ni?
Hold on. Awólọ́wọ̀ ló jẹ́ kí national mind law school. So àwọn tó wà ní Ìsàlẹ̀ Odò ní Rivers State tí ò sí gómìnà Awólọ́wọ̀ àwọn ò lọ school bẹ̀. Àbáwọn is that what you are telling me? People in the south east
but nísùúrù tó bá jẹ́ pé yẹn ni rate tí àwọn èèyàn tó fi lọ sí school Nigeria from region to region ìwọ náà mọ̀ without bigotry without sentiment Yoruba is the highest.
Well, it's just
probably àwọn forefather rational mind they must have benefited from that policy.
Ọmọdé mélòó ni Awólọ́wọ̀ tó fọ́dà mi? Ọmọdé mélòó ni Awólọ́wọ̀?
But rational mind do not contest that. I'm very sure that you benefited from the Awólọ́wọ̀ policies.
How old was he when he died in 1986?
But definitely àwọn forefather benefit from the policy.
My grandma died almost like 90 something.
Rational mind.
What are we talking?
Rational mind, don't contest it. You benefited from the Awólọ́wọ̀ policies. We all did.
Boy. People near rational mind. Stop lying. Stop impersonating.
No, Saudi
stop impersonation. Yibo near Yibo.
There's nothing wrong with Yibo. That is not a crime.
But why is he impersonating? It's a crime. For someone impersonating, come out, I am a Yibo. It's not come out, I am a Yibo. Nobody will hold you for that.
It's not proud to be a Yibo now.
There's nothing wrong with
yes, you are impersonating. You are impersonating, man, and you should go to jail for that.
No. He can call himself whatever he wants to call himself. He can call himself.
No. You can't. No, you can't impersonate. It's a crime for someone to be impersonating, man. Yibo, nobody will hold you for that.
With the level of desperation of Obi, if they offer him to decamp to APC, that he will get presidency, that guy will not think twice.
My brother, when you see people supporting Obi, go and check their brain and Obi brain. It's the same.
Rational mind. I have one question for you. Obi said Tinubu is the one that is engineering the crisis in Labour Party. The ABGA that he left, was it Tinubu that instituted the crisis? PDP that he left, was it same Tinubu? I want you to answer that.
What about?
Obi doesn't have brain, my brother. Obi doesn't have brain at all. These people just say he has brain or not. They just sell. No, you can't sell panda for anybody. You can't sell panda. Obi is panda. Rational mind is panda as well.
Patoski, move us on from this Obi conversation. It's getting a bit boring. It's getting a bit boring. It's just another Nigerian like you and I.
It's when you come, rational mind. Anytime you come in out of this place and say I'm a Yibo, you will never see me talk to you again. But for you lying, impersonating, that you are Yoruba is a typical lie. You are completely, all your blood is Igbo, 100% Igbo.
General Thomas,
You don't have anything to do with us. You are a criminal Igbo.
No.
Criminal
Saudi, GT, remove Saudi from beg. He's getting a bit.
Why do you say you don't have one here? Why do you?
Saudi, no, I'm not sorry now. It won't criminal Bombe. No, don't say that.
And now, impersonate. And you're told impersonate. Why? Because you impersonate. Question tell me, pay law when here. Why is he impersonating?
Saudi,
whether you like it or not.
Oh, nítorí pé òun impersonate ló ṣe ń jẹ́ kí inú bí èmi. Má impersonate. Impersonation is a crime.
Saudi. It's not impersonating.
He's impersonating. He's impersonating. Are you going to fight for him?
Saudi no spoil this thing now.
Saudi no spoil pẹ̀lú orúkọ mi. Wọ́n tó kọ́ ẹ pẹ̀lú orúkọ mi. Ẹ wá tó ṣe ń sọ bèrè orúkọ mi. Ìwọ sọ orúkọ ẹ. Ìwọ sọ.
But the report from Scotland Yard.
Saudi, you don't need to
o mellow down for some time. O wá síbi orí network yìí. On the recently, wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí padà wá síbi báyìí. Màá tún lọ rán wọn létí èké pé bọ̀bọ̀ yìí ajá yìí ó yà kó ẹ ti tún release ẹ̀.
Okay, is it Fatai? Is that Fatai? Yeah.
No, not Fatai. That's not Fatai. What's that his name again? That's what I'm trying to remember his name.
Rational mind. You dream of Fatai at night. You don't get that many of Fatai.
If one man is there, Thomas, are you there? Thomas knows his name.
No, wait, hold on. His name is Gani, right?
Gani.
Yeah, and he's using the name for.
But on a more serious note, it's always good once in a while for people to come out for rational mind, because he always makes some illogical statements. Very, very irrational.
Rational man, hold on. His name is Saudi. Hold on, his name is Saudi, right?
Yeah, he's Saudi, but he came on that day with that name, but his name is Gani. He's Gani.
Okay, let me remove him.
But he just came with that name because
Chioma, leave him. Just don't put him on the platform. Just don't let him speak.
Let him come in. We're having fun.
No, don't let him come on the platform. Just leave him there.
If you guys insist, but for me, I don't have any problem with him. I've learned to just let them do their ranting. You know, when some people come here, you accuse obedient people as being too violent. What do you describe this guy to be? When he comes here,
Obi supporter, they are bullies. So really, they are bullies.
Really, right? And you people are not bullying. All of you are not bullying me here tonight.
But you know now,
rational mind. How do you sleep at night? How do you sleep at night?
You're giving me gas balls this morning.
How do you sleep at night? Like your conscience. How do you cleanse your conscience?
Obedience don't have conscience. Obedience don't have conscience.
Tibati le mu wine mi báyìí àbí tibati le mu melatonin báyìí mo sùn lọ ni mo sùn gbẹ
lọ. O jẹ máa rọrùn wọn báyìí rational mind.
Mo máa ń sùn gbẹ ni. Everybody but I only come here and vent.
You have to be drunk to be able to sleep.
No, I don't get drunk. I mean, I have a job to keep, so I cannot afford to be.
Well, rational man, you must be better than this. Like you can't really just defend everything absolutely now. Come on, that's the position now. Have a centrist position. You can't just defend everything absolutely, even the indefensible.
I have a blind follower.
Obi supporters and APC supporters, no difference.
I have criticized Obi when I need to criticize him. I've called him
rational mind. You criticize Obi.
I've called him naive here before. I've said he's naive. Listen. I've called him naive here. I've called him so many other names here. What are you doing?
But you've never called him dump. You've never called him dump.
Dump? Yeah, that would be extreme. Naive is
but you know he's dump now.
That's up to you. That's up to you. If you want to call him dump, that's up to you. But I will never say that. I can say he's naive. I've also said,
but you know he's dump.
I've said,
so you want a naive president. You want a naive president. You want somebody that is naive to lead 200 million people.
Yeah, again, there's a context. There's a context.
Would you want a naive person to lead
you?
When I say want a naive person to lead you?
When I said naive, I was talking about the politics during the election period. During the election period, there was a naive thing that he did when it comes to the politics at that time. That was why I call him naive. Doesn't mean he's naive as a leader. but he's naive in the way he goes about certain things when he was campaigning, when he was being interviewed and he was giving some speeches. I said that was in that context. That was when I said he was naive in that.
That was his true self. There was nothing naive about him. That was his true self.
It's up to you. So, but my point is that in conclusion, I have to go because I have to go to bed. I have work tomorrow. So my point is that
why are you supporting a criminal?
The point is that I'm not supporting him because I hated Tinubu. I hate Tinubu's policies. I hate Tinubu's policies, and I hate what he stands for.
Rational mind. Let me tell you why
I lean towards Obi because I see him as a sympathetic person.
No, it's because his crimes never affected you. That is
why. Sympathetic is enough to govern a country.
Well, that's one good quality you need to be a leader. Yeah.
Oh boy, you don't even know anything about leadership.
No, what anything more
more anything about leadership, if that is your thoughts. It shows your level of education. It shows your level of education.
Rational mind. One last question before you leave. One last question. Rational mind. Just one last question before you leave.
What is that?
Do you feel like you are wasting your time knowing that Obi is still going to lose?
I don't feel like I'm wasting my time because history would.
Obi can never rule Nigeria. Forget that.
No, you can't say that. The future will tell.
Yeah, the future.
After not, Abi.
We're all here. As long as YouTube continues.
There's no guarantee that Tinubu will win 2027.
As long as
YouTube Tinubu will win. I can bet you.
Even though I believe he has strong chances, looking at what's happening, but there's no guarantee he will win.
Tinubu will win free and fair election.
Why can't
nobody go vote for him? Because everybody's mad with him the way he run in Nigeria so far. So he cannot win an election. So that's the only way for him is just to manipulate the system, rig it for himself. That's the only thing he can do. In a free and fair contest,
why do you, if you know that he's going to win, why do you come here to lie and push your candidates with lies?
Well, I'm not lying.
But we've caught you many times trying to push.
I don't lie. That's one thing I try not to do.
Okay. Sorry.
The only thing I do is I try to defend him as much as I can. And when I cannot, I just back off.
My mistake. But you are pushing a disingenuous narrative, which is basically kind of a lie. That's my point.
It's not disingenuous. I see that this guy is one of those few guys that is misunderstood. Of course, there are certain things that I've done in the past, but the way these APC people spin it, you spin this Pandora issue because you put money in a trust.
Somebody is committed a crime.
You spin it, and that's what you are very good at that. Some people are very paid. People like Awo. I know more. Omangba data, Omangba 10,000 naira for data. No, Tinubu, people like Gadi.
Believe naive like your own language. Mama support you.
And Patoski at the Arogiriba. At his only data 10,000 naira data.
In fact, see, sympathy.
Are you having a laugh or are you being serious?
Rational mind. Carrying your bag by yourself, pretending that you have only one wash, only one shoe, okay, it's not enough to be a leader. It's not even part of the quality. It's not even a good quality of a leader because it only shows one thing. It only shows that you are greedy. It shows people cannot grow around you. That is only thing. The only message it shows.
What are you talking about? This guy, you always talk about certain things. Why are you getting all these your ideas from?
No. See, rational mind. You agree with me? Quality of Obi is telling people that he have only one watch, he have only one shoe. He goes in economic flights. Okay, and I am telling you, it only shows that the people around him, they don't grow. They don't grow. Somebody that was saying when he was governor, he was governor, they cannot buy fuel unless it's inside the auto.
What was on education? Look at how you are arguing. Maybe lower. What does growth? What does growth has to do with somebody?
Growth means economic class. People becoming somebody. In context of saying they move closer to you. How many people has grown? How many people has it developed?
But rational mind, what's the purpose of economic policies?
Okay, let me
what's the purpose of economic policies?
When people are asking too much questions like this, it makes me lose focus. Let me because that's what you do. Am I like bombard the question so that you just stabilize person? So let me answer our friend Awu.
Okay.
Everybody has to grow at their own pace, at their own. Yes, you can say Tinubu made some people. In what way? To what end?
It's not make some people. He makes people.
Hold on. Okay, some people, whatever you want to call it, it's up to you.
He makes people. He makes people.
Well, I'm not one of them. Don't make it sound like.
And the quality of a leader, the quality of leadership is for you to be able to transcend that idea, that philosophy to people, so that when you are no more, that idea will continue. The idea will not die.
No, that's not what Tinubu is all about. That's not what Tinubu is about. Tinubu is about.
What is it about?
Yeah, I'll tell you. This is what it's about.
Tell me one person that has served with Obi, that is with him now, telling people who it is.
It is for his own narcissistic desires, narcissistic interest.
So
wherever he room, it is for him to achieve whatever he wants to achieve. He didn't do it because he likes them or because he wants them to become like him. No, it's because he wants to achieve what he has achieved today. So don't give me that crap of this and that. Fashola and when people come during the campaign, when people are campaigning on what Fashola did as his own achievement, people talking about. People come here, make it sound like maybe he's some kind of genius.
Thank you, God. It's nice to me.
I don't know. People just argue something. I might argue blindly.
Yeah, close the door.
Well, everybody, I'm going.
Rational mind, Marty now.
Rational mind. You cannot go. You cannot go because you have not finished. You have not finished answering question. No.
What did I learn?
No. I said during the time Obi was governor. Up to date, tell me one person that is with Obi that time, that Obi has grown, that even up to now that is vying for presidency can speak good about him. Just tell me one person.
I cannot give anybody. I don't know.
Okay, that means he's not a leader. It is not a leader. He has no quality of a leader. He has no quality.
Hold on. So can you tell me that Tinubu is more leader than Obasanjo, right? Right?
Oh boy.
In fact, as bad as Tinubu can be as an individual in terms of character and morals, when it comes to leadership, I think you have to give that to him. Because even criminals can be leaders. And I think
criminals can be leaders. So my point is this. You see, you people.
No. You that said a criminal can be leader. Armed robber doesn't have leader. That you will see their fellower that will ready to die for them.
People,
because your argument doesn't make any sense.
Because you're putting one word. Because
you put false narrative and you
let me answer your question. And when I answer your question, don't be talking to another woman by your side. Woman
sọ̀rọ̀ gbogbo èèyàn ló rò pé máa jẹ oníṣìnà bíi titi ẹ ọmọ mi mò ń bá sọ̀rọ̀.
So
obìnrin nìkan kọ́.
So my point is this: is that for you to be a leader, yes, I agree with you that leaders have to make prepare other people for leadership. But one thing you understand is that there are different types of leaders. There are people that
let me hear.
Hold on. There are people that set the pace for other people. They don't really grow up like that. They just leave the example for people to follow them. There are people that will gather people to gather on you. But to what end? That's the question. to what end has Tinubu gather all these people? I want to gather one, key achievement in one.
Wallahi, let me tell you one thing, and I want you to go and write it down. If Tinubu died today, listen. If Tinubu died today, his handwork can never die, because he had made people. He had made people successive governor in Nigeria has copied one thing or the other from his idea of governance.
I disagree with you.
Ogro criminals like himself.
Okay, tell me.
It doesn't have anything that is sustainable.
It doesn't have what?
The moment he leaves, another person is going to
come. No, Tinubu's. I don't think Tinubu's legacy is as sustainable as we think it is. Yes, I really don't. I think there's going to be a lot of factionalization when he leaves. There'll be a lot of there'll be a lot of contestation to fill the vacuum. The individuals that will try and fill the vacuum will not be up to the task. And I really think some of his legacies will die. It's just like the owl. Just like
but it is not everything that will die.
For as much as we pontificate about owl.
You see, that modern Lagos we have today. There's nobody on this earth that will write the history of Lagos that will not put Tinubu's name in capital letter.
Yeah, they will put him into the history books. But I'm just saying that
in capital letter.
Yeah, but I don't think
if Obi died today, they will not even remember he passed through Anambra. Even while he's alive, people don't even know that he passed through Anambra as governor. That is a real truth. You can contest it, but the truth of the matter is the Anambra of today, they don't even remember that he passed through there.
Don't tell Obi that one, no, then go shoot you.
And he won 90% of the votes, right?
Because they are bigotry. Because they are bigotry. Who remember that Obi is? Tell me, who remember you yourself that you are talking? You that you are talking, you don't even remember. You don't even know what he done in Anambra. You don't even know. So how will you not tell me that you want to remember what he does?
Rational mind is a blind follower now.
You don't even know any of his policy in Anambra. Now you want to tell me that if he die, people will remember that he passed through Anambra. How?
Rational mind. Are you hoping that Obi will give you?
I didn't know everything he did, but I know.
You don't even tell me one thing. The one you know. The one you know. Tell me. The one you know. The one you know. Tell me now. You don't even know anything about the guy.
Now because
you don't even know the guy. You don't even know.
Rational mind. You need to go and enlighten yourself about Nigeria. You actually don't know enough. Rational mind. You need to enlighten yourself about Nigerian politics. You didn't even know that the state electoral commission runs the local government elections.
Come on, dude, will you stop this crap? I know. But
you don't somebody that cannot conduct ordinary local government for 6 years.
In a state society, a governor does not have to call for election. It's statutory bound that the NEC or INEC, whoever conducts the election of that state, you know that when it's time for them to conduct the election, they announce it.
National mind in the United Kingdom, who calls the general election?
You don't have to wait for the government.
The national mind in the sanest of societies, the United Kingdom, who calls the general election in the United Kingdom?
Criminal enterprise.
National mind. Don't go away from that question. In the United Kingdom. Okay.
Don't ask me about
in the United Kingdom, who calls for a general election in the United Kingdom?
I do not know about the United Kingdom.
In Canada, what happened recently? Who decided to call for a general election in Canada?
Hold on. Yeah, again, you're going. But what about me?
No, you said in a sane society that the governor doesn't have to call election. And I'm showing you, I'm giving you examples of where the sitting executive decides to call a snap election, and you are telling me that the same society government cannot call it.
Can I answer your question?
Can I explain to you how it works? Can I explain?
You explain. Let me just say, the closest to the system we practice in Nigeria is the one here in America. I cannot use the one in Canada. Canada is a parliamentary federal system in practice. In your what's it called?
We have a corrupted process. That's the problem we have.
In your UK there, you people practice parliamentary system, but we in Nigeria practice presidential system like we practice here in America. They have states here. I mean, we have state here. They have state in Nigeria. We have governors. We have governors. We have local government. We have local. So that's the parallel here. So and here, by statute, when it's time for election to be conducted, they conduct the election. So you don't need the governor to tell the municipals or the cities or the counties to conduct election. They know that it is time for them to do an election. It's election. But in Nigeria, that criminal's enterprise, it is the governor that will give it. What does that tell you? Why do we have to wait for a de facto king or whatever emperor or a baron like a governor who's going to be telling us when to conduct election? That's to tell you that country there's a lot of flaws in your constitution. You don't have to wait for a governor.
But you only see Tinubu as the only hero there now. That's the point.
Also.
Because everything according to you is Tinubu's doing.
Sorry, I was trying to correct you the other time. You see, just like you got it. The governor has the power. Let me tell you how. The governor is the one that constitutes the board of electoral body in the state. Like appointed the INEC, the electoral body chairman, another board member of the electoral body. You could have the civil servant who are the commissioner, who is the commissioner for the state independent electoral commission. But you need to constitute the board where you have the chairman and the rest. But if the governor refuses to constitute the board, so who is going to chair the election? You understand? And if the governor does not want the election, he just simply refuses to constitute the board. The commissioner is a civil servant. You understand? So he cannot say he's going against his governor conducting election. No. He needs to be voted. He needs money to be voted for that election. He needs a governor that wants to conduct a local government election will put it in his budget for that year. You understand? I will conduct local government election this year. He will put it in his budget and it will be in the state. So the governor has a lot of power as it is. So I think that's where Obi really missed it. You see, there's no way you can be clean and you will not have some stain on your garment, kind of. That Pandora paper remains a permanent stain on his garment. This local government issue.
There is no stain there. There's no stain there.
Remains a permanent stain. And the medical doctors that went on strike almost for a whole year in his state remains a permanent stain on his garment. Is he the most dirtiest politician? Not necessarily so. But he's not the most holy. He's not the holiest among them. So the challenge that we have with Obi is that he's tried to create the impression that he's holy. If he just okay, I'm like every other person, but this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm going to do. Nobody will be able to have any case against him. You understand? But if you say you are the holiest, you are this thing, then you have
He never said he's the holiest. He never said that.
Go and write.
He never said that. He said oftentimes, many times.
Maybe it's followers that are creating that impression.
No. Badowski, I've heard him many times. He said, I'm not a saint.
Yeah, maybe his followers are the ones saying that.
Okay. So, I'm not a blind follower. I would criticize him for criticizing. I will.
See, Obi. I always tell you this, rational mind. Obi is like every other average politician in Nigeria. Dubious, calculative, looking for a way to manipulate the system, criminal. But when you come up with argument and always single out Tinubu, that is where I have problem with you. So many times I've conceived so many arguments to you, but you always want to win an argument. Even though it's illogical, you still want to go into that route. That is where I have problem with you. Every problem in Nigeria, you see it as the only fault of Tinubu. If Nigeria is going to be great, according to you, Tinubu is the fault.
Sorry, I will. Sorry,
Yeah.
These people sometimes frame stuff sometimes. Oh, I'll be wondering.
Okay, you remember the day we were talking about. You remember the day we were talking that you said, why is Tinubu giving governor that allocation? Why the money they realize from subsidy? Why is it given to governors? Does that make any logic to you? That was your argument that day that make me seriously furious. That what is this man saying? But he said he went to school.
Hold on. Charlie, but he might argue something. Sometimes you MLC our time. I mean, sometimes we're talking. I mean, we spoke about certain things.
That was your line of arguments.
Hold on. There's a context to that. There's a context. Hold on. There's a context to what I said. So you people just you people like to take things out of context a lot. Am I spin here as some kind of something to use against somebody? If I said that, there's a context to that. Because this
in whatever context, how can you say that?
Hold on.
Is Nigeria not governed by a constitution?
Yeah, well, hold on. Yeah, that's probably 1990 constitution. Yes. That fraud.
Whatever, boya fraud, boya no fraud. The fact still remains that there's a grand norm.
Yeah, okay. So my point is that we're talking about in the context of autonomy of local governments. Nigeria has no business in having almost more than half of its population not employed, not gainfully employed. If Tinubu can restructure that country to the point whereby local government can be functioning.
And what is he doing now?
Without interjecting in Joe. If Tinubu can do I expect him to do it? Well, because he doesn't have the brain. He doesn't have the brain cell for that because his own. I mean, let me not be. I don't want to go petty. Let me not go petty. I'm going petty now. If truly they will allow local government to function, do you know the jobs that will be created from that alone? But when you centralize everything, you put everything into one center, you have to go to Alausa. And I'm giving you an example of Alausa because people always talk about Lagos. He made Lagos happy. At least Fashola was there. All those people that came after him, he brought them there happy. Yeah, I give it to him. So which means everything still goes back to him, still bounces back to him. But apparently this guy does not understand how to run a system, an effective system. All he sees in his own kind of system is how to make it whereby everything will be centralized. He has control. Kinifuhu was talking about micromanaging a while ago. If anybody's micromanaging, it's Tinubu. But
okay, if that is his philosophy, why did he get autonomy for local governments? Because it is his administration that got that autonomy.
Years of autonomy. That's the point I'm trying to make. But carry me. All the thing is carry me. Just so that people knows that I'm doing something. I have an idea of we want to do this thing, but they're not really doing it the way it should let it be done. Everything.
See, let me tell you one thing. Nigeria setting. Okay, Nigeria setting. There are so many forces that you have to consider. And you see, the president. You see, the president. You see, the Nigerian president. Listen, the Nigerian president is not. Nigeria president is not in any way influential. In terms of people, like governor.
Rational mind, carry me. Is there a way would have done it and nobody would have known that he was one that did it?
Policy here.
Carry me. So only she policy to the
No, carry me in the sense. What I'm saying, carry me is this. No, see, here we go again.
Do you know how governors are powerful?
What does carry me means?
Yeah, so let me. So
in
this
the
is
context of governance,
there is no substance to what he's doing. He just want to give an.
Oh,
come on! Dude, can you allow me talk?
You
just want to do. You want to create an appearance that I'm doing something. That's what I mean by the carry me. As an appearance of we've done this. There's this policy we want to
But this is what people have been yelling for. Rajaman, this is what the country has been yelling for, the autonomous. So what do you mean by say carry me? I don't understand your bad.
Carry me in the sense that notice me.
Ọmọ Yíbò ni ẹ́, o gbọ́ Yorùbá.
So carry me in the sense pé o ti mo ṣé mo explain tó fún yín ni. Mo ní pé
torí Yorùbá will make sense in kò follow logic.
No, that carry me doesn't go with what you are saying. That means you don't understand Yoruba.
No, farabalẹ̀.
Àṣírí ẹ ti tú.
Oh, but no, it doesn't go with it at all. No.
Báwo ló ṣe fẹ́ ṣàpèjúwe?
Rephrase yourself.
No, there's nothing to rephrase there. There's nothing to rephrase.
In tó wà ní mind yẹ, ọ̀tọ̀. Nǹkan tó ń sọ síta, ọ̀tọ̀.
Carry me ló ń ṣe a false appearance that I'm doing something, but there's no substance to it.
Okay, rational mind. Let me put it this way. Rational mind. Let me put it this way.
No, give me no answer.
Put it to him like Rufai.
I will give you an example and I will put it in a way you understand.
I'll put it to you.
Rational mind. Let me put it to you. When you go online, right, and you see these white racist people saying that, black people are the one committing 50% of the crime, right? What they are trying to do is push a false narrative, because when you actually check the statistics, it doesn't show that. But what narrative they are spreading is that black people are criminals, and a lot of people will eat it. Wait, now let me finish. You said you don't understand, and I'm trying to make you understand. Don't you agree that those people are white racists intentionally trying to push a false narrative? Do you agree? Yes or no? When they say this kind of thing.
I don't know what.
No, yes, but I want you to. I'm giving you an example before we go into what you do. Yes or no?
He wanted you to relate it with what we are saying. That's what he's trying to do. It's an example.
Yeah. Put it in Yoruba and Igbo. Rational mind. I'm putting it in black and white. Rational mind. Do you agree that those people are white racists trying to push it?
Okay, hold
on.
No, rational.
Yeah, go on, because you are talking offline. No, that's why we are pushing back. Because that or carry me in this autonomous, it doesn't go together. Rational mind. Please, it doesn't go together.
Autonomy here is that okay? All see Supreme Court, judgment.
English, please. English. Yeah.
He went to the Supreme Court to go and get a court ruling, judgment that says that let local government function so that they'll be free of the states, so that they can get their allocation directly to them. How many almost like 1 year now. On this same platform here, you see people like Simba, see people like Remy, people like you, Thomas, and other people like Awo, and everybody will come here. What to share? Fagbemi is still studying it. From there, about my book, Fagbemi to study it. Governors won't take time to study it. From there,
so that's number. Who are the obstacles? You know the obstacle are the governors, isn't it?
Yeah. So, but then, okay.
The obstacle is the one sabotaging it, isn't it?
There, governor.
Yeah, go on.
Edo State governor. Before he came there, Obaseki conducted an election. They had a chairman of different local governments within the Edo State there. He came in, the Domboro governor. He came in there. What did he do? Oh, you're born. Fagbemi told him that no, you cannot do that. It is anti-constitution because once you vote here, none will vote you want. Oh, le yo
Okay.
But kilo she ofagidi oyo. Tinubu lọ síbẹ̀. When he went, I mean, lọ síbẹ̀ ó address it recently. Ó address it ní fora kan. Tinubu lè sọ fún pé ó ní pé kí ni Tinubu sọ? I cannot tell you how to run your state or what to do with your money of your allocation to your local government. Abba.
Ngo Tinubu ti sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ó sọ bẹ́ẹ̀. Ó yẹ kí ló dìgẹ̀ wá.
Rational mind.
Oh boy, sorry.
Rational. No wonder don't tell you.
Me like my argument. To bá tó mọ̀ kó gbọ́ rí abẹ́lẹ́.
Question. Let me ask you a question. No. It's not. It's okay. If those guys are constitutionally elected, can't they go to court and fight for their right in the court?
Yeah, right. The Fagbemi sọ pé kò lè ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. Attorney General APC told them.
Fagbemi is not a jurist. He's just an Attorney General. So what are you saying? They can go to court and fight it.
Ó ti sá lọ. Rational mind ti sá lọ. Rational mind don fere ge.
Who are rational rara.
That means
yeah, no. in one way, I like the guy. He doesn't want to lose to any argument. But that doesn't make him that
is not good. You cannot be right.
That is not good.
You can't be right. Nobody's right every time. You know,
he has never admitted. If you are catching him here, he will be showing up somewhere else.
But
what is Shekari mean the autonomy now? What is Shekari? What is the correlation?
If rational mind claim to be fighting for the common people in Nigeria, and you see him supporting criminality, what does it? It's just like Obi that is defending now. There's no difference between him and Obi. Yes. You understand? It's only if something is committed by somebody that he doesn't like, he will say, this guy is not. The worst is somebody that he likes. He will defend the person.
He hates Tinubu to the extent that he doesn't know when he's following Obi blindly.
He's ready to take the devil. He's ready to take the devil just because he hates him.
Since I have no rational mind, it is only today. And really touch him.
Our balloon.
Obi supporters are actually
Patoski will disappoint the rational mind now. The way you flog Obi will disappoint him.
The way for his snob Obi.
But she flog Obi who are disappointed now. Even all your fans, even Ekene will come back and say he doesn't like you again. Because Ekene has this entitlement, say, I'm disappointed in you. I don't even know what that one means. I'm disappointed in you.
Guys, don't you think Obi is creating like a cultist, like people want they have take a swear or a oath because people just follow him blindly.
The problem is that Obi himself know that he is in no way. You know what bring the popularity of Obi? It is Tinubu. It is Tinubu. It was a real politics game they played. You know that Tinubu used Party Tommy to encourage Obi to leave PDP. Because true, everybody is yearning for Igbo presidency. And there's too much hatred.
I'm yearning for good government. Which one is Igbo presidency?
Majority are yearning for Igbo presidency. That is true.
Which majority? Majority of where?
Majority of Obi follower.
Okay. Majority of Obi follower.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and majority of the Igbos, they are yearning for presidency from their region.
Which is not bad, my brother. Which is not bad. It's an aspiration. Yeah, which is not bad. There's nothing bad in that.
I swear to God, for me, I didn't have problem with Igbo being the president, but definitely it's not Obi. Obi is not even a materials.
Yes.
Okay, Obi is not in any way materials. But the politics that happened that time was that the gang up against Tinubu, in APC, is so high to the extent that there's no way under whatever guys, he can win. And if APC, they are not in one house, definitely there's no way APC, if he manage himself to win, there's no way APC will win national election. The PDP will definitely be the benefit. And if Atiku bring Obi, because Atiku will definitely take Obi as his vice, assuming Obi didn't left PDP. Okay, so if you combine the support base of PDP with the fraction of APC, Tinubu knows that he cannot win. That is why they manipulated Obi. Obi is just an instrument, and he does not even know.
Duro now. Where did you hear this one?
Immediately during that election, T1 lose election, immediately in information in fly, and to the extent that
from where?
Even within the Labour Party, there's a Labour Party candidate in Oyo. If you Google it,
I think we should be careful. We should be careful believing all those kind of stories. So this is Tinubu. Wait now,
this is from the candidate.
So you are saying that it's Tinubu that actually made Obi to contest in 2023 for him to win. For Tinubu to win.
No. They use. I'm saying that they use Obi. Why Obi himself does not know that they used him?
No, Obi wanted to win.
I don't believe what those.
Listen.
You know, Patoski, forget about those stories. We don't believe all those things.
When Obi was in PDP, does Obi have popularity like this?
No. Obi has always been moving from party to party. He just used to try to choke his leg where he thinks he can win. That's the thing. He's not strategic. He's just an opportunist. Nobody used him. He's just an opportunist. He doesn't have any strategy. He's not that smart. Nobody needed to use him.
He just wasted Showore's chance.
Yes.
Showore doesn't even have any. Showore cannot even win local government.
He wasted Showore's chance.
If there was no Obi, Showore will have more momentum right now, especially with the way
exactly.
That is why they take it back. They take it back. They can't forgive the obedience. They take it back movement. They can't forgive.
If not for Obi, Showore would have been the one sitting as well.
In the dream,
but I don't think Showore is to be sincere, Showore is not playing politics to become the Nigerian president.
Yeah.
People like Soli and
Patoski, I want to ask you a question, Patoski. When you are analyzing Obi's interview with, if you have to pick it, every question that they ask him, one after the other. Tell me one question. Tell me one question that will be that will be answered correctly. Just tell me one question.
Could answer a question correctly now. To have a market, be script. But I try that to answer that. I try that to correct answer.
Okay, we'll try over answer a question.
Ó wà boring sí mi débi wípé mo ní láti pa.
No, I go burú tó yẹn.
Because ó wà boring sí mi o. Èèyàn tó bí wípé okay, what will you have done different? Only I will do it in organized manner. What is the definition of your organized manner? I will put money in infrastructure.
But guys, Obi is a dumb man. I'm sorry to say this. That guy is too dumb, man. So dumb. They'll be asking me questions. We'll be talking about railway. It's just, oh my God! I can't listen to interview for 5 minutes. Never.
But the majority of his markets are not any smarter. You know, that's Nigeria.
But one thing that one blessing you receive from God is that his followers are dumb.
Yeah,
that is one blessing you receive from God. His followers, they are so
Patoski,
dumb.
let me look at the question they asked him about the crisis in Labour Party. How did he answer that question? Because somebody said that OT he has a short stature or something like that. It's a draft, and so because of that, it's Tinubu that is possible. Can you imagine a president, somebody that wants to become the president?
No.
Actually, I think I missed answer for me. Because so ni pé
What I put while log bachelor oh my the spokesperson.
Special advisor. I'm a spokesperson.
Guys, what do you guys see about Showumi? Showumi turn around.
Those ones are psychopaths now.
Psychopath, Joe, my brother.
Oh, what got to say? Only Tinubu is more intelligent than all of them.
Olówó intelligent, ó ní àṣeun unit ó fọwọ́ ó fi kà sẹ́nu ẹ̀ bí pé ó ní láti lọ wò mo pẹ̀lú kàdísàn ẹ̀gọ́.
Ìyẹn ni tó tún wà intelligent ju Àtíkù lọ. Only all of them.
All of them.
Ilé ti jábọ́
you need to be there. Mo ní look at this dog.
Wọ́n ti gbé travailler.
Ebi ti pa.
Dollar speaking.
Wọ́n á ti fún ní nǹkan pé ẹ bá fún ní.
Bó ṣe wà ẹ́ go and write it down. Ó máa tó gba appointment.
Bó ṣe wá síbẹ̀ wọ́n lè sọ pé fún ní 50 million kó máa gbé lọ lé.
You guys, is Tinubu using jazz? Why is everybody that visit Tinubu always change their mind whenever they see him?
That is what they call the guy is a big spender now. That is what they call Maradona.
Okay. And let me ask you, Patoski, that Labour Party, remember that Labour Party senator that time? That all of them went. So that one too was giving money, eh?
It is red.
Rational Simba.
He later lost election now.
Ṣé kìí sọ̀kan fún ẹ tí àwọn èèyàn ò mọ̀ tí Tinubu mọ̀ Yorùbá ní pé èèyàn ò kí ń láhún níyì.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ẹn tó bá lawọ́ even tọ́ta ẹ̀ bá dojo ẹ̀ ó máa change mind ó lè jẹ́ pé èèyàn kó jẹ́
Tinubu ò kí ń gbéyàn sínú
generally
ó dẹ̀ máa ń tètè forgive.
Look at nǹkan tó bá MKO náà nìyẹn kéèyàn lawọ́ is key àwọn ò lè ṣe politics.
Èèyàn tó bá wà rational mind.
Do you know why I will agree with you? Patoski, do you know why I will agree with you? You know, Sheung had an interview with you know this Abiola boy, this guy, what is his name? This young one, not
last one Kudrat.
Yeah. He was not talking about his brother. He was talking about he was talking about his brother. Who now when he even if Baba was too. Baba was
come on pray fún. Bó láhùn gan. Ó ní ẹ bá ń pray fún Kọ́lá ó ní olóláhùn. Ó ní káwọn come and find about and pray free.
ó ní kán wá wò látìgbà tí bàbá àwọn ti kú pé what has he achieved? That guy actually is not.
Tí ò bá ṣe politics, ṣé on a good day, ṣé ó yẹ kó máa combine, ó yẹ kó máa compare Obi pẹ̀lú Tinubu? Ṣó tiẹ̀ lọ ni?
Actually, tó bá wò dáadáa, jẹ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀ ahun tá àti ẹ̀ sọ yìí. Tó bá rí
English, my brothers. English, please,
one thing
English.
that you will know about stinginess is that when God gives you money, for most people, you discover that this money that you have, only you cannot finish spending it sincerely. Some of us, the money God has put in our hands is too much for only us. Then definitely, for God to have given it to us, it means that you must touch some people. Those people can be your children, your brother, your... But if I now want to say that money is for me, then it's not a good thing. So now God blesses people because He gives us more than we need, so that we can actually give to other people. And some people have done it excessively. People will respect them, and that's the kind of person like Tinubu. Tinubu did something to one of my friends that I knew, and tomorrow I respect him. You know this photo album that some guys take? They will take your picture and make it into albums. So one of my friends did one for Ebenezer Obi. So his friend did one for Tinubu. During that time, he was not even president. It was when he was just in Lagos. He did a photo album, and on his birthday, they launched it. Do you know they promised? Some people gave check. This boy, at that point, from that location, collected 70 million naira check. That time, he was looking for Tinubu, trying to book appointment because he wanted to go and give him the check. By the time the boy saw Tinubu said, "What are you? Why are you looking for me?" He said, "Baba, the check." He said, "Is that why you are stressing me?" Tinubu said, "You should just go with it." Just random boy. Tinubu said, "You should go with it." And I say, "Is it because of this that you are now been calling all the time?" Tell me till tomorrow, that boy is very comfortable now. He will put his hand in his pocket and support Tinubu for campaign. If he has to buy vote for Tinubu, tell me if he will not be ready to spend 500,000 to buy vote for Tinubu. That's how it is. That's how it is. So generosity always trump stinginess anytime. And all these articles.
And only God knows millions of people he has done that to. Millions of people he has done that one to. Directly or indirectly.
Several. Even his boys. I know one of his guys, Babeto, that in Lagos is Lagos State, they have their APC chairman. They have like 2 or 3. So he's one of the APC vice chairman. They have like APC vice chairman, Lagos South, like that. That Babeto is one of the vice chairmen. The man is from Abeokuta, but very generous. When I sit down, those times was my client, I go to his house. If you see the people, the man is putting money in their lives.
Compared to somebody that if it's not inside the car, they cannot buy fuel. If it's not inside the car, they cannot buy fuel. What kind of stupid talk is that?
That's why people that are close to him, they will even leave him. That means people like Kenneth Okuko, they are not benefiting anything from him. That's why they find it very easy to leave.
As at a governor level, not even your own money. Without you being in the car, they cannot buy fuel. And people are so dumb to be following that kind of person.
Himself. Brother, he will pay by himself at the filling station.
Governor. So he now turned a state that have millions of people into one small shop that you are running as a personal business.
I was thinking that would be a display of strength. That would even be a minus for him in that election. As if okay.
When that thing that he's doing, that is trying to portray himself like a saint, that's why he's making all those mistakes.
Statement, exactly.
You have one shoe, you have one wash. Is that a quality of a good leader?
But Patrick, let me ask you, why do people that are supporting him, if we say anything against Obi, why did they normally want to fight and kill you and do whatever? Why are they so? What is the problem? I don't understand it.
Because
look at even Ekene will come here. Once you say anything against Obi, and they are ready to call you names.
Hold on, brother. There was a time me and Rational Mind, we were arguing, and I asked him, okay, why on earth did you think that governor, they are boys that Tinubu can control anyhow? You said, why is he giving them money from the subsidy? And I said, is there no constitution? Then I now look at it from the angle that, is this the person that cannot even understand there's a grand norm, there's a separation, there's a layers of government. How do you want to engage this one in an argument for him to even understand? Where do you want to start from?
Understand? Just choose not to. He just wanted to say something against Tinubu.
That is why Obi can penetrate this kind of people, because they lack basic knowledge. Tinubu,
Rational Mind is not an Obi supporter. It's just a Tinubu hater. It's not as if he's an Obi supporter.
But does that not make person to be unrealistic? Something that you know is not possible, then you'll be saying it out. Is it not embarrassing? No.
Obi said his son doesn't have a car.
His son doesn't have a car at the age of 30. When you have billionaire at the age of 30s. Billionaire.
So if it's my brother, just listen to me. So if his son doesn't have a car at 30 plus, so what is he doing for living? Is he not working? Can he not afford to buy a car for himself?
No, Obi is so dumb. In fact, with most of his statements, even the educated one. Okay, look at somebody like Abati now. When Abati has not joined Jonathan, he was criticizing. I didn't mean that Jonathan is somebody like Peter Obi. Can Abati be rich like that? That is now talking that Obi is modesty, Obi is this, Obi is that. I've never seen somebody who is so dumb like Obi in my whole life. That is why you cannot see a single person like this. Not even his own family. Not even his own family can be developed by virtue of say they are his family. He does not develop anybody around him. No one can even come out from the people that serve with him.
During the election, I was asking people, where are the special advisor of Peter Obi? Where are the commissioners? Where are the nobody came out and said, this is our boss. This is what he did. We will stand by him. We will vote. No one served under him came out.
How can that kind of person now develop Nigeria? How? Almost 40% of polling booths. He doesn't even have representative there, and he wants to win election.
No,
because they cannot afford to pay. They cannot afford to pay representative.
Dodge bullets. We really dodge bullets.
We dodge bullets too, because in Anambra, that have only one religion, it cause religious faction in that state.
Among the Christians, yes, among the sub-denomination, because if they
how do you want to cope for somebody that is going to church from one church to the other, asking church to take back, since now that he doesn't win an election, he did not go to all those various churches again.
It's a religious war. Religious
It's a
war.
bigot.
Mo
bigot.
like nǹkan tó ṣe pẹ̀lú àwọn churches yẹn, mo like ẹ̀. Kò mọ̀ nǹkan tó
So
ṣẹlẹ̀.
ìbọn ṣe báǹsì ní Catholic tó kíní.
Nǹkan tí mo rí pé ó ti ṣe pẹ̀lú àwọn churches ni pé ṣó mọ̀ pé after the election, the same church leader told him pé kó accept will of God, pé Ọlọ́run ti
ó fight wọn padà.
Ó mọ̀ nǹkan tó sọ, ó ní is that the will of God, mo lọ́lọ́ mú yín. So Obi tí òun ṣe pastor ló máa kọ yín ní the will of God nsìn.
And there's no how much supporter you can be to Obi. If you go against him, you see those dumb followers, they will come after you.
All those bishops there for bamboo. Only Obi ló wá kọ́ wọn pé only what kind of will of God is that? Obi ló wá kọ́ wọn ní will of God nsìn. Àwọn tó pè ní daddy. Now Obi dey teach them the will of God now.
If Obi had won that election, he will set religion war in Nigeria. Religion war.
Of course.
He will set religion war for that country. Because somebody that cannot even manage a state peacefully in terms of religious cohesion, he cannot manage it. He cannot manage his party. How did he want to cope? Look at when he take over Labour Party. Almost all, apart from the notable Aisha Tanko, all the Labour Party officials, all his campaign officials, they are Igbos. All of them.
Actually, embarrassment ni Labour Party. Embarrassment in Labour Party won't die from later. It's just unfortunate.
Let's see where so if PDP and Labour or follower, if they want to console themselves, they will say those governors, they only have one vote. They are not this thing. They are not that. They forget that governor in Nigeria, they are rooted. They have the resources to put people out.
Actually,
they say they don't have any influence.
You believe your trust on Yarima down. I'm sure Tinubu is not depending totally on them. Because when you support Jonathan by not support Jonathan by. And at the point Jonathan lost. But
Jonathan lost because Atiku. Jonathan lost. You see, if those 5 governors that left PDP did not leave, there's no way you can win Jonathan.
They will still have lost.
They will not do so.
They will still have lost.
5 governors.
Buhari was a wave in the north.
It was a wave in the north, but if you look at
some of those governors, only like to join Buhari to still retain their states. Kani Saraki, Kani Kokongba, Igba Saraki about to lose Kwara. For the second term here,
but you will agree that the greediness of
APC that time, Kobati lose Kwara. So Buhari was a wave. It was really moving. But unfortunately, Buhari no disappoint me.
No, Buhari set Nigeria back. Nigeria back.
Buhari try.
But to set Nigeria back in terms of bó ṣe fún àwọn èèyàn ní latitude láti loot ìlú yìí.
Latitude.
Wo nǹkan tí CBN governor ṣe náà. Kàn wo CBN governor yẹn lásán.
I think that Buhari fiasco when Buhari went to London for 6 months. I think that's where the guy removed his eye from Nigeria.
Buildings. Ó dẹ̀ kọ́ pamọ́ síbì kan.
Ìgbà tí Buhari ti lọ, ìgbà tó ti fẹ́ pààyàn tó ti lọ sí London tó fẹ́ pààyàn, ó ti change mind nípa ìlú yẹn pé kò ṣe ìlú yẹn ṣe safe. That time when he was in London, he wasn't there. But we are sickness kékeré. Wọ́n fẹ́ pa ọgbọ́n yẹn ni o.
Ó fẹ́ sá lọ ni.
No, ó sick ni o, but
ó sick ni but wọ́n dàpọ̀ poison ni o.
Wọ́n poison ni, orí wọn tún bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣe àsọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀pìn tó sọ pé ó sì ní problem.
Wọ́n poison ni now.
Through AC.
Torí kó má bàa tó àṣírí àgbẹ̀.
Yeah, wọ́n poison through etí.
Àwọn tó ń poison náà sọ pé ó ti kú yẹn, wọ́n bílí pé ó ti kú. Pé ẹlòmíì ni.
Mo rò pé ó lè yé náà.
Because wọ́n ti rò pé náà pé kò lè yé pé ẹlòmíì.
Ṣé torí pé kó má bàa tó àṣírí náà ṣe fẹ́ pa?
No, they wanted their person.
They brought him there as like they brought him there for their own purpose. You get?
Initially, the guy was doing very well now.
Yeah. I won't know if I went there, but they brought him in there because it was a vehicle for them. You get? So I think they were trying to just step in.
Buhari was not in charge of that government.
They wanted to step him aside, yeah. Move step aside. Talk about the step aside, must step Osibajo aside. No, I'll be on to once a day. You get? So that was their intention. But more heated. I don't think he believed that. And I think some of the people that eat him as well are people that are very close to him. So
Mama regrets àwọn this and because tó bá orí ọ̀fẹ́ Ọlọ́run.
Ó rà pé ìyàwó ẹ̀ gan sọ fún gbà yẹn pé alàgbà àwọn búkú wọ́n ti ka wọ́n kọ́nà ọjọ́ ìra ṣe tí wọ́n kọ́ra kò ṣáà. You see, it's not like Buhari did anything, but it's just ọkọ̀ mama jókòó mama wò ní. Ó mama ṣe pé òun get anything.
Buhari ò ṣèyàn gidi náà.
No, èmi mo believe kò try o.
Buhari ò ṣèyàn gidi.
Ìdọ́lẹ̀ ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ṣe fún ìyẹn ìlú ìyẹn le àwọn Nàìjíríà gan ò ṣèyàn gidi. So and what you can do to feel ṣe fún ìyẹn ọ̀dẹ̀ gbòdú kúrò fún everything else. But Emefiele already, if you listen to this man, this Osun State former Osun State senator, that the wife is the NAFDAC lady.
That is Adeyeye.
If you listen to the interview he gave to Seun Baloye, I don't know, about 2 months ago or 3 months ago, he gave to Seun Baloye, you realize that even the situation with Emefiele, he predates the time to Buhari coming into power. Emefiele was already
it was Jonathan Man.
No,
it was Jonathan Man.
Yeah, Emefiele was already being blackmailed by some big cabal before Buhari came into power. I think what happened is for Emefiele to sustain himself, some of the Buhari cabal then said, okay.
You have to play along.
No, they didn't play along. They kind of yelled him at ransom. You get? So they held him at ransom and in exchange, he did what they wanted. And, I mean, these people are just they became like a super blue change now.
As they are packing dollar away from central bank. He also is packing his own. He's also packing his own.
Yeah, the reason they could do that is because Emefiele was already compromised before. Don't you hear what the man said? The man said that they found out that there were some people blackmailing Emefiele already before Buhari came to power. You get?
Okay.
Emefiele, he completed his term under Buhari, and Buhari renewed his term. What's the likelihood? Emefiele was the only Jonathan appointee
that lasted in that.
And lasted. Not only did he last, he got a reappointment. Remember, he has 40.
He served 12 years.
Come on, look at it now. The guy lasted. He more than lasted, safe.
Yeah.
About 10 years or 12.
Look at that reality now. Buhari was replacing everybody, and he didn't think that he wanted to replace CBN governor. Why would he not want to replace the CBN governor? If the CBN governor was not absolutely firmly like doing everything they wanted him to do. So the Buhari cabal had him cornered now. So I told that he said that Buhari threatened him that there's only two people, there's only a few people that knew about it. Baba Bisi Akonde and himself, they went to see Buhari. He said that when they were leaving, that Baba Bisi Akonde went ahead of him and they allowed Baba Bisi Akonde to leave the State House. He said when he wanted to leave, that the security stopped him and told him that Buhari wanted him to come back. And Buhari was threatening him that if he hears this thing in public, that he will know it came from him. He said, why? He said, Baba Bishop College there. He said, no, but he knows that Baba Bishop College will not release state secrets. That's what Buhari called it. He said Buhari called it state secrets. Now think about how heavy it must be for Buhari, a former military head of state, there's been a GOC in multiple, like Buhari was GOC in more than a few major commands.
That time that they said the guy was funding terrorists, Abi.
I don't even know what I think it was something very, very serious. But Buhari should have called it a state secret.
You know, they said it was funding terrorists at the point.
They said it was funding terrorists one time. They said different things about him.
That's part of the
Eventually was already compromised. And I think some of the powerful people
against him now.
Yeah, some of the powerful people in Tinubu's in Buhari's government, they use that as a way to just hold him at ransom.
I just hope it wasn't the compromise. I just don't know. Want to hope that we could
it must have been very heavy for them to be able to hold him at ransom like that. You know, Padowski, think about it now. A lot of people compromise themselves in life. A lot of people. You know. Ó dùn mí fún because ìyà tó yẹ káwọn kìlọ̀ máa jẹ this former Minister of Justice ìyà tó yẹ kí gbogbo wọn jẹ Emefiele ló dá nìkan jẹ Malami tó yẹ kí Malami escape.
Malami escape now.
Ó ti escape náà ti gbó ti jẹ lọ náà.
Aro, there are some questions that Tinubu cannot ask now.
Tinubu is not even the kind of person that goes after people like that. That's the way I see it.
They cannot be asking those questions now.
Go after when you're buying.
See, my problem in Nigeria is that there's really no justice. Because when justice won, Peter Obi Matishe 4 years now. Someone like Saraki Matishe. There's a big list of them. I mean, the failure to really prosecute the governors. Okay, look at Oju Deba. Oju Deba was there yesterday. He went to see. Did you see what he did? What he played with the Abia governor? Have you seen that video?
Now, those of where the governor is coming to a peace.
The guy was telling the guy, he's not like he's literally almost threatening him that if you want to survive, you have to do what you say. That's exactly what he was telling him. And that one was there, just secretly smiling beside him. Secretly. That was literally like a threat against that we are going to support the governor is going to support Tinubu, and if the governor supports Tinubu, which we will support, we will support him. That's exactly what he said. Give or take. It's literally a threat. And look how Oju Deba, that man, if not for technicalities, what you were saying one. He's only a team man based on technicalities now. On very, very silly technicality. The judge a judge was appointed to the case. Yes, the judge finished the case, but in the process, the judge was promoted to the appeal courts and so because the judge was because he can't give a judgment. It's silly technicalities. Even though I think whatever they call that their judicial act, it gives permission for that. The guy is a free man based on the most flimsy of technicalities. And that's a problem in Nigeria. And that is why someone like Obi can be free. That is why so many people look at the former governor of Plateau State that Buhari gave pardon. And just go paritame now. It's a figure of justice. Dariye. And that other pastor, the one that is from, look at it now. There's a failure of justice, and it's a general problem in Nigeria. Until we address that, the country will not progress, because really we have a very, very dysfunctional society. all of these people, all of us will come over here, we pontificate like we're all good people. No, most of us are bad. In a rational mind, we shouting same society, same society. In a same society, the Dutch Nigerians and Wolomawa. We don't need a same society to be decent.
Is there anything like saint society? Is there anything like that? Does it really exist?
Society? I don't even know. I mean, it's very funny. You know. I was telling
rational mind usually like to be using America to boo us now. Here in America. I see what America is
where they are sitting president is by the Nigerian standard, Donald Trump cannot even contest to be Nigerian president now. Contest. He was already convicted. End of story.
If Nigeria should make mistake and go and elect somebody like Obi or Atiku, their suffering just started.
There's no reason. I've already gone beyond pay and elect Obi. Let them elect Obi. There's nothing wrong in it. Let him do what he wants to do. The worst case scenario will be there for 4 years. He will destroy the country. There's nothing he can do that Jonathan has not done. Yes, he will pull us back by several generations, but we will survive. And in fact, at this stage, I want to be president. If they will not impeach him, I even want us to go try.
We don't have that liberty for now. There is no room for that. We don't have that room. It can wait till when Nigeria is a little bit okay. Anytime we don't have that time.
Let us satisfy our desire.
Get 8 years of my time.
Get out of the way. Let us satisfy our desire. Let him do what he wants to do, the nonsense he wants to do. Let his people be satisfied that we have a Igbo president, and let us know that we've gotten over the nuisance.
Aro. If you know the state by which Buhari left that country, if those decisions were not taken, in fact, I don't think there will be anybody in that country again. The whole Africa will have been suffering. There was practically nothing left in that country, nothing. So we should thank God though. All these big power, in fact, what we will be shouting will be more than AB. When they will not even, they will look for food, they will not even see. Maybe they say it's expensive. That's the only thing that you're saying now.
No, we're productive now, and they are not resourceful. How can I be living in Nigeria? My dad, one plot. My dad to go one plot. My call it. One plot. What is wrong with taking what 50 square meters? A small garden. What's wrong? 50 square meters. One plot. Garden. No. Swimming pool. Most of them cannot even swim, but more than swimming pool. Of any jacuzzi. Why must you have,
I wrote from what you just said, let me tell you. Between 2014 and 2018, within my compound, in fact, that time I used to tell anybody that comes to my compound at that time that the money that I make in my compound is more than what some people earn annually. At that time, I was making from the small fish pond that I constructed inside all this concrete fish pond. Every 6 months, I made an average of 500,000 to 600,000 profits from it. Every 6 months within my compound. So, what does that one tell you? But instead, some people will just sit down and just be complaining and be complaining and be complaining and be complaining. And what did I do? Every morning before I go to work, I will feed them, change their water, just open the water there, and I'll go to work. Everything is auto run. I'll come back in the evening, feed them again, I will go to sleep. No, I'm just using this one to just buttress what you are saying. But that time during in my company, I used to sell vegetables to people. Now I would call them from the market, come and buy vegetables here. Because those are the ones that I planted for our own consumption. But at the time, it will be too much for us. So I would just say, okay, in order not to allow it to waste, I will sell it. So you can actually do a lot. I don't see any reason why somebody should be in that country and be complaining of hunger. Believe me.
Nigerians are not responsible. They are very, very, they are poor when it comes to using, managing resources. The general population, they are very poor, and they complain. Everything of fair, everything of fair. Just 6% tax.
I did an experiment during the COVID when during that what did they pronounce that and I should not go out.
Lockdown.
I was lockdown. By that time, everybody was shouting. I was so happy with myself because I can pick what I need to eat within my compound. Everything that I need to. I have fish. I have egg. I have chicken. I have vegetable. I have fruit within my compound. I said, if they are saying we should not go out for 1 month, I'm ready. I can stay inside there and will not even be hungry.
And if they are sick, you have drug and medication and personnel.
What are you saying? What are you saying?
So you are running a
What are you saying? Yes, and you know the funny thing, I have solar, so I didn't even depend on the national grid.
Oh my God, you want to prepare, pa?
Yes, I did not depend on the national grid.
Oh my God.
Nigeria, Nigeria. Nigerians don't know how to manage resources. Patoski, we know it as most Nigerians are actually the poor managers of resources. What a lot of Nigerians do is this. They because they don't understand the value of small contributions towards a bigger picture. For them to do something. But you don't need to do that. People that are spending 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 on petrol to service one small, like me, I pass my neighbor generator. They don't understand that it is better for them to put the money together and invest in solar system.
No, kò easy láti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ni now. Èló lówó yẹn, máa ṣe kán rówó yẹn báyẹn ni. Tó bá ra owó epo lónìí 5,000, wọ́n lè má rí mi mọ̀ títí another 3 weeks or 4 weeks. So that means pé you understand. So at times o rò pé wọ́n ní gbogbo rationale tó ní yẹn ni.
But àwọn kan ní mọ̀ kí rò bẹ́ẹ̀.
Because nǹkan tó kà kalẹ̀ yẹn ò ní láti wà very smart to know that that's the right thing to do, but ṣùgbọ́n kọ́lọ́n jọ kó ṣe dáadáa fún wa. Kọ́lọ́n ṣe dáadáa fún gbogbo wa. Àwa náà ká má lọ pa pé àwọn pàdé wa lọ́lẹ̀.
No, I don't intend to do that. But at the same time, I think I see a lot of people that are very wasteful.
They some of them understand what they are saying, but ẹlòmíì ló ní come. Àwọn ẹlòmíì income ò tó nǹkan compared to.
But most people don't spend their income in Nigeria. If for the sake of income, you're on your own JJ now.
So that means we won't try. That means Nigerians are trying.
But I think a lot of people are not resourceful. I see a lot of waste in Nigeria. And it's not just it's not just Nigerians that live in Nigeria. Even Nigerians that live abroad. I see a lot of waste in their lifestyle. A lot of waste. Carry me party. The things they invest their time and their resources in, it's of no benefit, no gain. And then down the line, they will now start complaining. Patoski, can you compare? Okay, look at the Indian communities. We have Indian communities that are not even very. Look at Canada. You see how India and Sharjah and Nigeria is in Canada. Not really.
Our India and Sharjah are deal.
Not really.
Nigeria, they everywhere. Kill on Zoe.
But no, look at the gap. Look at the
Chinese.
gap.
I'll give you a good example. Show up 18 something. Don't call railway won't be like Chinese to about uncle.
More, I want Chinese to pay most America.
I won't be surprised.
Railroads. Where they did their railroads and all that.
Our Indians no. Show up our Indians wanting bound British call railway car.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the new Indian immigrants. The new ones, not the. But look at the rate of the rate of the success of the new immigrants Indian immigrants compared to the because most of these people
some of these Indian immigrants to return that second generation in Canada. Second, third. Mo lọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ mi kan ní ọ́fíìsì wa lónìí. Mo ṣàrí pé bọ̀bọ́ yẹn ó ti nílé méjì mẹ́ta máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ wá ní ọmọ Ìgbò ni ó ní no, I just buy that one. You know, I'm just ṣùgbọ́n táwa ní pé ká máa lọ leave o. One of my friends wọ́n á bèèrè lọ bọ̀bọ́ yẹn pé ṣe bó ti gba passport ẹ̀. Ó wá nínú pé Canada náà bí òun sí. This boy ó dàgbà jù mí lọ. Ọmọ Ìgbò ni popsi ẹ̀ bí sí Canada. The father is a prof. So they are second generations. That guy is doing better than most of us. So initially I saw that, oh, that's why this guy was actually born here. He's a Nigerian. Going to 60.
I get you mean. Yes,
so some of those Indian story, second generation, you want. She bought hold appointment in B. Just like being Nigeria now, she in money UK now. She be Nigeria could Prime Minister UK. India now for contest Prime Minister and be now. So our India they are everywhere. Go to Kenya, go to Uganda, go to Uganda now. South Africa, the whole of Durban, na India, a whole state to India in South Africa. Mahatma Gandhi na India before now, before him go. In short, the activism.
Gandhi started off in South Africa now.
Exactly, that's what I wanted to say. His activism and everything he learned from South Africa. Anti-apartheid movement in South Africa. Lofi activism. Yeah. So our Africans don't try. Omi ló pọ̀jọ kálọ̀. Omi ló pọ̀jọ kálọ̀ wọ́n ń ṣe o. Àwọn náà ṣe wọ́n tán lè ṣe. Àwọn náà ṣe wọ́n tán lè ṣe o.
Pato, I'm with you. I'm just getting my little one ready for school.
Ilẹ̀ tí mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Ọmọ one till.
Yeah, it's more. At 8:30.
Ozo káwa náà lọ máa sùn. Èmi iṣẹ́ tí mo ń ṣe yìí mo kàn. Just try to do something on my system here. Balance it more. 5 more. Babangida ṣe wọ́n tó lè ṣe ó ṣe o. Omi ló pọ̀jọ kálọ̀. I think we should even shut down. We have tried. Simba, are you there? I wrote up with me at Nicola. So, we are still live, okay? I thought we were off. Oh, sorry. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, sorry. We've come to the end of the day. It's been a very wonderful session. At home and went to Mo. Tomorrow is another day. Please join us same time on this same link tomorrow. Have a great day. Thanks.